Our story kicks off with a truly brutal betrayal. And Suho, our protagonist, a skilled swordsman, found himself on his knees. He was surrounded by people he once called comrades. His body trembled uncontrollably, his arms bearing the telltale signs of poison. He coughed violently, his breath shallow and ragged. It didn't take him long to realize. This wasn't just any ordinary poison. This was something far more insidious, likely fatal. Before him stood two of his former teammates, and instead of offering help, they merely laughed. They actually reveled in watching him suffer. One, a hulking warrior, sneered, claiming Suho should have joined their scheme. But Suho had chosen a different path. He stayed loyal to his duties as a public servant, stubbornly clinging to his morals, instead of succumbing to corruption. This very team had just finished conquering one of the notorious 5 disaster gates, a place where terrifying monsters poured forth. But now these bastards wanted to leave that gate wide open. They didn't want to finish the job, preferring to ensure the monsters weren't completely wiped out, so they could keep returning again and again. Because as long as the danger persisted, so did their jobs, their influence, and their status. If the monsters vanished, the spotlight would fade, and so would their power. Suho remembered all the time he'd spent with them, fighting side by side in life-threatening battles, trusting them with his very life. And now they stood before him, watching him die without a shred of remorse. They justified their actions, claiming Suho was the only one who had opposed their plan. Everyone else was on board. Then the archer stepped forward and casually extended his hand, offering Suho a second chance. He said if Suho agreed to join their side, they'd let him live. But Suho wasn't a fool. How could he trust people who had just poisoned him and then stood back to watch him suffer? Besides, he could already feel it. His body had been pushed far beyond its limits. The poison had spread too deep. There was no turning back from this. His survival was an impossibility. But even if he couldn't make it out alive, he could still do one final thing. He could drag at least one traitor down with him. And just like that, Suho began gathering every last ounce of his remaining energy. A powerful, overwhelming aura erupted from him, sharp, oppressive, and utterly overwhelming. A couple from the group immediately found themselves paralyzed with fear, instinctively backing away in terror. But the woman among them, far more frightened than the others, tried desperately to calm everyone down, insisting that they shouldn't panic. The archer, however, clearly on the verge of losing his composure, could tell this was bad. And then Suho moved. In one single lightning-fast motion, he charged forward with deadly intent. His blade sliced clean through the warrior's arm, and in the very next second, he flawlessly beheaded the dark mage woman. The archer barely managed to retreat in time, dragging the stunned healer along. Their smug expressions, once brimming with arrogance, had vanished completely in an instant. They were replaced by expressions of sheer, unadulterated horror. The healer quickly tried to save the wounded warrior, casting healing spells desperately. But nothing worked. To her utter shock, she realized she couldn't heal him at all. Her eyes snapped to Suho, and she saw something strange, something powerful. Suho was no longer merely a dying man. He was overflowing with the raw power of will itself. And not just him. His sword had transformed too, now forged entirely from that same indomitable will. It was now called the intangible sword, a weapon born from pure, unyielding determination. But with that incredible power came a heavy cost. The surge of energy that had kept him standing finally faded. Suho's strength gave out completely, and his body collapsed. He stumbled backward, plummeting off the cliff behind him. He plunged deep into the valleys below, disappearing entirely from their sight, leaving behind nothing but an eerie silence. Suho slowly opened his eyes to the jarring sound of chaos all around him. There was shouting and the blare of sirens, alongside the frantic sounds of people running. He found himself cradled in a firefighter's arms, yet he had absolutely no clue what was happening. His head spun, completely disoriented, and everything felt foggy, utterly surreal. Was it a dream or a terrifying nightmare? The firefighter holding him was frantically rushing toward a designated safe zone, moving swiftly through the crowded, Panic streets. Suho initially couldn't grasp any of it. The last thing he recalled was dying. He knew he died, so how was he here alive, confused, and being rescued? Then something suddenly clicked into place. He finally noticed the chaos unfolding around him. A gate had opened, a terrifying, undeniable gate, and it had triggered a dungeon outbreak. Monsters were absolutely swarming the entire area, specifically hordes of goblins. Dozens of them sprinted through the city, attacking everything in their path. As Suho glanced around, he spotted a familiar sign discarded on the ground nearby. Syndrome Station. That's when everything clicked. His memories were indeed correct. This was the very same station that had once been contaminated during a sudden gate outbreak. He had witnessed this terrifying event before. Then, completely out of nowhere, an arrow came whistling through the air and struck the firefighter carrying him. The man cried out, collapsing instantly, sending both him and Suho crashing to the ground. The goblins were closing in fast. Despite his pain, the injured firefighter looked at Suho and told him to run, but Suho didn't move. Instead of escaping, his eyes locked onto the axe the firefighter had been carrying. Without a moment's hesitation, Suho snatched it, took aim, and hurled it with all his might at an approaching goblin. The weapon sliced through the air and struck the goblin cleanly, taking it down in a single devastating blow. And then, right in that incredibly intense moment, something utterly strange appeared before Suho. Floating text, just like a digital display. It was a system window. It congratulated him on his awakening. For a moment, he just stared, utterly stunned. It was exactly as it had been before. Exactly as he remembered it. The system then asked him to choose the class he wished to pursue. Out of pure reflex, his finger instinctively twitched to select warrior. It was pure instinct, but then he suddenly paused. No, this time, he decided to deliberately delay his selection. Suho then sharply turned his attention toward the goblins, who were now cackling wildly, a truly obnoxious sound. Their piercing screeches echoed ominously across the battlefield. They looked utterly unbothered by anything around them, laughing like absolute lunatics as if victory was already theirs. But Suho certainly wasn't amused. Without wasting another second, he launched himself straight into the monstrous horde. His movements were incredibly sharp and utterly effortless, weaving through incoming attacks with astonishing grace, like they were nothing more than a gentle breeze. One particularly eager goblin, desperate to land a hit, tried to sneak up on him stealthily from the side. But the very moment its beady eyes locked onto Suho, it froze solid in utter horror because right in front of it, Suho had just effortlessly retrieved the very same axe he had hurled earlier. The goblin recognized it instantly. Its face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated panic. And honestly, if goblins wore pants, that one probably would have completely pissed itself right there. But Suho didn't care. He wasn't here for cheap theatrics. Before the wretched creature could even let out a single scream, Suho slashed it down in one devastatingly clean motion, cutting it off before it could make the entire area even more disgustingly foul than it already was. He didn't stop there, not for a second. Grabbing one of the fallen goblins' sword from the ground, he kept moving. He knew exactly what he was dealing with. Goblins were dangerous, sure, but only to absolute beginners. To someone like him, a seasoned veteran who had seen far, far worse. Cutting down these pathetic goblins was no challenge at all. For Suho, it was easy as fuck. Suho continued his relentless slashing through the goblins, cutting them down one after another, with a terrifying speed and precision. That was even sharper than before. In just a few breathtaking minutes, the entire wave of goblins had been completely, utterly wiped out. It ended so quickly, it almost felt unreal and, frankly, illegal. As the dust finally settled, Suho looked down at the bloodied sword in his hands. He realized just how easily he had gotten carried away. In that moment, he was anything but calm or calculating. He had acted purely on instinct and raw emotion. And while that raw power certainly had its uses, he knew that during times like these, what he truly needed was a cool head. But then again, if he wasn't mistaken, he was brought back to the past for a reason. This was his second chance. A rare opportunity to start everything over from scratch, and he absolutely wouldn't waste it. Suddenly, several system windows popped up right in front of him, congratulating him for mastering multiple swordsmanship skills. But just then, something else entirely caught his attention. The firefighter nearby was staring at him, clearly curious. The way Suho had fought hadn't gone unnoticed, and the man couldn't help but wonder if this guy was a player. Suho simply gave a subtle nod in response and turned his focus back to the system. He had already made up his mind about his class selection. He would become a healer. With that decision made, Suho walked up to the firefighter and politely asked if he could take a look at his injury. The man looked a bit confused. Just moments ago, he had saved Suho, and now Suho was offering to heal him. It didn't quite add up, but Suho didn't hesitate. He activated his magical healing light, and instantly, the warm glow of the spell began to take effect. In almost no time at all, the wound healed completely. The firefighter could hardly believe his eyes. How could Suho possibly be a healer when he had just watched him take down an entire goblin wave? Like an unstoppable swordsman? Before the man could ask any more questions, another system window suddenly appeared. It was time for Suho to select a weapon from the arsenal, and he didn't even hesitate. He knew exactly what he wanted. He picked out a beginner's sword, the same one he had used before, and began preparing to challenge the gate ahead. This sudden determination made the firefighter feel a little nervous. A sudden wave of panic washed over him. The formidable gate ahead was no laughing matter, but Suho held a crucial ace up his sleeve. He had awakened an innate talent for swordsmanship. This was a crucial detail acquired before choosing a class. Skills derived from this innate talent could be utilized no matter his chosen class, and as he continued to level up, those particular skills and even class skills would continue to evolve and grow stronger. Suho suddenly recalled something. Isabella's legendary Holy Spirit had been the ultimate top-tier upgrade of healing light. If only he'd possessed that immense power back then, maybe things could have truly turned out differently. But this time, he was determined to do things right. He had a crystal-clear plan. He would walk the demanding path of both swordsman and healer. And as he remembered the loathsome faces of his former teammates, those despicable scumbags who had betrayed and abandoned him, his burning resolve grew even stronger. He took a resolute step closer to the gate, the very one that had nearly claimed his life in the past. Back then, he was pitifully weak and utterly unprepared. But now, with the very fundamentals of swordsmanship engraved deep within his very being, he knew, with certainty, he could handle it, without even a hint of hesitation. Suho confidently walked forward, stepping inside the gate. The moment Suho stepped through the entrance, he suddenly materialized, standing in the heart of a dense, shadowy forest. Almost instantly, the system window flickered to life before him, displaying the area's name. Green-red, a truly peculiar name. But there wasn't much time to dwell on it. After walking for only a short while, Suho stumbled upon a truly gruesome sight. Multiple mangled goblin corpses, scattered haphazardly across the forest floor. Judging by their contorted positions and frozen expressions, it looked like they had been desperately running from something, or someone far more terrifying than themselves. Their twisted bodies screamed of pure fear, not just defeat. That's when Suho heard something, a low, guttural sound rumbling from nearby. He sharply turned his head toward the source, and instantly he recognized what was behind it. Two towering, menacing hobgoblins, hauling the corpse of a creature they'd hunted. These weren't the weak, annoying goblins he'd faced before. Hobgoblins were a whole different beast entirely, bigger, meaner, and far more dangerous. And when they spotted Suho, their eyes lit up with ravenous excitement. To them, human meat was a rare, coveted treat. Without a moment's hesitation, they tossed their previous prey aside and pointed their jagged weapons straight at Suho, eager to tear into fresh human flesh. But what they didn't know, what they couldn't possibly have guessed, was that the human they were drooling over wasn't some ordinary, hapless prey. They were staring at a true predator. The first hobgoblin charged forward, blade swinging fast, but sliced nothing but air. Suho dodged it cleanly, effortlessly, He already knew he was underleveled for these enemies. His weapon wasn't strong enough to cut through their thick hides with ease. But he didn't need to rely on brute strength. He knew exactly where to strike. In one swift, precise motion, he lunged straight at the first hobgoblin, aiming directly for its vulnerable eye. The attack hit its mark. The creature let out a piercing, agony-filled screech, loud enough to rattle the forest trees. Suho, ever the soft-hearted one, ended the poor monster's pain by killing it. But Suho never intended to kill it so quickly. His attack had been too effective, a pure, habitual mistake. He had hoped to use the creature to gain skills and experience from the fight, but accidentally killed it too soon. Turning toward the remaining hobgoblin, Suho decided to make proper use of this one. The second monster, furious over its fallen comrade, roared and charged forward, swinging its weapon wildly in a fit of rage. But Suho remained calm, utterly focused, dodging each attack with precise, careful footwork. The hobgoblin's slashes went left, then right, swinging like a wild, desperate beast, but none of its blows landed. In this world, repeating the same action over and over could eventually unlock a related skill. Suho knew this, and true to his prediction, after skillfully dodging several more attacks, a subtle grin spread across his face. He'd successfully acquired a dodge skill, but he wasn't finished yet. Now he set his sights on a second skill. Suho began expertly parrying the incoming blows, deflecting each strike with precise timing. Parrying wasn't merely a basic move. It held deep roots in weapon-based combat, and served as the very foundation for countless other advanced skills. It was absolutely essential, and Suho was determined to have it. After a few more successful parries, the system finally notified him that he'd successfully gained the parry skill. Unfortunately, by then, the hobgoblin had already grown weary. It staggered, breathing heavily, clearly reaching its absolute limit. And so, just like before, Suho granted it peace, this time by swiftly beheading it. It wasn't out of cruelty, merely necessity. Now, with two fresh skills in hand, he was ready to face even more. He wanted to face more and more monsters, not for the thrill of battle itself, but to earn skills, gather experience points, and grow stronger. Outside the gate, the atmosphere among the waiting hunters was tense and incredibly frustrated. They had just found out that someone had dared to enter their assigned gate without permission. The moment the news spread, angry curses began flying left and right. Most of them were angry and felt deeply disrespected, grumbling about how someone had the audacity to just stroll into their territory. Some were already hatching plans to teach this mystery intruder a serious lesson. Once they stepped back out, they weren't going to let it slide that easily. Meanwhile, not far from the gate, a lone firefighter was in the middle of a very serious conversation. He was speaking with a few men in suits, representatives from the Hunter Association. They had come to investigate and were specifically asking about the hunter named Suho. The firefighter didn't hold back and spilled every last detail he knew. From what he witnessed, Suho was no ordinary hunter. He'd single-handedly decimated a zombie horde and even healed his injuries mid-battle. One officer, listening to the report, looked utterly bewildered. He hadn't even arrived late. Yet somehow, by the time he got there, the goblins were already totally annihilated. And to top it all off, the one responsible was supposedly a healer. He tried to dismiss it at first, claiming it was impossible based on their experience. Healers, after all, simply didn't possess the combat power for this kind of feat alone. But still, if this guy truly cleared the gate solo, especially one teaming with goblins, then they couldn't possibly ignore him. If he pulled it off, they would absolutely have to recruit him. Meanwhile, Suho was out in the field, busy hunting down hobgoblins and racking up experience points. One after another, he moved quickly and efficiently, effortlessly beheading multiple hobgoblins at once. His attacks were clean, controlled, yet he deliberately spared one hobgoblin, letting it live. Just one glare from Suho was enough to make the monster bolt, faster than Usain Bolt. But that was precisely Suho's plan from the start. He wanted the creature to escape and bring back more of its kind. With a brief break in the action, he decided to check his status. Thanks to the wave of hobgoblins he'd just defeated, both his stats and skills had significantly improved. While looking at the pile of goblin corpses around him, another thought crossed his mind. There was still something useful left in those bodies. Inside the monsters were magic stones. These particular ones were degraded magic stones, nothing too rare. But each could sell for around 50,000 won. That was more than enough reason for Suho to take the time to collect them. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't bother with this kind of work. He didn't have the luxury to slow down. But right now, his financial situation was more like a beggar than a true hunter. So he absolutely wouldn't let these precious stones go to waste. He started carefully pulling the stones from the fallen monsters, methodically stashing each one into his inventory. By the time he finished gathering all his valuable loot, he felt a deep, genuine sense of satisfaction. This was definitely a pretty good haul. But just as he was about to catch his breath, that moment of calm was violently shattered. A sudden, overwhelming wave of pure, unadulterated, killing intent slammed into him like a physical wall. When he whipped around to face the threat, about 30 hobgoblins were already closing in fast. Leading their ranks was the very same monster he'd let escape earlier, the one that had fled from him in absolute terror. And now, with their numbers confirmed, the entire mob charged straight at Suho all at once. But Suho didn't panic for a second. Instead, he instantly leapt into the air like a seasoned ninja, moving with the incredible speed and lethal precision of a master assassin. Within mere moments, several hobgoblins had already violently fallen, their severed heads rolling across the bloodied ground. His movements were unbelievably sharp and utterly effortless, like a hot knife slicing right through butter. Then, as if in direct reward for his incredible efforts, the system excitedly notified him he had leveled up. Brand new stat points were generously added to his profile, making him significantly stronger than he was before. With that fresh power-up in hand and ample experience gained, Suho quickly made up his mind. There was absolutely no need to drag things out any longer. It was time to decisively end this. He dove straight into the thick mob of enemies, slashing wildly and decisively in every direction, clearing the entire horde with ruthless, brutal efficiency. At one point, a hobgoblin actually managed to charge him head-on, aiming for a direct strike. But instead of showing fear, Suho's face visibly lit up with pure excitement. He wasn't worried at all. If anything, he looked even more thrilled and ready than before. The true boss monster in this gate was a formidable chief hobgoblin, and it was a dangerous level 20 enemy. As expected of a boss, it came charging in first, roaring, trying desperately to land an attack, but it failed miserably. Immediately after that, a sneaky group of smaller monsters tried to pull a swift sneak attack from directly behind him. But Suho, without even fully turning around, reacted instantly and effortlessly cut them down like they were nothing. That's when the boss monster shrewdly switched its tactics and unleashed one of its terrifying skills, fear. This fear skill was brutal, paralyzing its target completely. It plunged them into a terrifying abyss of pure dread. The higher the skill's level, the more potent its effects became. And since this was a formidable boss monster, that alone explained its devastating power. How could it wield such a potent mental type skill, even within a low-level gate? The real issue was Suho lacked any gear or skills to shield his mind or resist mental attacks at this crucial moment. He had no direct counter available. The boss saw its chance to end the battle, charging forward to claim an easy victory. But what it didn't realize was that Suho wasn't some inexperienced rookie. He was a seasoned veteran hunter who'd endured far more dire situations. He knew precisely how to overcome this. Without a moment's hesitation, Suho gripped his blade tighter with his left hand and deliberately cut himself. The searing pain immediately snapped him out of the fear-induced paralysis. The instant his mind cleared, he expertly parried the boss's incoming strike. Then, instead of focusing on the boss right away, Suho made a lightning-fast decision. He shifted his attention to the smaller monsters first. Within mere seconds, he blazed across the battlefield, slicing down every single one of them. In just a short burst of explosive action, he annihilated all the hobgoblins within the gate. leaving no enemies except the boss itself. Before confronting the chief hobgoblin again, he took a moment to heal the wound on his left arm. Now, with the distractions gone and his body back in prime shape, it was just him and the boss. One-on-one, no more interruptions. And judging by the look on the monster's face, it didn't seem all that confident anymore. The intense battle between the two had truly begun, and they exchanged powerful blow after blow. Suho gave it his absolute all, swinging his sword with fierce determination. But because of his relatively low level, none of his attacks seemed to inflict any serious damage on the monster. It was becoming crystal clear. A head-on approach just wouldn't cut it. Realizing this, Suho decided to switch up his tactics. Instead of just swinging wildly, he drove his sword straight into the monster's thigh, targeting a weak spot to slow it down. In response, the monster unleashed its fear skill once again, hoping to paralyze Suho and seize the upper hand. But this time it utterly failed. Once a person truly overcomes fear, it simply loses its grip. And Suho had already faced it once before, emerging victorious. Now that he was completely unaffected, Suho focused all his relentless attacks on that same vulnerable spot. He slashed the injured thigh over and over again, relentlessly exploiting its undeniable weakness. After a few more precise and devastating hits, the boss monster finally collapsed to the ground, barely alive, clearly on the brink of death. But Suho wasn't finished with it just yet. Instead of delivering the final, fatal blow, he suddenly unleashed his healing light, a skill specifically meant to restore health, and he used it on the very monster he was fighting. The creature, already confused and half dead, was now completely and utterly thrown off. It couldn't comprehend why this human, who had nearly killed it, was now attempting to heal it. Suho, on the other hand, was absolutely delighted. He had just realized he could keep this battle going. By repeatedly attacking and then healing the monster, he could extend the battle indefinitely and use it as training. Some time passed in this strange cycle: attack, injure, heal, repeat. And with every grueling round, Suho grew stronger, his skills steadily improving, and eventually, he upgraded several of them to A and B ranks. Meanwhile, the boss monster, once proud and truly terrifying, was now utterly consumed by pure fear. It couldn't even bring itself to look at Suho anymore. Now that Suho had learned everything he possibly could from this place, there was truly nothing left to gain. The monster's role in this brutal trial was finally finished. It had served its purpose well. With a calm, resolute expression, Suho ended it all, beheading the monster without the slightest hesitation. And just like that, the gate was conquered. Suho stood absolutely victorious. He was dubbed the MVP of this challenging gate, stacking up bonus experience on top of it all. His level had now officially reached 10, a significant milestone for any aspiring hunter. Even his signature healing skill, Healing Light, received a massive upgrade, advancing to E rank. And with that, he acquired a brand new skill, Cure. It might not seem like much right now, but if his skills continue to evolve at this rate, it wouldn't be surprising if one day he could neutralize even 10,000 types of poisons. This was only the beginning, but the path ahead was clearly bursting with promise. With everything inside wrapped up, it was time to move onward. Suho turned towards the gate's exit. Outside, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. The gate had started to slightly tremble, causing people to whisper and wonder aloud. Had the gate actually been cleared? Then, before anyone could speculate further, Suho stepped out, walking calmly and confidently, as if the chaos behind him meant absolutely nothing. There wasn't a hint of exhaustion or discomfort on his face, just quiet composure. People around him stared, unable to figure out who he really was or what exactly he had accomplished. And Suho didn't bother explaining anything. He simply let their curiosity grow. Soon after, multiple guilds rushed over, having all come looking for the mysterious man, who had conquered the gate entirely alone. But Suho ignored every single offer, every scout, every invitation thrown his way. He wasn't interested. Instead, he walked right past them and landed right in front of a man in a formal suit. With a calm and confident tone, Suho greeted him. This man was no ordinary official. He was the esteemed team leader of the South Korean Hunter Association, young Chulmin, and judging by the utterly confused look on his face, he clearly wasn't expecting to be greeted by the very person behind the gate's conquest. The scene then shifts to the South Korean Hunter Association, where team leader young Chulmin, Young and Suho sat across from each other. Outwardly, it seemed like just a standard registration meeting. But Chulman's mind was a million miles away. His thoughts kept circling back to their earlier encounter. He remembered their first meeting, how they'd casually shaken hands, and Suho had mentioned he was already on his way to the Hunter Association anyway. At first, Chulman had just assumed it was for a license renewal, something experienced hunters did all the time. But as their conversation progressed, it became crystal clear. Suho was actually there for his initial registration. That caught Chulman completely off guard. He was still trying to process how someone like Suho, registered as a healer of all things, had managed to clear an entire gate all by himself. And the way Suho had acted, so calm, so casual, munching on snacks like it was just another Tuesday. Chulman had meticulously gone over Suho's aptitude test results, again and again. Statistically, Suho seemed more like a warrior than a healer. The numbers didn't lie. He had the physical strength and sharp combat instincts, not to mention the unwavering composure you'd expect from a frontline fighter. It didn't make sense. While Chulman was lost in thought, Suho spoke up, snapping him out of it by asking if there was a problem. That brought Chulman sharply back to focus. He began asking Suho a few routine questions. Background, education, that sort of thing. And that's when even more pieces of the puzzle began to click into place. We learned that Suho was a college dropout. He had been studying physical education before quitting. Most students from that department usually chose combat class, like warrior or archer, if they entered the hunter field. But Suho had gone in a completely different direction. He had selected the healer class. And the reason? He just hated getting hurt. Then, he went on to explain what had happened inside the gate. He described the sequence of events in a straightforward, almost detached way. But he conveniently omitted one crucial detail, the fact that it had all been far too easy for him. He simply claimed he fought to survive. And that was the end of it. But when Suho casually brought up Chief Hobgoblins, Chulman immediately stiffened. Something about that just didn't sit right with him. Gates that produce Chief Hobgoblins aren't supposed to be easy to clear. So, Suho, noticing his discomfort, calmly opened his inventory. In the very next moment, he dropped all the loot he'd collected from a gate right onto the table. The items hit with a heavy thud, and Chulman was caught completely off guard. His eyes widened in pure shock, and for a second, he almost panicked. These were the magic crystals Suho had collected after hunting the hobgoblins. The smaller ones were from regular hobgoblins, while the larger, more refined one had come from the hobgoblin chief. Since Suho didn't really know their actual value, he politely asked the team leader if he could help get them processed, even while trying to stay composed. Chulman couldn't tear his eyes off the impressive loot. It was a good haul. Regaining his composure, he looked at Suho seriously and asked if he truly wanted to become a hunter. When Suho nodded, that simple agreement sparked real excitement in the team leader's eyes. Trying to steady himself again, Chulman asked whether this decision was just made on impulse. But Suho responded with a calm smile and said, no, it wasn't impulsive at all. While Chulman was still riding the wave of happiness from hearing Suho's answer, Suho shifted the tone slightly and began explaining his real reason. It wasn't about power or money. It was personal. He hated monsters, and he hated the gates they came from. As a child, he had lost his entire family during a gate shock. After that, he grew up in an orphanage, completely alone. At first, he thought that killing monsters would help ease the deep frustration and pain seethed within him. But even after taking down countless monsters, that knot of anguish in his chest never loosened. No matter how many he slew, the ache never faded. That's when he made a pivotal decision. He couldn't undo what was done, but he could choose the path ahead. The kind of future he wanted to protect. He didn't want anyone else to suffer as he had. He wanted to fight not for revenge, but for the safety of all people. He wanted to be out there on the front lines doing real work, and that's why he decided to become a hunter, not for any private guild, but for the South Korean Hunter Association. Chulman was genuinely floored by this answer, but as someone with vast experience, he also felt the need to spell out the downsides. He told Suho, frankly, that the Hunter Association's pay scale was significantly lower compared to what private guilds typically offer. But Suho wasn't bothered by that in the slightest. As long as he had free access to multiple gates, priority in entering them, and the authority to punish rogue hunters who committed crimes, that was more than enough for him. Chulman could barely believe his ears. You see, even though the Hunter Association technically has gate priority, they often end up auctioning those rights off to private guilds. The reason is simple. No official wants to put their life on the line for a small government salary. Most people claim they join to help others, but the reality is they aim for stable, safe positions where they can quietly earn, without ever having to step into a gate. That's why so many aim for administrative roles instead of field duty. But in Chulman's eyes, Suho felt different. He wasn't chasing safety or comfort. He was a rare breed, a true patriot who wanted to be out on the front lines, protecting people, someone who genuinely believed in civil service. The happiness was so overwhelming that for a moment, Chulman felt lightheaded, but he quickly snapped out of it and got back to the task of handling the magic crystals. To even think about taking the official hunter exam, you first need to pass a rigorous aptitude test, complete with both a written and a practical exam. Unfortunately for our hero, Suho, this year's registration period had already slammed shut, and the exam was scheduled for tomorrow. But luckily for Suho, he had Big Bro Chulman in his corner, considering Suho had managed to conquer an entire gate, all by his lonesome. There was a solid chance they could pull some strings and get special approval from the higher-ups. That part wasn't the issue at all. What had concerned Chulman, though, was the dreaded written test. Passing that with only a single day of preparation seemed almost impossible for any regular person. But Suho, being Suho, remained totally confident. To him, if you ever get the chance to do something, you seize it, no matter the circumstances. The only other issue? Our boy was practically flat broke at this point. He didn't even have enough cash to pay the exam registration fee. So, swallowing his pride, he asked if team leader Chulman could take care of the magic crystals for him. And Chulman, being the incredibly dependable guy he is, immediately took on the task without a second thought. Right now, the only person Suho could truly rely on was his big brother Chulman. And he was genuinely, incredibly grateful for that. After a while, they completed all the aptitude tests. Team leader Chulman then promptly sent Suho the money they got from selling those crystals. In the very next scene, Suho was absolutely devouring Chulman's food stash, like he owned the place. Thanks to those magic crystals, he had received a whopping 3 million won. And on top of that, since he registered as a civil servant hunter, he also got some sweet tax exemption benefits. Still, that wasn't quite enough for him. He had one more crucial request. He'd heard the association had a library, and he desperately wanted to cram for the written test. For tomorrow's exam, he politely asked if the team leader could allow him access. And of course, Chulman said yes with a big smile. Chulman himself even led Suho to the library and informed him no employee card would be needed to get in. Before they parted ways, Chulman wished him the best of luck on his exam. Suho quietly watched him depart, reflecting on how kind and dependable his brother still was. Deep down, he knew that one day, Chulman would undoubtedly become the president of the association. So, with Chulman now out of the picture, Suho refocused his attention on the library. His goal was clear: find something tied to his past life. He remembered major events occurring, events that had shaken entire regions. But the specific details were always hazy. Human minds weren't built to carry memories across lifetimes, and he was no exception. Still, somewhere in this very place was the key, a fragment of knowledge or a skill he desperately desired. After poking around a bit longer, Suho finally stumbled upon something truly strange. A book, massive, ancient-looking, and so impossibly thick it wouldn't fit on any shelf. And curious, he picked it up. The moment he cracked it open, the system pinged in with a startling message. The book wasn't from this world. It also mentioned that there was a special, unique way to use it, something beyond just simple reading. And Suho, he already knew precisely what that meant. Without hesitation, he held the book above his head, like some RPG character triggering a hidden quest. For a split second, he felt like a complete clown. Nothing was happening. His arms were getting tired. Frustration bubbled up fast, because he was damn sure this was the only way to activate it. Then, just before he could start cursing the book, the system spoke again. The book, Library of Memories, had taken an interest in his story. That's when the real magic kicked in. The book shimmered, reality shifted, and in the blink of an eye, Suho was no longer standing in that dusty room. He now stood before a massive, otherworldly tree, its roots deep in glowing stone. Its branches reached into an ethereal, impossible sky. A spiraling staircase wound its way around it, leading ever upward into the great unknown. Behold, the Library of Memories. We then discover that the Library of Memories bestows upon its user the uncanny ability to recall everything they've ever seen or heard, including every painful and traumatic experience. Normally, the human brain copes by strategically forgetting, but once this skill is theirs, the user is burdened with a relentless, flawless memory. The original owner of this incredible skill was none other than the manager of the Hexagon Guild, a former employee of the Korean Hunter Association. While diligently studying in a library for a career change, she unintentionally stumbled upon this ability. After using a dusty old book as an impromptu pillow, just because lying face down was simply too uncomfortable, Suho marvels at her sheer luck in stumbling upon such an incredible skill, and feels immensely grateful for her introducing him to it. He even plans to treat her to a meal one day. The system window then dramatically prompts Suho to take action. Donate his own story to the Library of Memories. He considers just how truly powerful this ability is. It could help him restore every single memory he's ever had, especially since human recollections tend to frustratingly fade and warp over time. Realizing its immense value, he decides that obtaining this skill is absolutely necessary to retain every detail with absolute precision. Suddenly, a triumphant message appears, confirming his story has been successfully accepted. Suddenly, a powerful wind whirls intensely around him, and the system dramatically announces that the Library of Memories is now accessing and recording all of his experiences. Suho begins to float effortlessly in midair, surrounded by a shimmering cascade of radiant texts, as an intricate diagram materializes above the ancient book. Another important message immediately follows, stating that the Library of Memories has officially opened for business. It will diligently store everything he's seen and heard, giving him instant access whenever needed, while also highlighting important information. Suho stares intently at his hand, sensing that the recording process feels a bit off, likely because this entire fantastical space is some kind of elaborate illusion. Now that he has the skill, he decides to finally try it out. He closes his eyes, instantly reliving a brutal past battle. There, he sees his younger self, grievously wounded. That moment floods back, raw with vivid emotions, and the searing fury ignites within him once again, confirming the memory's intense, painful clarity. He sees the very individuals who betrayed him, people he now recognizes as nothing but selfish cowards, who had deliberately delayed sealing the gate, solely to save their own skins. He vows he will never forgive them, never forget. His consciousness drifts among countless system windows. That memory deeply unsettles him, and he wishes he'd chosen to recall something far less painful instead. Then, completely out of nowhere, one system window flashes a truly shocking notification. He's being given a chance to become unimaginably stronger as the very first person to ever reach the realm of the transcendent. The system dramatically announces it's rebooting for player Suho. He's left utterly speechless as the world around him slowly reverts to normal. A startling thought crosses his mind. Could it possibly be that the system actually sent him back in time? He recalls once achieving a state of unity with the fabled divine sword and obtaining the very first SS rank skill. But now, as the first to truly attain transcendence, he's granted an unprecedented new opportunity, a chance no one has ever experienced before. Suho starts to realize that his sudden return to the past might not be just a mere coincidence. In the very next moment, he arrives at a specific location by taxi. As he steps out of the cab, he reflects on just how incredibly meaningful this second chance really is proving to be now. He now has a golden opportunity to prevent the disasters that once struck him down, and to swiftly handle the unpredictable gates that had caused countless lives to be lost. Determined to tackle these gates faster than ever before, he reminds himself that every single second matters. Soon, he arrives at a truly massive building, the Nexus standing tall before him. He's immediately impressed by its sheer, imposing size, and acknowledges that this is indeed the biggest private hunter academy in the entire country. He also sees it as a place where he can make some seriously good money. Driven by firm resolve to secure his future, he steps inside, where a cheerful receptionist greets him and inquires about the reason for his visit. Suho replies that he wishes to speak with Director Kim Soo. The receptionist, clearly taken aback, asks if he has an appointment scheduled. Suho says no, but insists his visit is urgent. He simply asks her to relay a message. The solo conqueror of the Syndrome Station's pre-catastrophe gate is here. The scene shifts to the director's office, where a calm woman introduces herself as Kim Soo, the director of Nexus Academy. Suho introduces himself as On Suho. Director Kim then invites him to take a seat, acknowledging his remarkable achievement at the Syndrome Gate. She then asks him why he has come to Nexus. Suho explains he's here to apply for a scholarship. The director is visibly taken aback by his request. Suho confirms it, adding that he also plans to take the hunter license test, which is scheduled for tomorrow. Still struggling to comprehend the situation, Director Kim asks how long it's been since he awakened. Suho calmly replies, "It happened today." Even more shocked, she checks her documents and repeats in disbelief. An unregistered hunter who awakened just today wants to take the test tomorrow and has already solo cleared a catastrophic level gate. Suho confirms everything, unwavering. He adds that a connection within the Hunter Association helped him secure a spot for the exam. His goal is simple, to rank first. His confident declaration leaves the director even more stunned. Then, Suho states his condition. If he ranks first, he wants to be officially granted Nexus Scholarship, student status with full financial support. Suho knew full well that for an unknown newcomer, reaching the top wouldn't be easy. But he wasn't some mere beginner. He was a battle-hardened veteran who had cleared countless gates. Whether anyone else believed him or not didn't matter. That choice was entirely up to them. Director Kim recognized that. Clearing such a dangerous gate alone was no small feat. Still, she reminded him that the hunter test was a completely different matter, boasting an abysmal pass rate of less than 20%. Suho made it crystal clear, if he failed to secure first place, they could completely disregard him and scrap the scholarship deal entirely. Intrigued, Director Kim pressed him, why choose Nexus over far more prestigious academies like Hexagon or Prime? Suho answered with brutal honesty, because despite being the biggest academy around, Nexus had fallen on seriously hard times in recent years. It hadn't produced a single top-ranking student at all, which had severely damaged its reputation and admissions. Director Kim silently had to admit the truth. Nexus was in dire need of a massive success, and no current student, not one, had shown any glimmer of becoming a breakout talent. If Suho truly managed to claim first place, Nexus stood to gain the most from the spotlight. In that sense, his proposal was absolutely perfect. It was perfectly timed. Still, the director couldn't help but wonder to herself, what kind of person makes such an outrageously bold offer with that much sheer confidence? Driven by curiosity, she finally asked how much scholarship money he was truly expecting. Suho countered by inquiring about the rewards for the top-ranking student at Nexus. She clarified that the prize package included a complete tuition refund, plus an additional bonus of 30 million won, and perhaps most importantly, the coveted opportunity to immediately join the Nexus Guild. Suho gave a slow, thoughtful nod. It seemed a fitting reward for the country's largest academy. But then, a mischievous grin spread across his face, as he added that 300 million won would be even better. That astronomical number utterly stunned Director Kim, but Suho just kept pressing his case, explaining that, and considering all the advantages that came with being the top student, and the sheer scale of the academy itself. The amount was absolutely fair for Nexus. Besides, 300 million wasn't that much to Nexus anyway. Deep down, Director Kim had to admit he wasn't wrong. With a heavy sigh, she reluctantly agreed, and told him that if he truly ranked first, she would pay him the full 300 million later. Suho then began to wander around the sprawling campus, and the more he explored, the more he realized just how truly enormous it really was. It was even bigger than most amusement parks. Once enrolled, he wouldn't want for anything. The staff members showing him around chuckled proudly, explaining that Nexus was the largest academy in all of South Korea. Suho noticed the guide looked exhausted, figuring they'd probably been woken up just to give him a tour, feeling a pang of guilt. Suho thanked him for showing him around so late. The guide just smiled, saying, it was the least he could do for someone so important. Just then, Suho spotted someone training alone on the playground. Curious, he asked if that person was a student. The guide nodded, explaining that student trained every night at this hour and was the most hard-working student in the academy. Suho was intrigued. The student's name was Dahan. The guide called out to him, reminding him to take care of his health, to which Dahan replied with a smile, saying he had to push himself harder, since he was already in his third year. Suho recognized him instantly. In his past life, he had teamed up with Dahan for raid missions. Back then, Dahan had been the nation's top tanker, famous for his unmatched endurance and defensive capabilities. It had been unfortunate when pure tankers lost their place in the meta over time, but now, seeing Dahan wielding an axe instead of a shield, Suho realized Dahan still hadn't unlocked his real potential. This was a perfect opportunity. He could guide Dahan now and eventually recruit him into the Great Hunter Association. The guide then introduced the two of them. After a brief greeting, Suho asked if Dahan intended to use the battle axe as his main weapon. Dahan confirmed it. Suho then asked why he chose that particular weapon. Dahan explained that, since he aimed to be a frontline fighter, his instructors had suggested the axe, saying it matched well with his build. The guide chimed in, adding that few weapons could rival the battle axe in sheer destructive force. Suho asked if Dahan had only trained with the axe. Dahan confessed he considered himself a slow learner and explained that trying multiple weapons felt like a total waste of time. It had already taken him 2 years just to become somewhat decent with the axe, and even now, he didn't feel particularly skilled with it either. Suho silently analyzed the whole situation and pinpointed the real problem. It wasn't that Dahan lacked effort, but that the axe simply didn't suit him at all. It wasn't a matter of dedication. It was a case of poor direction. If his progress hadn't improved early on, he should have switched weapons entirely. Suho found it genuinely surprising that even the top academy in the country missed something this incredibly obvious. He suggested a completely different mindset. Since players would eventually receive stat adjustments, it made more sense to pick a weapon that felt inherently natural to them. With skill correction effects, proficiency could rise super quickly, but true performance in battle relied heavily on knowledge and experience. In Dahan's case, the battle axe was clearly a total mismatch. While it delivered heavy hits, the long cooldowns made users incredibly vulnerable. And considering Dahan's massive frame, it became even harder to protect him effectively. When Dahan heard this, he was absolutely taken aback. He'd spent the last 3 years training with an axe. Suho acknowledged his dedication, but pointed out that Dahan's real strength might actually be in tanking. He advised Dahan to try using a kite, shield on his left arm, and a one-handed blunt weapon in his right hand. According to Suho, this setup would significantly enhance Dahan's overall combat effectiveness. Dahan hesitated. Switching roles right before the exam felt incredibly risky, especially since the test was happening the very next day. Suho then asked him to truly think about what truly forms the backbone of a raid party. While many believed it was the mage, in reality, it was always the tank. A tank's job was to draw the enemy's attention and protect the team. To do that properly, a tank needed both a sturdy shield and a secondary weapon for crowd control. Suho's reasoning finally resonated with Dahan, and motivated by this insight, he decided to give it a shot. Suho was glad Dahan didn't let doubt hold him back, appreciating how quickly he could think and adapt. Suho wished him luck, and Dahan thanked him before heading off. Immediately after that, the guide explained that Director Kim had asked him to give Suho a tour, which is why he had introduced him as a guest. But now the guide was genuinely curious. Was Suho actually an instructor? He seemed to know a lot about combat and contracts. Suho clarified that he was an instructor, though internally, he realized it probably looked suspicious for someone without a license to know so much. So he explained that he was more like a stakeholder. The guide nodded and mentioned he'd just received a call. The contract was ready, and it was time to return to the director's office. Then came a day of the hunter test. The area in front of the association building was packed with eager examinees, all armed with swords and ready to earn their hunter licenses. Everyone had been preparing relentlessly for this very moment, sharpening their skills and reaching peak performance. Ironically, Suho, the same man who had cleared a gate all by himself, was in his absolute worst condition. After finishing the test, Suho walked out, reflecting on the purpose behind it. It had been organized because of concerns over possible doping. But in his opinion, those measures didn't mean much. Most cheaters didn't use drugs. They used skill buffs during the test. One woman in particular, and several others, had shown magic levels no one at level 5 should naturally have. The system then notified Suho that his magic sensing ability was far sharper than most. He had fully mastered the skill of magic detection. Thanks to that, Suho found it easier to spot inconsistencies. Even though nothing had been officially reported yet, he could already tell many were blatantly cheating. Using buffs, he knew it was time to put an end to this madness. And looking at Schulman, Suho felt grateful to have at least one honest person around. As he walked into the hall, where other candidates buzzed about their tests, he couldn't help but feel like he'd unintentionally become a cheater himself. Schulman walked up, asking how the test went. Suho replied that he was confident he'd pass, but then asked why Schulman was even there. Schulman explained he was simply helping out, since the association was always short-staffed. He'd also heard this written test was the hardest one yet, but Suho's confidence was truly impressive. Suho responded that he believed he'd nailed it, and then asked if he could bring something up. Schulman readily agreed, as long as it wasn't about the test itself. Suho said it was somewhat related. He pointed out that during the test, there hadn't been any checks for buffs and asked why. Schulman asked what he meant by buff checks. Suho explained that while the association did conduct urine and blood tests to prevent drug use and confiscated personal items to prevent cheating through gear, they didn't seem to check for skill-based cheating. He suggested that using magic detection could help spot buffed individuals more effectively. Schulman appreciated the input and promised to look into it before the practical exam. Suho said he'd get ready for the next test. Before he left, Schulman stopped him and said he personally hoped Suho would do well and that they'd get to work together. He wished him luck on the practical, and Suho thanked him. 30 minutes later, at the site of the practical test, the announcer informed everyone that the exam had been delayed by 2 hours due to issues with the dive capsules. All candidates were directed to grab lunch at the cafeteria and wait either in the lounge or the training area. But Suho wasn't convinced. It felt like an excuse. He suspected Brother Schulman had already started his crackdown, cracking down on those trying to cheat, using buffs, moving swiftly, just as he'd expected. With 1,200 candidates and a pass rate under 10%, spotting cheaters could easily drop that rate down even further to 7%. Anyone who passed under those conditions would undoubtedly be top-tier talent. Suho decided to observe the other candidates, to spot anyone worth keeping an eye on. Just then, some voices caught his attention. One man was challenging another to a match. The second guy snapped back, telling him to back off and stop picking fights. But the first guy clarified he only wanted to spar, joking that the other was afraid his lack of skill would be exposed. Annoyed, the second man shoved him and told him to stay out of his face. The first man then raised a wooden sword and asked what would happen if he struck first. Before anything could escalate, Suho stepped in and blocked the wooden sword with his own, making the attacker pull back in surprise. The second man was stunned and asked Suho if he'd lost his mind, but Suho calmly said he'd handle it and told the man to stay out of it. The guy asked who Suho was. Was he some kind of officer? Suho simply said he was just another test taker. He warned that dealing with someone like this attacker would only cause unnecessary trouble, so it was best to leave it to him. The attacker then questioned why Suho was getting involved. Suho smiled, introduced himself, and offered to be the attacker's sparring partner, since he was so eager for one. But the attacker wasn't impressed. He scoffed, saying he wouldn't waste his time sparring with someone weak like Suho. That word weak caught Suho off guard. The attacker claimed Suho just got lucky earlier and warned him not to get arrogant, ordering him to leave. But Suho turned the tables, asking if he was scared. The attacker, annoyed, asked what that was supposed to mean. Suho suggested they test if it truly was just a stroke of luck, hinting the attacker was too chicken to put to the test. Instantly provoked, the man snapped and accepted the challenge. He hurled insults, branding Suho as just another spineless coward. Amidst the crowd, Suho calmly agreed to the spar, but he insisted they first secure a supervisor's approval and use the designated sparring arena. Once permission was swiftly granted, both combatants strode into the training arena, immediately drawing stares from every nearby student. The referee quickly reminded them to only use the training weapons provided by the association, and sternly warned that the match would be halted if things spiraled out of control. As the match began, the attacker charged forward, wildly swinging his wooden sword first. Suho effortlessly parried the blow. The attacker then leapt high into the air, swinging downward, but Suho dodged with effortless grace. Both furious and utterly surprised, the attacker threatened to rip Suho to shreds. But Suho stomped down on the man's wooden sword and taunted him, calling him pathetically weak. That cutting insult pushed the attacker completely over the edge. This man, Park Young, was infamous as a mad swordsman obsessed with raw strength, constantly seeking out skilled opponents to challenge. His insatiable thirst for power had warped him into a truly relentless combatant. Suho remembered how incredibly skilled Young had been during their last encounter, and was genuinely surprised to see him among this same batch of test takers. He immediately realized Young absolutely needed to be stopped before he repeated his past mistakes. Without a shred of warning, Suho delivered a powerful kick that sent Young flying backward as he slammed into the ground. Suho then mocked his earlier arrogance. Stunned, Young questioned how Suho could be so strong. Suho calmly warned him that blindly charging in simply wouldn't work, hinting that Young had never faced someone as powerful as a level 10 before, as most of his previous opponents probably never even got past level 5. Getting back up with a confident smirk, Young admitted Suho seemed far too calm, and boldly announced he'd go all out. Suho welcomed it. Young unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, but Suho effortlessly dodged them all, with just one hand on his sword. The intensity of Yang's attacks had definitely ramped up, and Suho acknowledged the added weight behind each blow. Then Yang went all in, unleashing his signature dragon sword technique. A flash of blinding light erupted as their swords clashed. Yang thought he'd finally landed a decisive hit and began to celebrate. But when the light faded, Suho was still standing, completely unharmed. He'd blocked the attack. Shocked, Yang trembled and demanded an explanation. Suho smirked, declaring the attack was simply too slow. In reality, Yang had only managed a basic version of the dragon sword technique without a hunter's license. It was impossible to master the real thing. Enraged by the humiliation, Yang charged again, but Suho dodged every single attack with ease. At one point, Suho dropped into a crouch, baiting Yang into one last, reckless charge. Just as Yang shouted that the match was over, Suho landed a powerful upward strike to his chin, knocking him out cold. Yang hit the ground, defeated and dazed, struggling to understand what had even happened. Suho calmly repeated that his attacks were simply too slow. Though Yang was seething, all he could do was lie there, muttering Suho's name under his breath. Watching this, Suho realized that Yang's obsession would now revolve entirely around defeating him, ignoring everyone else in the process. With that distraction taken care of, Suho figured the testing center might finally quiet down. Meanwhile, the supervisors who had been observing everything were left stunned, snapping them out of their daze. Suho casually spoke up, reporting that he'd accidentally knocked out Park Yang and asked them to take care of him. In the next scene, Suho sat inside a room filled with various machines. Looking around, he noticed there were even more skilled individuals present than before, likely anti-doping inspectors, disguised as technicians. As the room grew noisy, Suho became visibly irritated, clearly wishing they'd all just leave. A technician then walked up to him and instructed him to lie down. He then explained how the emergency button worked in case anything fell off during the dive. Suho confirmed he understood. Once the system powered up, Suho lay down, and cables were attached to both sides of his head. A system window appeared, indicating that the Hunter practical test program had been activated. As Suho's consciousness connected to the simulation, the dive progress steadily climbed, 5%, then 40%, then 77%, until it hit 100%. The connection was successful, and the healer class test scenario began. When Suho opened his eyes, he found himself in a different world. Right away, he could tell this test wasn't going to be easy, especially considering how few people passed the healer exam. In front of him were wounded individuals, calling for help, and some were trapped under rubble. One girl, in particular, was desperately trying to lift a huge stone. As Suho took in the chaotic scene, he silently criticized the Hunter Association for being too ruthless with the scenario. The whole situation already felt traumatic. Before continuing, let's understand the context of this practical test. It's considered the centerpiece of the Hunter exam. The main goal is to evaluate how well a participant fits into their chosen class. Every year, the simulation scenarios change, and the criteria for passing also vary. Typically, these tests involve one-on-one fights or surviving waves of enemies. A participant's score depends on how long they last and how many opponents they defeat. But for healers, it's different. The focus isn't just on how strong their healing powers are. While healing ability matters, the most valued quality is sacrifice. Healers, who put their own lives on the line to save others, earn higher scores as monsters began to approach. Suho reflected on the nature of the test. In this scenario, the healer is expected to die protecting the patient. The issue is his own stats were still active. Walking toward the monsters, he spotted a sword on the ground. Looking at it, he realized he'd have to take a serious beating before dying. Unlike the others, he questioned the logic of letting himself be beaten to death. Dying once had already been enough for him. Nearby, others screamed for help at the sight of the monsters, but Suho knew those screams were illusions. In reality, he was surrounded only by corpses. He approached a terrified girl and asked if she was okay. Shaking the girl warned that the monsters would return, and they had to run, but Suho knew the real mission. He had to protect her until the end. Reassuring her, he promised that the rescue team would come, and that he'd keep her safe until then. With resolve, he stood his ground, ready to fight the oncoming monsters. Back in the observation room, players started exiting the simulation pods one by one. One of them stepped out, thinking he could have done better. A woman thanked him for his efforts and instructed him to gather his belongings and head outside. She then moved to another pod and checked the screen. It displayed the details of a participant. Kong, Jin Young Archer class. with a recorded time of 9 minutes and 4 seconds. She commented that this season, scores were particularly low due to the test difficulty. Curious, she asked director Shin how long Suho had been inside. Shin replied, 30 minutes, shocked. She repeated the number, unable to believe it was that long. Rushing over to Suho's machine, she checked the display herself. 30 minutes, still in disbelief. She questioned, Suho's a warrior, isn't he? Shin quickly corrected her, explaining Suho was a healer. Refusing to believe it, she accused him of lying. But Shin gestured to the sword Suho had been holding and urged her to look closely. Together, they reviewed the simulation footage. Watching Suho in action, the woman asked again, is he truly a healer? Impressed by his combat ability, she wondered aloud if he might be disqualified for not dying. But director Shin clarified that there was no rule requiring death. The test's real purpose was to protect the patient. She nodded in agreement, realizing the patient must be protected until the end. Shin continued to explain. Suho was meeting all the conditions. He never abandoned the patient, fought by her side, healing her constantly throughout. He was risking his life to protect her. As long as all conditions were met, disqualification was an option. Upon hearing that, the woman concluded that the top score for this exam had already been determined. Meanwhile, Suho was still battling inside the simulation. With incredible skill, he sliced through the monsters in a single blow. But even after his victory, Suho felt it wasn't enough. He needed to be faster as more monsters appeared. He eliminated them one after another, showing unwavering focus. Eventually, he wiped them all out. A system message popped up. Your understanding of the skill foot play is very high. Congratulations, you've mastered foot play. Suho read the message and realized that although this was a simulation, since it was based on real-world mechanics, the system could still recognize his physical control. The system acknowledged he was directly controlling his body, making it possible to master physical skills. That is, even here, though the experience gained was less than in real combat, it was still a great way to train. In addition to swordsmanship, he had picked up various skills and upgraded all basic sword techniques to a rank. No EXP or item rewards here, but the satisfaction was undeniable. If he could just eventually get all his sword skills to A rank or beyond, he might even be able to forge a technique, just like Park Yong's legendary dragon sword technique. Suddenly, another message popped up. Great achievement. Your mastery of swordsmanship eclipses everyone else's. The system is thoroughly impressed by your unique style and wants to officially register it. Would you like to forge a brand new swordsmanship skill by merging your basic sword techniques and footwork? Suho smirked, finally ready to forge his very own style. Guardian Sword. A confirmation window then appeared, confirming if that would be the official name. Suho confirmed, and another message swiftly congratulated him on his supreme mastery and recognized the birth of a new, unique swordsmanship skill. Guardian Sword, S rank. This incredible new ability instantly boosted the effects of all his sword and footwork skills by a whopping 50%. As a reward for this monumental achievement, the system awarded him 10 bonus stat points and hoped Suho would continue walking the path of the sword. A final message then confirmed. He had unlocked Sword Mastery, S rank, a unique privilege granted only to those with the deepest understanding of swordsmanship. This instantly lifted all restrictions on learning and using any sword techniques, boosted all sword-related abilities by another 50%, and shattered any limitations tied to sword use. Suho quietly reflected on his past life. Back then, it had taken him more than 10 years to reach this incredible level of skill. But now, however, thanks to the knowledge carried over from that life, he had progressed exponentially faster. He realized just how much his value had surged, then turned his focus back to the exam. He recalled that the number of monsters was rigidly predetermined, and he couldn't help but wonder how much sheer effort had gone into preparing this entire setup. With all his objectives now completed, only 2 daunting paths remained. Either die at the hands of the monsters, or just utterly obliterate them elsewhere. The supervisors, watching the live footage, were left absolutely speechless. They simply couldn't believe their eyes at what they'd just witnessed. For the first time ever in practical exam history, someone had defeated every single monster. Their all wasn't just for his incredible combat prowess, but also because he had successfully healed the patient. One examiner even joked that they didn't even need to bother checking the rankings. The winner was undeniably clear. A few days later, the scene shifted to the Hexagon Guild's bustling headquarters. A confident guild member declared their student, Kian, would surely be this year's top scorer. Another member enthusiastically agreed, proud of all the effort they'd poured into his training. But then, someone spotted a congratulatory letter. As it was read aloud, confusion quickly spread. Kian wasn't the top scorer after all. The name on the letter was Suho. Everyone was stunned. The atmosphere immediately shifted, tense and confused as someone asked, "Where's Kian?" At that exact moment, the guild master received call, and the scene shifted once more. Suho was now on a call with the team leader. The leader apologized for the late congratulations, explaining he'd been absolutely swamped with work, but he made sure to heap praise on Suho for earning the highest score. He admitted he hadn't expected such incredible consistency from him. Suho responded humbly, saying it was all thanks to the team leader, though the leader quickly deflected the credit, saying Suho's achievements were entirely his own doing. He also pointed out that Suho's exceptional performance had helped expose a number of cheaters who were illegally boosting their skills. This would lead to tighter rules in future exams, which he saw as a very positive outcome. Then, the team leader cautiously brought up a question. Was Suho still interested in joining the Great Hunter Association? Suho replied that, although he might stay with the guild a bit longer, his ultimate goal hadn't changed. He still fully intended to join the association. The team leader appreciated his clear answer and said he'd reach out once the recruitment or testing schedule was ready. Suho gave a light smile before wrapping up the call. The team leader then reminded Suho to eat well and always take care of his health. Suho returned the thoughtful sentiment. After the call disconnected, the team leader glanced at something in his hand, then quietly reminded himself to eat as well. Back with Suho, he paused for a moment, the leader's tone still echoing in his mind. A little off, he wondered if everything was truly all right. Just then, his phone rang once more. Suho checked the caller ID, instantly recognizing the name. He answered, introducing himself clearly. The caller was none other than Kim Soo, who enthusiastically congratulated him on his recent success and confirmed that his payment had already been sent, according to their agreement. Suho acknowledged her impressive efficiency, praising her large guild's professionalism. Then came her exciting proposal. She invited Suho to join the prestigious Nexus Guild, promising benefits that were far superior to anything other guilds could offer. Curious, Suho asked how far they were willing to go. Kim Soo assured him she'd do everything in her power to meet his expectations. As a top student and scholarship recipient, she explained, adjusting the contract terms would be absolutely no problem. She even suggested meeting in person to finalize the deal. Suho, however, politely declined for the time being, mentioning he had personal plans for the day. He promised to review his schedule and get back to her soon. Still, he did hint that, considering he was a Nexus scholarship recipient, it would only be logical to join Nexus over any other guild. Kim Soo was absolutely overjoyed by his response. Her excitement was so intense that even her nearby co-workers took notice. She begged him not to sign anything with another guild. In the meantime, amused by her enthusiasm, Suho chuckled and agreed to meet up soon. As the call ended, Suho smiled, still hearing the echo of her thrilled voice. At that very moment, the taxi driver let him know they had arrived. Suho thanked him and stepped out. Standing outside now, Suho took a moment to reflect on everything that had happened. He'd cleared the test, secured his license, and even received his payment. The next chapter of his journey was unfolding right before him. With quiet determination, he moved forward, ready to begin farming at Lighthouse General Market. Suho checked his phone and mused about how quickly he'd gathered everything he needed. Now, the only thing left was to buy a weapon With that goal in mind, he arrived at a small, tucked-away shop, deliberately avoiding the crowded ones, as he wasn't sure if they'd carry what he was truly after. As he stood outside, he wondered if this quiet spot might hold the perfect weapon. Stepping inside, Suho greeted the shopkeeper, who immediately asked what he needed. Suho explained he had just become a hunter and was seeking a lightweight weapon. The shopkeeper directed him toward a section with cheaper items. When Suho glanced at them, he noticed thick layers of dust and quickly realized most low-grade weapons came without verified data. But that didn't mean every unverified weapon was completely useless. Some weapons needed to undergo a process known as liberation before revealing their true potential. These special weapons usually gave off a subtle aura, a distinct kind of signal, though most players in places like this wouldn't recognize it. Suho picked up one of the weapons and activated his magic detection skill. A faint smile appeared on his face. He had found it. After walking out with the weapon, Suho thought to himself that if the owner ever discovered the spear's true worth, he'd deeply regret letting it go so cheaply. But for now, it was time to begin. Suho closed his eyes, focused, and began pouring his magical energy into the weapon. The spear absorbed his power at an alarming pace, draining his energy incredibly quickly. Realizing how much it was taking out of him, Suho stopped, then collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. He realized if he'd pushed just a little bit more, he might have collapsed from magic depletion. To fully awaken the weapon, he needed a magic stat of at least 100, though he couldn't wield it just yet. He knew it had become a powerful asset soon enough. He vowed he'd level up fast and unlock its full potential quickly. Meanwhile, back at the PBS building, reporter Jean Wei got a sudden call from Suho. Suho introduced himself and confirmed he was the top scorer in the recent hunter test. He then revealed he had personally handled the unprecedented gate incident at Syndrome Station all by himself. Jean Wei was absolutely floored by this revelation, taking a moment to silently process the fact that Suho had cleared such a dangerous gate. Even before officially becoming a licensed hunter, in Jean Wei's eyes, Suho was already a monster. When Jean Wei asked why Suho had reached out to him directly, Suho explained that he'd found Jean Wei's blog during a search. He mentioned that while he knew about Jean Wei's privileged upbringing, he respected Jean Wei's decision to pursue journalism. Out of genuine interest, Suho shared that he had big plans and would soon become a source of major headlines. He then proposed that Jean Wei work as his exclusive reporter. Jean Wei was skeptical, wondering if Suho was just trying to tie down a wealthy journalist as his subordinate. Internally, he dismissed Suho as just another ambitious oddball with delusions of grandeur. Even though he understood what Suho was suggesting, Jean Wei was uncomfortable with the idea. He admitted he craved exclusives, but he had no desire to work under anyone. Suho clarified that he wasn't looking for a subordinate, but a reliable partner. Jean Wei responded bluntly, suggesting that Suho's offer seemed like a tactic to boost his own market value. Before joining a guild, Suho admitted there was some truth to that, but not entirely. He wasn't doing this to increase his worth, but to gain fame. His ultimate goal? To become a civil servant. Jinwoo was completely caught off guard. Was Suho seriously talking about joining the Hunter Association? The idea of chasing fame just to become a public official seemed absurd to him, but Suho was dead serious. He explained he wanted to work directly in the field as a full-fledged member of the Hunter Association. This made Jinwoo question Suho's background. Was Suho just another rich kid, treating hunter work like some mere side quest? Suho then revealed a shocking truth. He was a gate orphan, and that tragic past was what drove him toward public service. It shaped his entire life's purpose, conquering gates. As Jinwoo glanced down at his laptop, he questioned whether Suho was truly being serious. With so many strange individuals emerging lately, it was getting genuinely hard to tell. But in the end, he decided it didn't really matter. He acknowledged Suho's unique point of view, but firmly declined the offer. He preferred choosing his own stories to cover. Still, Suho absolutely didn't give up. He suggested a bet. Curious, Jinwoo asked, "What kind?" Suho proposed to earn Jin Wei's trust by proving himself as a true hunter. He boldly announced he would attempt to clear the Tower of Challenge alone. That very day, Jin Wei was absolutely stunned. That tower was infamous, a legendary challenge. Clearing it was widely considered impossible, even for a full season party. Doing it solo sounded downright suicidal. But Suho was confident that if he pulled it off, it would be more than enough to convince Jin Wei. If he succeeded, he wanted Jin Wei to become his personal and exclusive dedicated reporter. Suho remembered Jin Wei from his past life quite clearly. A top-tier broadcaster who worked for PBS, famous for his fierce pride and elite background. He'd gained immense popularity as a journalist, who famously never took requests. Yet, in Suho's previous life, they had teamed up countless times. All thanks to Jin Wei's razor-sharp reporting and his rare influence over public opinion. But that very same brilliance made him dangerous to others, like a constant thorn stuck in someone's side. Eventually, Jin Wei got caught up in fierce political conflicts and was unceremoniously forced into early retirement and eventually disappeared from the public scene. This time, Suho silently vowed to prevent that tragic fate. During their call, Suho laid out his proposition. If he could conquer the Tower of Challenge, Jin Woo would have to become his exclusive personal reporter. Though utterly stunned, Jin Woo ultimately agreed. If Suho genuinely pulled it off, Jin Woo promised he'd back him up with everything he had as a journalist. The call ended with Suho confidently declaring it was time to begin. After the call, Jin Woo started feeling incredibly irritated, thinking Suho was seriously driving him nuts. He just kept dwelling on Suho's sudden, unexpected request, completely confused about its origin. Even though he was clearly annoyed, he didn't entirely hate the idea. Something about the proposal felt incredibly genuine, and Suho didn't seem like the type to scam anyone. Caught between frustration and curiosity, Jinwoo muttered to himself that he was really losing it. Still, he shrugged it off, thinking it was a harmless gamble. If it turned out real, great. If not, no big deal. The scene shifts to the Tower of Challenge. Suho stands at the entrance, showing his hunter license to the gatekeeper. The man notices Suho came alone and warns him that solo entry is allowed, but it's risky, judging by Suho's license number. He assumes Suho just passed his test. The gatekeeper suggests teaming up, since even the lower levels often lead to injuries, or worse, but Suho insists on going in alone, respecting his choice. The man informs him of the 70,000 won entry fee and tells him to pay once he gets the invoice. Suho nods and thanks him as he steps forward. The gatekeeper shouts after him to be careful and retreat if things get too dangerous. Suho simply gives a nod and walks inside. While walking, Suho reflects on the Tower Challenge. It's widely known as a training ground for players below level 20. This public gate is government maintained and meant to help players grow stronger. Now that his level has been reset, there's no better place to start over. As he pushes the door open and steps in, the system immediately announces his entry. The system informs him he can give up anytime, and if he chooses to withdraw, he'll be instantly teleported back to the entrance. Suho summons his sword just as the system activates. The first floor challenge. A slime monster appears and launches an attack. Mid-fight, Suho notices the monster's immense size and surprising speed, which momentarily catches him off guard. Despite being only a level 1 creature, with barely any attack power, its movements are irritating, and getting bogged down by it could slow him. He wants to finish it quickly. Suho thrusts his sword through the slime's core, destroying it, but then he realizes something. This slime can multiply. That irritating trait means when its core splits, it regenerates into several smaller versions. Even though there's a limit to their division capacity, this regenerative ability is still a threat. It's one reason why most players enter the tower in parties, as monsters usually show up in groups on almost every floor. Not wasting any time, Suho begins wiping out the multiplying slimes. He leaps into the air, stabs one mid-jump, and then hurls his sword to take down another. As he falls, a slime swings its tentacle at him. Suho grabs hold mid-air, preventing a hard fall, and uses that grip to catapult himself upward with clean and precise strikes. He slashes through the tentacles and clears out the rest of the enemies. The system notifies him that he's conquered the first floor and asks if he wants to move on. Suho looks up, full of resolve. With 48 more floors to go, there's no time to waste. The system then signals the start of the second floor. Challenge. Suho thinks back to the Tower of Challenge, remembering that in his past life, the highest official record reached was the 48th floor. At present, the record only goes up to the 29th floor, both milestones achieved through party play. Typically, challengers enter the tower in groups, and the number of participants determines the difficulty level. The more people in a party, the less experience each person earns. But it's a much safer path forward. Most hunters vying for the highest ranks form parties comprised of level 20 members. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Suho clears the 18th floor and gazes upward, realizing he doesn't need to follow the usual methods. Without hesitation, he accepts the challenge for the 19th floor, activating the next stage. Unlike the earlier levels, which teamed with multiple enemies, this floor has only a single, powerful monster. While that makes the opponent significantly stronger, it also means that defeating it alone is enough to pass the stage. The moment the monster appears, Suho charges in and defeats it with a single sword strike. The system announces the completion of the 19th floor and gives him the option to proceed to the 20th instead. Suho decides to pause the challenge and examines the monster's body. He notices something strange. Unlike other defeated monsters that vanish immediately, this one leaves behind a red gain. It's a clear hint from the tower, but there's something more to uncover. Suho retrieves an item from the remains, realizing it has a specific purpose, even though it can't be used on its own. Using his magic detection ability, he finds a hidden space linked to the Red Gate. This hidden area turns out to be the subspace, Fortress of the Fortress King, Yongpyong. This subspace is unique because, unlike others created using items, it allows living beings to enter and leave freely. Inside, Suho finds himself in a place that looks like a cave. A glowing object appears, and the system informs him that the fortress's previous owner is dead. Suho is asked if he wants to take ownership. He accepts and grabs the glowing object, which begins to fuse with his body. The system confirms that Suho is now the new master of the subspace fortress, which is no longer just an item. It has become a skill bound to him permanently. The system also explains that the appearance of the fortress will change, depending on Suho's magical power. The very space begins to warp. What was once a mere cave now transforms into a lavishly furnished room. A stunned Suho quickly realizes this space is far more sophisticated than he ever imagined. Its size actually expands with his magical strength and even adapts perfectly to his preferences. He feels immense relief that he stopped Jong Pyong-ho from ever getting his greedy hands on this power. That scoundrel had once used the fortress to hoard everything, from illicit drugs and stolen artifacts to even kidnapped people. Remembering the sheer horror of those sleepless nights caused by such heinous crimes fills Suho with utter disgust. But now, with the fortress firmly in his grasp, he knows such darkness will never repeat itself. By stopping the rise of the monstrous Fortress King and gaining a powerful personal base of operations, Suho feels he scored a truly massive win. With this newfound resolve, he gets ready to push forward no matter what. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was idly scrolling through his phone, reading an article that piqued his growing interest. He noticed that an unusually large number of students had started gravitating toward Nexus lately. Suho had once mentioned he was considering joining the Great Hunter Association. However, this exclusive media coverage strongly suggested that, despite his talks, Nexus was confident Suho would ultimately end up with them. Jinwoo felt a pang of uncertainty. Only time would truly tell. Still, he couldn't shake the thought of how many floors Suho had already effortlessly cleared. Just then, a system alert dramatically popped up. The 30th floor had just been conquered. The Tower of Challenge record had been utterly shattered, and someone was already boldly advancing to the 31st floor. The nearby crowd immediately fell silent, utterly stunned. Murmurs spread. Was this a new record, a team raid, or something far more insane than they could imagine? Their shock deepened even further when the system immediately blasted another announcement. The 31st floor had also been cleared. Just mere moments after it had even begun, Jin-Woo froze. If this truly was Suho, then he had completely, utterly misjudged him until now. Jin-Woo had always chalked up Suho's wins to sheer luck and theatrics. But if this insane, breakneck pace was real, then Suho was a formidable rival he'd be stuck competing with for a very long time inside the Hunter Association. So Director Kim heard the shocking news and was visibly rattled. She quickly confirmed the reports. Suho was actually smashing records live. Realizing Suho's incredible value, she decided they had to craft an offer so tempting it simply couldn't be refused. She ordered her team to alert the president, an office manager, then head straight to headquarters. Meanwhile, the system fueled Chulman's rapid rise through the Tower of Challenge was something the world had truly never seen. If Suho truly wanted to join the association, this was a once-in-a-generation talent. Just then, Chulman's phone rang. It was the vice president of the association. Curious, Chulman picked up. The VP asked where he was. Upon hearing Chulman was near the tower in Pango, he instantly jumped on the opportunity. He told Chulman to bring Suho in. Chulman's face lit up, thinking he'd been given the chance to recruit Suho. But the VP quickly shut that idea down. He didn't want a recruitment. Just a photo of Suho with the association president. Then he hung up, leaving Chulman stunned and bitter. He thought to himself, how these power-hungry executives were exactly why the public saw them as corrupt and incompetent. In his mind, only hunters deserved to be in charge of the association. He stared at the tower, trying to think of a way to convince Suho to come in. Inside the tower, Suho had just cleared the 48th floor, updating the tower record yet again. Exhaustion was starting to weigh him down. Constantly pushing forward was truly draining. He wondered when this madness would finally end. Still, when he opened his status window, his spirits immediately lifted. Hitting level 39 felt like a real reward. With every floor cleared, he earned 5 bonus stat points, and each one felt like a true gift. Knowing the system inside out made it feel like he was building a game character, a second self. And honestly, it was kind of fun. With his stats set, Suho prepared for the final challenge. The 49th floor had begun. A glowing crystal appeared right in front of him, and from it, the final boss burst forth. A tower dragon, level 49. Suho stared wide-eyed, immediately recognizing just how ridiculously overpowered this thing was, even without pure blood traits. Just being a Dragonborn made it absurdly powerful. It made him question if this floor was ever even meant to be beaten. But Suho knew exactly why he was here. He wasn't going to hesitate now. Gritting his teeth, sword in hand, he charged at the final boss with full resolve. Ready to end this, Suho moved in to confront the dragon, ready to attack. In response, the dragon launched its own devastating assault, forcing Suho to leap into the air to evade it. While airborne, he quickly noticed something important. For a beast of its enormous size, the dragon was shockingly fast. Suddenly, a dark aura leaked from its claws, creating a powerful pulling force that dragged Suho straight toward its gaping jaws. Right before he was sucked in, Suho grabbed onto the dragon's mouth, hoisted himself over its massive head, and slammed his sword down with all his strength. The dragon roared furiously and tossed its head so violently that Suho was flung away, forcing him to retreat to safety. As he caught his breath, Suho realized something concerning. His strongest strike hadn't even left a scratch. All he had managed to do was annoy the creature. The dragon then smashed the ground with overwhelming power, sending deep cracks tearing through the very floor. Suho ducked behind a large rock, silently grateful for his incredibly high stats. Without them, the shockwave would have killed him instantly. He quickly understood that Although the dragon's level wasn't unbelievably high, its natural traits made its body absurdly durable. Standard attacks were useless. He needed to target its weak point, the reverse scale. Since this dragon wasn't level 100 yet, it likely couldn't completely hide that scale. After scanning its body, Suho immediately pinpointed the dragon's vulnerable spot near its tail. Without a moment to lose, he charged in, slamming into the rock-hard scale with all his might. The dragon howled in pure agony. Then, a system notification flashed before him. The tower dragon had entered a terrifying rage. Its weakness had been struck, triggering its fury. Suho left his sword lodged deep within its reverse scale, knowing this fight wouldn't be over anytime soon. Dragging this battle out any further would only make things far more perilous. He channeled even more power into his attack, pushing the blade deeper. Enraged, the dragon unleashed its terrifying, fear-based ability. Suho's body instantly froze in place as he slipped into a horrifying hallucination state. The system confirmed he had fallen under the grip of fear. He tried to cure himself, but the system quickly informed him that such a high-level fear couldn't simply be removed. Before the dragon could crush him with its massive tail, Suho instantly ripped open the entrance to his subspace and vanished inside in the blink of an eye. He immediately chugged a powerful purification potion. The system swiftly confirmed the potion's potent effects as the terrifying hallucinations completely vanished. Relieved, he reminded himself sternly, only those he permitted could ever enter this subspace. He had bought the potion so casually from the general market without a second thought, unaware that he would need it this soon in such dire straits. This fight was proving far more intense than he had ever expected. Even after removing the fear status this one time, he wouldn't gain immediate resistance to it. And even cure spells were utterly useless. That meant he would be forced to repeatedly retreat into his subspace over and over, and rely on these costly purification potions, something that was clearly unsustainable in the long run. He desperately needed another plan. Rummaging through his inventory, he briefly considered calling upon the mad pulverization scholar, but before he could decide, the system notified him he had learned a basic combination formula from a newly acquired skill book, and a mysterious combination jar instantly appeared. Understanding its incredible significance, he carefully placed 3 unusual items into the jar. The unknown thief's socks, a peculiar relic. The unknown minstrel's instrument, shimmering faintly. And finally, the unknown cleaner's broom. The jar then began its mystical fusion process. Suho knew absolute formula combinations always hit the mark. They consistently brought forth something incredible. Many so-called trash items actually held incredible hidden value. And just like that, the process concluded successfully. A rare treasure had been created, a world first. It was Mumu, a ring forged from a basic level formula. Suho also snagged 10 bonus stat points, his reward for crafting a never-before-seen item. He instantly understood why. First-time items typically ranked S grade or higher, but this one was S+ because it was a growth-type item. He swiftly equipped the ring, and the system instantly bound it to his very being. Suho recalled that in his past life, he had missed his shot at obtaining first Mumu, all because the mad pulverization scholar discovered it first and then made the recipe public. But this time, Suho had claimed it for himself, extra stats and all. He opened his status window without hesitation and promptly poured 4 points into his magic stat. And raising it to 100, the system congratulated him. His magic stat had gloriously turned red, an achievement he'd never touched before level 50. Earlier, he thought a purple status would take forever, but now it felt completely within reach. Purple still required a hefty 700 points. It was still a long, arduous journey, but he was utterly confident he could get there. After finalizing his stat allocation, Suho summoned his trusty, familiar old spear and began infusing it with a surge of magic. The weapon greedily absorbed power at an incredible rate. Once the precise amount was reached, the system acknowledged the successful awakening. The spear had utterly transformed. It was now the Shadow Spear. Round 2 was about to officially begin. The system then revealed the weapon's true origins. It was one of the Shadow Lord's legendary treasures, forged from the very bones of a shadow beast, and it had acknowledged Suho as its very first awakener. The spear could now be summoned directly from a shadow and regenerated using both magic and shadow energy. Suho instantly grasped the weapon's immense value. Just as Zhang Piong commanded the subspace fortress, the Shadow Lord, a monarch-level being, had once wielded this very spear. If that formidable entity truly existed within the gate, then Suho was now clutching its signature weapon. He breathed a sigh of relief, knowing it was finally his, safe from any nefarious hands that might seek it. Time to put it to the test. He summoned the spear once more, marveling at its sheer convenience. Since attacking from his subspace fortress was impossible, he had to brave the outside. He needed to step out and strike that pesky reverse scale. While the dragon slumbered, Suho slipped out of subspace and ascended to a rocky ledge, peering down at the beast, raising the shadow spear high. He launched it with pinpoint precision straight into the stone, lodged in the dragon's tail. The spear pierced deep, and the dragon thrashed wildly in agony. Suho quickly leaped down, as the system declared the dragon had entered yet another enraged state, unleashing its terrifying dragon fear. But Suho instantly retreated back into his subspace, completely evading all status effects. His calculated hit-and-run tactics continued relentlessly. Suho struck repeatedly, retreating back to safety each time. The grueling process took longer than he'd anticipated, but soon, the reverse scale's durability plummeted under 10%. It wasn't completely shattered, but it was far too weak to protect the dragon now. Stealth was no longer an option. Suho ditched all subtlety and launched a full-blown assault, bursting forth from his fortress. He rocketed into the air, driving the shadow spear straight into the dragon's eye. The colossal impact shook the entire area to its core. Suho was violently thrown back. But the enraged dragon was utterly relentless. As it frantically searched for him, Suho seized his chance, circling behind and rushing straight for the tail. The dragon unleashed dragon fear once more, but Suho shattered the stone first. The system confirmed it. The reverse scale was destroyed, and with it, the dragon's immense power drained rapidly. Suho swiftly downed a purification potion and surged into the air for the decisive finishing blow. With a clean, brutal slash across its throat, the mighty dragon collapsed. The epic battle had finally ended. The system declared that Suho had triumphantly cleared the 49th floor, setting an unprecedented new record for the Tower of Challenge. He instantly received 10 bonus stat points, and even more rewards began pouring in. Lying on the ground, he quietly processed his incredible achievement. He had conquered the entire tower, something neither his past self nor his current self had ever managed. Before hitting level 40, he gained a brand new skill, Healing Spirit, an AoE ability that once mastered could cover an entire battlefield. But the evaluation wasn't over yet. Recognizing the sheer difficulty of his feat, the system rewarded him with dragon blood. Suho was shocked. This was Yoma's signature power, the infamous monster player. So this was where Yoma had gotten it? From the Dragon Mountains. The system explained that inheriting dragon blood granted a dragon's power, depending on how far the user pushed themselves. Before Suho could summon the Shadow Spear again, the system alerted him. The weapon was reacting to the Tower Dragon's shadow. It absorbed the shadow entirely, undergoing yet another transformation, the Shadow Spear, plus a hidden function called Shadow Devour, not even listed in its original description, had grown immensely stronger. Part of the weapon's consciousness had awakened. Suho checked the updated stats and was stunned. Shadow Binding and Shadow Regeneration had both shot up from A rank to S rank. Shadow Binding could now rip out a target's shadow and fully immobilize them, while Shadow Fangs tore the shadow apart, causing continuous bleed damage. Growth-type weapons truly exceeded normal equipment. Satisfied, Suho prepared to leave. But something on the ground caught his eye. A massive fawn. The system identified it as a mighty dragon's fawn, capable of inflicting an incurable debuff that nullified all recovery. Suho was stunned again. He had obtained a dragon byproduct, something believed to be almost impossible to secure. It confirmed that the tower dragon had been a pure blood dragon, which naturally dropped materials. This entire battle had been a jackpot. With everything collected, Suho finally turned to go, certain that reporter Jin Wei will be waiting for him outside. At that very moment, the tower crystal shattered, and the system calmly declared, "The trial tower has been conquered." The conqueror? The player's Suho. As for every other player, they were forcibly expelled from the gate. Suddenly, a portal appeared, and several hunters came crashing out of it, rolling across the ground, utterly stunned. One of them dropped to his knees, clutching his head in disbelief, muttering, "This can't be real. Did someone really enter the trial tower alone?" His teammate, still sprawled on the floor, asked, "Who is Suho?" The hunter simply pointed ahead and asked if the guy standing there was the one. His partner turned his head, quietly confirming, "Yeah, that's definitely him." Because the crowd size is insane, and there's barely any space to breathe right now. Our protagonist was completely surrounded by reporters. Cameras flashed nonstop. Everyone was shouting questions at him, demanding comments and reactions to his conquest. But Suho silently thought about how exhausted he was. He'd taken way more damage from the tower dragon than he'd expected. All he truly needed now was rest. Definitely not a screaming media mob. He never expected reporters to swarm him like this. His attention shifted when he spotted reporter Jin Huey sitting dramatically on the hood of his own car, looking genuinely stunned. A psycho, that was probably the first thought running through his head. Because someone conquering that tower solo was unreal. Suho casually walked up behind him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and greeted him. Jin Huey then screamed, falling to the ground in panic, then widened his eyes in disbelief as he realized who it was. He stuttered Suho's name and asked how he even escaped the crowd. Suho smiled lightly, saying he slipped away. He explained it like he'd just executed some secret, ultimate stealth technique, and vanished without leaving a single footprint. Extending his hand forward, Suho asked why Jin Huey still didn't trust him. The reporter slowly reached out, staring at him as if he'd lost his mind, then asked if he even realized how insane he sounded. Suho calmly replied that if Jin Huey genuinely didn't trust him, he should just say so directly. Suho would then adjust his actions accordingly. Jin Huey stood up, dusting himself off, and declared that if he didn't trust Suho, he wouldn't have helped him get this far. He then hastily told Suho to jump into the car before the press noticed them. Inside the moving car, Suho received a call from team leader Chulman. Chulman congratulated him on clearing the trial tower, admitting he'd wanted to thank him in person, but Suho had vanished too quickly. Suho politely thanked him, explaining he'd been hiding because he was exhausted. Chulman chuckled, remarking that Suho always exceeded expectations. He asked if Suho was still in Pangeo, and if he'd be willing to meet up. Suho explained a friend had picked him up, then asked if there was anything specific Chulman wanted to discuss. Chulman admitted there wasn't anything particular, unless Suho could stop by the association, if he wasn't too utterly exhausted. Suho paused, repeating the words, "the association." Chulman confirmed it. He explained this was an unprecedented event. Everyone had believed the trial tower was impossible to clear, since it had been functioning as a public gate. Considering its scale, an investigation was necessary. Suho countered that he didn't recall investigations ever being conducted when large guilds cleared difficult gates. If there was information they needed, couldn't they just request it? After a quiet second, Chulman agreed and wished him a good rest. Suho thanked him and ended the call. He leaned back, thinking to himself, without a doubt, the chairman or vice chair wants me there, probably for photos and PR. He respected Chulman, but he had zero interest in doing anything for the higher-ups. If he let them drag him into bureaucracy now, he'd definitely get tangled in trouble. He planned to dodge it until he officially joined the Hunter Association. Jin Huey, glancing at him while driving, asked if he could ask something. Suho nodded, telling him to go ahead. Jean Huey noted that with Suho's abilities, he could go anywhere, especially for government positions. Suho smiled, explaining the government paid well, and no matter how strong private guilds seemed, the government held the real power. Jean Huey blinked, reminding him that private guilds had fame and influence. Suho responded calmly. Fame is temporary, nothing but a stage spotlight. Right now, private guilds look like heroes, but eventually, the public won't admire them. They'll fear them. Jean Huey nodded slowly, admitting Suho had a point. Suho sighed and continued. If I want to end the gate crisis, I need support. I can't do it alone. That's why I chose the government association. So Jean Huey smiled, saying Suho would have a massive advantage among players, because no one else had that level of duty and conviction. Suho thanked him, while healing his arm with a small healing spell. Then, Jean Huey asked if he planned to apply through normal, general recruitment. He added, it would be a waste for someone like Suho to take a level 9 field position. Suho answered that he wasn't applying for that. Jean Huey then guessed level 7, but Suho replied he wanted level 5. Jean Huey almost shouted, are you serious? Suho told him to stop asking if he was serious. Every 2 seconds, Jean Huey looked at him curiously and said, of course, I want to know why. It's natural. Suho smiled lightly and said he'd explain it, but Jean Huey better not write it in the article. Oh, and he should keep his eyes on the road. After some time telling the story, reporter Jean Huey was stunned by Suho's plan and declared it a brilliant idea. And the protagonist calmly replied, yes, it was true, but it couldn't be in the article just yet, because he wanted to make the official announcement through Jean Huey himself later on. And when that moment finally arrived, it would absolutely rock the entire world, meaning Jean Huey would get exclusive access before anyone else in the company. Jean Huey stared at him, then asked if Suho was really planning to squeeze every last drop of benefit out of him. And Suho simply replied, saying that if he's friends with a reporter, he should obviously use that to his advantage. Jean Huey laughed and said fine. Suho could use him as much as he liked. Then suddenly asked if Suho wanted to go home now, since his personal information had already been leaked, and there were probably countless people waiting near his house. The protagonist just smiled and casually answered that he'd just disappear again like he did at the tower. But Jean Huey hesitated, then asked if maybe Suho should just stay with him for now, explaining that he lived alone in a huge house. The guest room was beautifully furnished, and the security was so tight that nobody could possibly break in. Suho paused for a moment and asked where exactly he lived. Jean Huey proudly answered that his home was in Kaiser, Cheongdam, and Suho couldn't help but think, with genuine surprise, that those were premium luxury apartments worth hundreds of billions. Once they finally arrived, Suho stepped inside and froze for a second, not because he was impressed, but because the place looked like the final boss of Rich Kid, housing the kind of luxury that doesn't brag. It just is and expects you to stare. Jean Huey welcomed him like it was nothing and told him to treat the place like it was his own house. And Suho just nodded mentally, noting that this was exactly what life looked like when someone was born, with premium DLC enabled at birth. Jean Huey then pointed toward a device, sitting neatly on the table, a smart convenience pad, using the community app installed on it. Suho could order food, shop online, call for support, and even summon an emergency healer if needed. Jean Huey noted that Suho looked significantly better now compared to when he first got into the car. Suho simply replied that he was a healer. Jean Huey blinked, then asked again, and Suho repeated it, a little annoyed, because yes, he really was a healer. The journalist apologized, admitting that even though he'd read it everywhere, his brain still refused to believe it. After all, healers normally entered a guild first, then leveled safely. They didn't just casually solo clear the Tower of Challenges. Picking up his bag, the rich guy said he had to return to the office for work, and reminded Suho of the password. Suho told him not to worry and wished him a safe trip. After the door closed behind him, Suho finally opened his system window and checked his status. He decided it was time to distribute the stat points he earned from clearing the tower. He balanced stamina with the other attributes and poured the remaining points into sensitivity. At this level, it wasn't just an elite route anymore. It was the path of a successor. And even he had to admit, his stats were looking absolutely insane now. Once that was handled, Suho switched to a different task. He'd been a master at detecting surveillance equipment. In the past, and with his newly improved sensitivity, he could probably detect anything. And even if he trusted Jinhua, he wasn't stupid enough to blindly assume. A conglomerate kid's place was completely clean. Better paranoid than dead, right? After checking every detail for a while, Suho finally dropped onto the sofa, feeling drained. The house was huge, way bigger than most subspace grade houses he'd seen before. Honestly, finding hidden cameras felt harder than slaying that dragon earlier. With no devices detected, he finally let himself relax, but his phone wouldn't stop buzzing. Notification after notification kept flooding in. When he checked, Suho quickly realized his personal info had been compromised. Someone had exposed his number. It was out there. The messages just wouldn't stop flooding in. Accepting the grim reality of it all, he decided a new phone and number were absolutely essential. Remembering the community app Jean had mentioned, Suho gave it a try, and to his genuine surprise, it proved incredibly efficient. He quickly transferred all his important data to the new device, designating it exclusively for his private use. Even though his old phone kept buzzing with unwanted messages, he still planned to ditch that number very soon. He glanced at the clock, just a little past 5 p.m. He figured he had just enough time for a quick break before heading back out again. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely that very night, inside a quiet, unassuming building, a mysterious gate materialized. Several masked individuals stepped right through it. They meticulously scanned the entire area. No witnesses, no surveillance, absolutely nothing. Then they opened the bags they were carrying and began placing bombs with chilling, practiced precision. And while they were still deep in the middle of setting everything up, Suho calmly materialized right behind them, as if he just walked in on a casual meeting instead of a dangerous terrorist operation. He then casually remarked, "Bombing public buildings isn't exactly a great idea." The masked group instantly froze in their tracks, utterly confused. This building was supposed to be completely empty today. Suho casually agreed. "Normally, yes, but I came because I fully expected something like this." Panic erupted. One man screamed for everyone to retreat and scrambled desperately toward the gate. A girl in the group stumbled, falling hard to the floor. Her teammates hesitated, wondering if she'd simply tripped. One tried to lift her, but she wouldn't budge an inch. Another insisted they hurry and physically pull her through, but the girl's legs remained eerily rooted to the floor. They didn't realize it yet, but Suho had already deployed his shadow bind, chaining her down with dark, potent energy. Still struggling fiercely, the man shouted, "Something's definitely wrong here." And the girl, with a chilling resolve, muttered one cold word, "Abandon." The man flat out refused, unwilling to leave her behind. But the girl insisted, issuing a chilling order, "Kill Suho." The remaining three charged forward together, driven by sheer panic. But before they could even take a single step, an unseen force ruthlessly pinned them down. Suho's intimidation skill instantly crushed their resolve. With them completely subdued, Suho calmly asked if they were members of Banshee. The narration clarified Banshee as a notorious terrorist organization, responsible for countless bombings and widespread chaos. Even though they were eventually apprehended in the past, the destruction they caused was immense. And, astonishingly, just 4 members did it all. The group was utterly stunned that someone recognized them, demanding how Suho possibly knew their names. Suho calmly stepped toward the man closest to him, removed his cap, and identified him as Kwak Deho, their muscle, the one who handled heavy tasks and workday labor. Next, Suho gestured to another, Seo Kaiwan, the infamous bomb maker, who secretly worked as a middle school science teacher. Next, Kim Hyun-min, their elusive transporter, an ordinary delivery driver, utilizing a movement skill to vanish after attacks. Finally, Suho directed his attention to the girl, Kuyumwa, a university student and the true leader of Banshee. Her devastating EMP ability erased electronics and magic supports with startling ease. Stunned, Yunhua demanded how Suho knew it all. Suho just smiled and stated, "Anything can be uncovered, if one tried hard enough." And she knew that already. Still refusing to believe him, she again demanded to know his identity. Suho acknowledged her sharp mind, reminding her that she already knew the answer. He then stated that if she still didn't trust him, he could easily prove it by simply handing her over to the authorities. Instantly realizing he wasn't bluffing, she finally asked him what he wanted. Suho replied that she should have agreed earlier, adding that this wasn't an ideal place to talk. He told her to retrieve the bomb, saying they would talk at their hideout instead. She just stared at him, wondering just how much information he truly knew, but finally agreed. Suho turned to Hyunmin, asking if they could move now. He then told him to open the door. A taxi was clearly out of the question for them. Once inside their secret hideout, Suho told everyone to relax a little, even offering to let them remove their masks. Yanawa refused, but then ripped hers off herself anyway, telling Suho that she only did it because the room was stuffy, not because he had ordered her to. She demanded answers from him again. How did he know who they were? Why did he approach them? And why would someone known for conquering gates go after a terrorist cell like theirs? Suho simply smiled, admitting she'd asked so many things at once that he didn't even know where to start. He explained he used his own unique skills he never revealed publicly, to track and identify them, the same way they had hidden their own. Finally focused, she asked again, what did he want? Suho extended an offer. He wanted them to work with him. He mentioned his recent PBS interview and the future plans he'd shared there. Younghwa immediately assumed he meant joining the Hunter Association. Suho confirmed it, and before she spiraled, he quickly clarified. He wasn't handing them over for forced recruitment. He explained he would take the level 5 exam, then move through 1 or 2 positions, eventually joining the Special Forces Division. Younghwa looked utterly stunned. Suho then told her not to make that face. He knew they hated the Special Forces, which was why their bombings targeted related sites. He understood because he had the same reason. Suho then revealed the truth. He was a gate orphan. He used to think it was just coincidence, until he later learned the entire disaster had been manufactured on purpose. After every clear gate, that land became premium real estate. The government knew a gate shock was coming, and let it happen anyway, all for profit. There were development projects behind it, and Suho already knew who was responsible. So, his goal was simple: become the head of the Special Forces and make those responsible pay dearly. He explained the Special Forces wielded the highest authority in the association. They influenced other government offices and could even prosecute hunters. He offered revenge, but on a strategic and lawful path, not reckless terrorism. Still, Yunhua pointed out, there was no guarantee Suho would pass the level 5 test. Suho smirked, telling her to just wait and watch. And with one last, chilling warning, another attack would mean he would personally hand them over to the government. He finished the conversation. Inside, Suho knew they had to be utterly shocked. In his past life, Banshee had remained an untouchable ghost. During interrogation, he realized there were people just like him, victims twisted by revenge into villains. If someone had guided them sooner, maybe things wouldn't have spiraled so far. So this time, before they crossed the line entirely, Suho planned to redirect them. No matter how long it took, he was certain Yunhua would accept. His offer was too tempting, and his competence was undeniable. He told them to think carefully and make a wise choice. The scene shifted to the South Korean Hunter Association, where the vice president was already in a sour mood, lecturing team leader young Schulman for failing what he called a simple task. He reminded him that even the president cleared his entire schedule just to meet Suho. Though he let it slide for now, he made it very clear that if the same mistake happened again, there would be consequences. All Schulman could do was bow his head and acknowledge the warning before being dismissed and told to get back to work. The moment he stepped outside, he exhaled in exhaustion, thinking about how long he'd been sitting there, listening to complaints and how for a second He genuinely considered quitting everything and joining a civilian guild. But then a thought struck him. He remembered why he joined the Hunter Association to begin with. After surviving so much already, enduring one more miserable moment was totally doable. So he whispered to himself, "Stay strong." Just then, Song-yeol, the head of the Special Investigation Department, suddenly materialized and clapped a hand on his shoulder. And Schulman, already fuming, wondered why he had to run into him, of all people, right now. Forcing a polite tone, he tried to act normal, asking what the chief was doing there. Pai responded with his usual playful swagger, saying he'd heard his cherished team leader Yang was getting an earful again. He even complimented Yang's incredible patience for enduring the old man's constant nagging. But Yang immediately took all the blame, insisting everything was his fault. As they walked, Pai deftly shifted the conversation, bringing up rumors about Suho supposedly causing trouble. But Schulman clarified that Suho wasn't exactly causing trouble. Though yes, the story was spreading like wildfire. Pai noted only a select few were aware, then casually offered his help. When Schulman asked what he meant, Pai dropped an absurd suggestion. Just accuse Suho of something, drag him in for questioning, and clear things up later. Because, according to Pai, it was all about making the process look clean and controlled. If Suho was summoned, the president would be pleased, the issue would look handled, and Suho would be released afterwards, with the association looking authoritative. He added that, since Suho wanted to join the Hunter Association anyway, it would benefit everyone involved. Yang just started, cautiously calling Pai's ideas mischievous, because interfering with someone as successful as Suho could backfire spectacularly. But Pai didn't even flinch. Instead, he admired Yang's morality, questioning why someone in his position. He was ridiculously nervous over just one hunter. Yang replied politely, but Pai wasn't finished. He then reminded Yang that prosecutors still held the authority to investigate and even charge hunters. He stressed that hunters once feared them for a reason, hinting that Yang needed to be more flexible, instead of rigidly clinging to protocol. After a tense, silent pause, Yang finally nodded, saying he'd keep it in mind. Pai then left after offering his support, and subtly reminding him that there were always alternative ways besides strictly following the rules. Once alone, Yang quietly replayed the conversation, thinking about how he used to genuinely respect Pai as one of the few hunters within the association who still felt grounded, compared to the disconnected elites at the very top. But now, he wasn't so sure anymore. Knowledge changes people, and Pai knew far too much, and that made him dangerous. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Yang went outside, found a quiet spot, and sat down, completely lost in thought. His mind drifted back to Suho, how the guy had initially supported the association, but then suddenly distanced himself. It wasn't entirely shocking, though, since major guilds offered ridiculously lucrative benefits that could sway anyone. Still, Yang wondered what Suho was truly thinking. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Suho stepped out of taxi and activated the mysterious ring on his finger, called First Mumu, thinking about how incredibly reckless he had been when he first activated it. But now, after conquering the Tower of Challenge, he had completely mastered its usage. It was time to make his move. He walked purposefully toward the Seoul Central Blood Center building and activated his magic detection skill, scanning the surroundings until he found it. A faint, almost invisible trail of magical energy. Gates naturally emitted magic, so even the most hidden ones leaked traces. Following the faint signal, Suho found a faint gate, perfectly hidden like mist, one that required very specific conditions to open. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled out a knife, sliced his palm, letting his blood drip toward the gate, because he already knew this specific gate demanded blood. Once it had absorbed its fill, the system declared the condition met. A hidden gate had been uncovered, and Suho snatched 5 bonus stat points. The gate bore the name, Blood's Decree. Stepping inside, Suho flung glow-in-the-dark powder forward to illuminate the cavernous depths. The first stage was undeniably a vast cave system, so he ventured deeper still until a mysterious liquid splattered onto his head. He looked up, only to realize it wasn't just cave water. It was saliva. Above him hovered countless vampire bats, all clocking in around level 63. And Suho smirked at this dramatic welcome. Without hesitation, he unleashed intimidation. And just like that, every bat lost control, crashing to the floor. Calmly, he stepped toward one fallen bat and drove his shadow spear straight through its body, allowing the spear to devour its shadow, wiping out every bat in the room at once. Opening his status window, he felt a surge of satisfaction. This method was perfect for wiping out low-tier enemies. With an S-class intimidation, skill level gaps became utterly meaningless. Most hunters focused on two primary stats, but Suho had decoded the full color-coded stat system and planned to raise everything evenly. Reviewing his numbers again, he wondered if his level was almost absurd, just for hunting bats. His curiosity led him to check the combat log, and that's when he noticed something strange. Among the countless corpses was a blood slime. It must have been hiding among the bats, and accidentally died from the intimidation shockwave. The cleanup felt somewhat boring, but he acknowledged intimidation's sheer usefulness. Since, while high-level monsters could resist fear effects, the skills still functioned effectively, unless the opponent belonged to a special category. Soon, he reached the boss room, excitement building. Without hesitation, he strode right in. The moment he stepped in, he summoned his sword, and instantly a massive vampire bat lunged at him. He deftly blocked the attack and identified it as a Great King vampire bat. He parries with a swift, decisive slash, but then a golem lunged from behind, forcing Suho to quickly dodge sideways. Neither creature felt like a true boss. There were many bosses, and he fought both simultaneously, slashing at the golem and spinning to counter the bat's attacks. When the golem attempted to punch, Suho slid backward, narrowly avoiding the blow. Then he slammed his sword into the ground, unleashing a shock wave that exploded throughout the room, hitting both monsters. He thought the fight was finished until the dust cleared, and both monsters were still standing. The battle intensified, and Suho quickly realized physical attacks alone wouldn't finish these high-level targets. It was time to use what he had prepared. Just then, both enemies attacked simultaneously, one from the front and one from behind. Suho summoned another sword, and when the explosion settled, he had driven one blade into the bat and the other into the golem. Even repeated attacks weren't enough to finish them, but Suho finally grasped the key. Their weakness was pure silver, infused with holy power. At that exact moment, the system notified him. Holy power had now been successfully applied. The silver sword in the bat's body glowed, and a lightning strike crashed down on it, slicing its throat and obliterating the monster. Instantly, Suho stood over the corpse, foot on its head, watching it erupt. Like an insect crushed under a giant hand, holy power was devastating. The golem lunged again, but Suho moved first, cutting it into pieces with his holy enhanced sword, until the system confirmed its defeat. Looking down at the weapon, he acknowledged how perfectly it worked. A healer-exclusive skill that allowed holy enchantments had become an incredibly powerful advantage. And enchanting silver weapons with holy energy turned every strike into a guaranteed critical hit, making it the perfect counter for enemies in this game. Suddenly, Suho sensed a powerful presence behind him, and as he spun around, it hit him. The true boss of the Hidden Gate had finally arrived. The ominous figure stepped forward, radiating an overwhelming murderous intent, revealing himself as none other than the Cursed Prince, a monstrous level 76 elite. He furiously accused Suho of invading his sacred domain and slaughtering his subordinates. Then he demanded Suho kneel and confess his sins. But Suho hadn't come here to bow. He'd come to capture him. That unyielding confidence only enraged the prince further. With a furious roar, he unleashed his devastating power, calling Suho unbearably arrogant. The first strike slammed forward with brutal force, but Suho blocked it with surprising ease, then calmly asked if the prince was done. With his dramatic entrance, instead of answering, The prince slammed his hand into the ground, and suddenly the battlefield transformed. Blood, veiled mist erupted everywhere, obscuring visibility completely. The dense aura made it impossible to detect any movement, so Suho braced himself, knowing the prince could strike from any direction. He sensed something behind him and reacted instantly, just as the prince lunged. Suho blocked the strike perfectly, completely shocking the boss, who couldn't comprehend how Suho predicted his attack. Suho retaliated with a confident slash, thinking he'd landed a clean hit, but the prince only laughed and mocked him, claiming such weak attacks could never harm him. Then, a system alert flashed. The cursed prince had activated Blood Scream. Suho immediately stabbed his sword into the ground and activated Healing Spirit. A powerful, cleansing aura burst outward, and the prince visibly reacted to the sensation, as Suho's wounds vanished completely. With a slight smile, Suho revealed he was actually a healer. The prince glanced down, stunned to find a wound on his abdomen, proof that Suho's strike had worked after all. Suho prepared another technique, but the prince snapped and charged forward, enraged by the humiliation of being injured by a mere human. Suho met him head-on. His sword clashed against the prince's clawed hand, as the two engaged in a fast-paced, brutal exchange of blows. For a brief moment, the prince believed he was winning, and unleashed a rapid barrage of strikes. But Suho suddenly vanished, reappearing behind him, landing a devastating, clean hit. Blood poured from the prince's mouth, as he stumbled backward, reeling, and Suho immediately rushed in, pressing the assault. Refusing to retreat, the prince activated even more power, and charged directly back into the fray. The two collided with massive force, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. When they landed, the scene instantly shifted. The cursed prince's head separated from his body, and rolled sickeningly across the ground. Suho approached casually, and crouched next to the severed head, mocking just how easy the win had been, until the head suddenly lunged forward and bit his hand. The still-living prince cursed Suho within his mind, demanding his blood and promising to enslave him. With pure disgust, Suho ripped the head off and contemptuously tossed it aside, thinking the prince was basically a pesky mosquito, biting without warning. Then, the system announced the start of kin conversion. Suho collapsed to the ground, as blood rapidly drained from his body, dizziness and a pounding headache overwhelming him, while a violent thirst clawed relentlessly at his throat. Inside his mind, the prince declared it was already too late, but Suho told him to shut up, refusing to listen as the conversion continued. Suho reminded himself that to gain the vampire trait, synchronization had to reach a certain threshold, and once it did, he needed to purify the infection instantly, with holy water when kin conversion hit 50%. Suho believed he was agonizingly close to acquiring the trait, and reached for the bottle, only for it to suddenly shatter. The prince laughed, declaring, "This is my domain. Nothing Suho does will matter now." Suho realized then, the prince had been far more cunning than expected. The corridor that had been destroyed was now fully restored, and even the prince's body was gone. Everything had reset, paving the way for the next phase. Still refusing to yield an inch, Suho desperately tried to plan his next move. But the system warned that his blood was now starting to corrupt the prince from within. Confident, declared there was no escape. But Suho revealed he still held one final, hidden card. The system immediately responded, confirming all conditions to unlock the second power of Dragon Blood have been fulfilled. He had reached level 50 and survived a mentally and physically life-threatening situation. A new notification appeared. Dragon armor available. Suho smirked, realizing he had triggered it just in the nick of time. Kin conversion stopped on the spot, instantly, and the system confirmed once more that all conditions for unlocking the second stage of Dragon Blood had been met. Dragon armor activated. He now possessed the dragon's endowment and dragon skin, granted through the armor itself. The moment the dragon's endowment effect activated, further assimilation was blocked and purification began. The corrupted blood inside him converted into pure, untainted blood, and was absorbed into his system, while the remaining corruption was utterly destroyed, thanks to the dragon blood effect. Suho successfully mastered the unknown power, hidden within the corrupted vampire blood, and felt his body become incredibly lighter. He remembered, planning to unlock the second dragon blood power, using a custom gate at level 50, but instead it happened here. Unexpectedly, checking his newly unlocked skill, he saw Dragon's Endowment, an innate trait, exclusive to descendants of dragon blood, representing nobility and superiority. While active, it granted immunity to infection, corruption, and allowed the automatic absorption of corrupted sources to purify, heal, and evolve. The system had never shown the second awakening condition, but Suho had learned it from Yonma. Since kin conversion was life-threatening, the system recognized it as the trigger. Although the endowment purified the blood, it also preserved the immense vampire power within him. He then checked another skill directly linked to vampirism, but it was sealed for now. Clear proof he'd almost fully transformed into a vampire. He wondered if he had technically even acquired it all. His original goal was to simply obtain vampire traits. Dragon and vampire blood clearly couldn't coexist, not fully still. Yet, the skills he gained were powerful enough, so he accepted it. Another new skill appeared, Blood Weapon, an incredibly rare ability, only usable by noble-level vampires or higher, but requiring truly massive quantities of blood. He quickly concluded he'd need to hunt down countless monsters, and planned to develop Phantom Shadow alongside this. And just then, the cursed prince began mumbling to himself again, and Suho sharply told him to stop, because his rambling was both annoying and incomprehensible. The prince utterly lamented, and questioned how Suho could possibly still be alive. After being bitten, muttering dark curses, calling himself utterly useless. That was when Suho realized Phase 2 was finally beginning. The system definitively confirmed it. The cursed king bitterly laments his fate. His power surges with terrifying dramatic force. Suddenly, thick blood rained down from above, and from within that gruesome crimson downpour, the cursed king ominously emerged once more. Now level 80, radiating pure, unbridled fury, as he loudly declared that he would utterly destroy all beings superior to him, burn them, crush them into dust, and cast them into the deepest pit. His grotesque blood wings unfurled, and a truly chilling scream echoed through the chamber. Suho instantly sensed an overwhelming, terrifying spike in magic power. This was no longer the same monster, not at all. The cursed king had evolved into something utterly, entirely new. The king launched a devastating dark force attack that detonated into a truly massive, deafening explosion. But when the chaotic dust finally cleared, Suho had vanished completely, only to reappear high in the air above the king's wing and unleash a devastating, precise sword strike. Yet the cursed king barely even flinched, and confidently claimed such a simple blow couldn't possibly take him down. Suho realized the king's power wasn't just growing, but his intelligence was too. The king then swung his wing like a deadly weapon, smacking Suho away with sheer brute force. Suho quickly steadied himself, instantly recognizing the grave danger. The king rushed in with another swift attack, and Suho blocked the incoming strikes head-on, with his sword activating his holy power and declaring that holiness would surpass all the king's strength. But in the very next instant, the cursed king shattered Suho's weapon and scoffed that holy power meant nothing to him now. Suho quickly retreated, analyzing the dire situation. A wholly enhanced weapon had just shattered like glass, meaning normal weapons were utterly useless now. Without hesitation, he summoned his bloody sword. Seeing it, the cursed king erupted with furious rage, demanding Suho hand it over, while launching another brutal assault. But Suho infused the bloody sword with holy power and sliced right through the attack, utterly shocking the king. He simply couldn't comprehend what just happened. Suho finally understood blood weapons scaled in power and durability based on his current stats, and at his current level, the sword had already reached red rank. more than enough to finally end this fight. The cursed king conjured a bloody spear, vowing to tear Suho apart, and charged in. The attack came blindingly fast, but Suho shifted his bloody sword into a shield form and expertly blocked the spear, leaving the king stunned yet again. Suho told him he wasn't the only one capable of transforming a blood weapon. He then smoothly reverted the shield back into a blade and slashed the cursed king's throat in one clean, decisive motion. The king's severed head hit the floor, still wearing a twisted smile filled with arrogance, confidently claiming that cutting off his head meant absolutely nothing. Suho simply kicked the head across the floor and summoned his shadow spear, slamming it into the ground. Immediately, chains erupted and wrapped violently around the severed head. The shadow bind locks it firmly in place. Suho knew he had to finish this right now, before the monster could cause any more trouble. The system then notified him that the vampire blood had activated, and the absorbed blood was now stored within the blood jade. Meanwhile, the cursed king screamed at Suho to remove his hands, but Suho carefully examined the blood jade. It was his first time seeing it in person, and it already held a massive amount of collected blood. According to the Blood Monarch, the blood jade could only be seen by its true owner. The Blood Monarch himself had once been a normal healer, working at the Central Blood Institute, until fate dragged him into the hidden gate. Blood's decree. He reached the boss room, but failed to defeat the cursed king and was bitten, turning into a vampire. Normally, that would mean certain death, since once bitten, the victim becomes a monster, and the gate permanently seals. But the Blood Monarch resisted the curse, using his healing abilities, and neutralized the kin conversion. At that moment, new vampire skills awakened and reshaped his entire stat system. With newfound power, he defeated the cursed king, conquered the gate, and became known as the Blood Monarch, a global villain feared worldwide. Eventually, Suho caught him and extracted all the critical information about kin conversion, blood weapons, and vampire blood. But even now, the cursed king raged on, promising revenge and refusing to accept humiliation. Suho welcomed it, daring him to try. Then, the system activated the phantom shadow, resonated with the cursed king's shadow, and absorbed it fully until not even a trace remained. With that, Suho acknowledged that Blood's decree had finally been cleared. The system confirmed the Hidden Gate's conquest and declared Suho the MVP. An exit gate formed before him, and as he prepared to leave, Suho reflected on everything. Once again, he was reminded of the overwhelming reality of Dragon. Though kin conversion seemed terrifying, its power paled in comparison to true dragon blood. Still, the vampire's escape utterly irked him. Then, the system chimed in with a special reward. After thoroughly analyzing Suho's unique talents, it bestowed a skill perfectly tailored for him and awarded 10 bonus stats for his achievement. The new skill? It was New Blood. Suho had never even heard of such a skill. As he scrolled through the system window's details, he quickly realized its immense value. It was an absolute jackpot, a game-changer for his future, and that's not all. He had also obtained an S-rank original vampire skill, something even the Blood Monarch never possessed, since his own vampire traits were only A+ rank, and none were labeled royal or original. Suho concluded that this incredible feat must be due to the unique effect of New Blood. Originally, he'd planned to acquire powerful existing skills, but reality had turned out far, far better. Still, he reminded himself not to get careless. Just because things are going well now didn't guarantee they always would. With the gate conquered and his objective secured, Suho then spoke his mind. He had gained what he came for, and now it was time to go big at Nexus. The scene then shifts to the colossal Nexus building, and people moved purposefully through the corridor, while Miss Sue led the group forward. Through open doors, a man could be seen sitting serenely in a chair, who was none other than the guild leader, and simply told Miss Sue to come in. She informed him that Hunter Suho had asked her to deliver a message. Tomorrow, he will be coming to join the guild. The man repeated the statement, clearly in disbelief, almost questioning if he'd heard correctly. The back of his chair faced them. As he processed the news, then he finally spoke, stating that proper preparations needed to be made. When his face finally became visible as he turned, he added that no one knew what this Suho was planning, and everything needed to be handled carefully before he changed his mind. Outside, tall buildings stretched toward the sky. The scene then shifted inside an elegant, incredibly well-furnished room. Suho stood at the entrance, peering in, to find Jean Huey completely sprawled across the couch. Drooling in his sleep, Suho just stared for a moment, then finally asked why he was sleeping right there. The reporter weakly sat up from the couch, explaining that Suho had conquered the Tower of Tests today, and even if temporarily, they were now living together. And to top it all off, Suho was his partner. While speaking, the young man happily clutched a bottle, declaring that such a huge milestone absolutely called for a celebration. He explained that when he'd return home, Suho wasn't there, but he couldn't just ignore such a historic moment, so he'd started drinking by himself. Suho watched him for a moment, then remarked that handling everything at once must have been exhausting. He assured him that in the future, there'd be plenty more reasons to celebrate. Still clutching the bottle, the drunken reporter blinked and asked if Suho was absolutely sure about that. Suho simply told him to relax. The future would reveal everything. Looking at the food laid out on the table, Suho asked the surprised and slightly tipsy reporter if he still wanted another drink, even at such a late hour. With a big, satisfied smile, Jean Huey immediately agreed. Next to the plates of food sat a glass of wine, and Suho commented that he'd tried the community app Jean Huey recommended, and found that it worked perfectly. He also added that he genuinely liked the apartment itself. While eating, Suho mentioned that he'd read the reporter's blog, and could tell the young man was doing quite well, leading him to assume that his companion must be incredibly wealthy. They continued drinking wine together, and with a cheerful tone, Jean Huey explained that he wasn't just rich, he was the youngest son of a chaebol family, meaning he couldn't simply be considered normally wealthy. Suho's eyes widened in surprise. He then asked if he truly came from a chaebol family, before taking another sip from his glass. Jean Huey continued, speaking further, explaining that since Suho had shared a secret, he wanted to reveal one of his own in return. He disclosed that he was, in fact, the youngest son of the Daesin company's president. Suho replied that if he were the president's son, he was probably also the rightful heir. But the reporter simply shook his head and explained that his father had many children, with many different women, and his own mother had merely been a mistress, which made him nothing more than an illegitimate son. He confessed he'd never told anyone this. But since he would probably be working alongside Suho for a while, he felt Suho deserved to know everything. Suho gazed at him in renewed surprise and questioned if that meant journalism was merely a hobby for him. Jean Huey responded that it was partially true, and he truly enjoyed the work itself. He explained his father gave him whatever he desired, yet he held no right to an inheritance, nor any influence within the company. He had even been offered the chance to manage a subsidiary company, but he flat out refused, admitting candidly that he was a good reporter, but understood nothing about business. Suho raised his glass again, noting that at the very least, Jean Huey was an exceptional journalist. With a bright smile, the reporter replied that it meant a lot to him, and confessed he had never met a hunter like Suho before. With that, both men slowly stood up, and Jean Huey suggested a toast to their partnership. Suho readily agreed without hesitation, as their glasses clinked lightly together. The following morning, Suho ambled through the apartment, yawning widely, when suddenly, from the kitchen, Jean Huey greeted him with a cheerful good morning while pouring boiling water into a mug. Suho questioned if he truly planned to work on the weekend, and the reporter simply replied he had a lot to do. Suho, now standing in front of the window, rubbed the last of the sleep from his eyes. Suho grumbled, mentioning that maybe they'd overdone it with the drinking last night. But Jinhu just laughed, assuring him everything was fine. In fact, he'd had an amazing time. Suho then questioned why Jinhu was already heading out, hunting for new material. The reporter replied that he couldn't live off articles about Suho forever. Hearing that, Suho casually admitted that this was exactly why he respected him so much, which made Jinhu pause in surprise at the unexpected compliment. After taking a sip, he asked what Suho planned to do today. Suho then reminded him that today was the day he'd mentioned, before fully realizing it. Jinhu blurted out, "Are you going to Nexus?" Suho nodded, explaining that last night he'd hit level 50 and scored several upgrades. So it was time. Those words made Jinhu freeze, and he even burned his hand with the hot water. He was startled because just yesterday, Suho had only been level 40. He turned to stare at Suho in utter disbelief and demanded to know how someone could jump 10 levels in a single day. Suho merely shrugged like it was nothing and clarified that, to be exact, he was now level 51. The reporter just stared at him like he was some unresolved riddle, mumbling that the more he got to know Suho, the more mysterious he became. Suho commented that the way Jinhu said that sounded strangely suggestive. As Jinhu scratched his head, Suho asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Without warning, the reporter suddenly pushed Suho toward the hallway, saying that if he was going to walk into such a serious organization, he needed to look like he belonged there. Suho protested, arguing he didn't need anything fancy and was fine with casual clothes. But the reporter insisted, saying he'd gladly lend him proper clothes and a watch. When Suho continued resisting, the reporter declared that appearances really mattered at places like Nexus and reminded him that he could also pick any of his cars. Had he arrived by public transport or rolled up in a taxi, everyone would have stared. A quiet, upscale district came into view as a sleek red car rolled to a stop immediately, capturing the attention of those waiting outside. The door glided upward, and Suho stepped out, dressed in a sharp, elegant suit that fit him perfectly. For a moment, he cleared his throat, reflecting that everything had turned out surprisingly well. A suited man approached politely, offering a business card, and introduced himself as Bae Dong-yuk, the head of Nexus. Suho accepted it with a polite smile, introduced himself as Oh Suho, and followed him inside the guild building. Moments later, he found himself seated across from 3 Nexus representatives. Dong-yuk calmly noted that over the past few days, Suho must have significantly raised his level, and wondered if that sudden progress made him reconsider his goals, especially since he previously mentioned wanting to become a government official. Suho explained that nothing had changed. His goal remained the same. The leaders exchanged surprised glances, prompting Sui to ask what exactly that meant. Dong-yuk leaned forward and asked why Suho would want to join a private guild if his true intention was government service. Suho responded honestly, stating that joining Nexus will make reaching his goal easier. He then announced his plan to take the 5th rank exam this year. Someone then asked if he only wanted bonus evaluation points, and Suho replied that while technically, yes, it was only one part of a larger strategy. If he only chased the Hunter Association, the association would assume he had no alternative. That was precisely why he intended to join Nexus, because once the association saw others offering better terms, they would improve theirs as well. He added that while serving Nexus, he would dedicate himself fully to the guild, making the partnership mutually beneficial. Dong-yuk listened silently, as Suho promised to give 100%, but the guild master eventually leaned back and said he understood. However, he wanted to ask one question. He pointed out that when Suho first approached them, Nexus was struggling, and the hero's abilities were a complete unknown. Hiring him back then was risky, but still reasonable. But now any guild in Korea would fight for him. So why out of all of them did he only approach Nexus? Suho smiled quietly while the guild leader continued, saying that Suho was clearly talented, but his true intentions remained unclear. Folding his hands, Dong-yuk warned that unless Suho answered honestly, cooperation would not be possible. Suho closed his eyes briefly, then replied that he had personal reasons. He reminded Dong-yuk of the public speech he gave earlier, The one where he promised Nexus would do everything in its power to destroy all gates in Korea. Soho acknowledged that Nexus provided more support to victim families than any other guild and was clearly the most passionate about eliminating the gates. He said he had no doubt that speech was sincere. Because of that conviction, he wanted to work with Nexus, help them, and contribute everything he had. He smiled widely and added that he hoped they could continue cooperation, even after he eventually joined the Hunter Association. Jong Yuk lowered his gaze and admitted the reasoning satisfied him. Then he asked whether Suho truly believed joining the association was necessary, since Nexus already worked tirelessly to clear gates and support hunters. Suho agreed, but explained that if Nexus truly wanted to end the gates completely, then they needed to go to places even other hunters couldn't, like the sealed, high-risk gates under strict government control. His gaze shifted to an image of one such chain portal. Beyond ordinary mid-level entrances, there are also the 5 Great Gates. That was why he needed government authority. But until that time came, every successful raid would broadcast Nexus's name, and with his own, the impact was poised to reshape the power structure of Korea's guilds, and Nexus would ascend to the #1 spot. Dong Yu rested his hands on the table and explained this would only last as long as Suho remained with them. Suho nodded, explaining that's why he vowed to give his all while he was here. Suho's eyes widened in shock, then abruptly asking if he'd already found team candidates after their previous conversation. Suho confirmed it, revealing the first candidate, Kang Daeon. Suho froze, asking again, as if she couldn't believe she'd heard correctly. Suho nodded, casually mentioning that he was the one who'd convinced Daehan to become a tank. Sui shot to her feet in outrage, demanding to know what Suho planned. If tanking didn't suit him, Suho calmly raised a hand, telling her to relax. He made this decision after analyzing everything thoroughly. He reminded her that Daehan had passed the exam with exceptional scores. Sui frowned reluctantly, remembering the results. Daehan had unexpectedly ranked second. She admitted she'd planned to thank whoever was responsible, but Suho simply shrugged, dismissing it as no big deal, which irritated her even more. The third Nexus representative finally chimed in, saying Suho's proposal sounded excellent, but he needed clarification. If Suho intended on clearing sealed gates, he should know those locations were government protected, and private guilds had no access, because civilian safety was their highest priority. He asked how Suho planned on getting inside. Suho calmly asked if he was doubting his abilities, then stated they'd finalized the contract once he brought them the pass, proving his trustworthiness. He paused, reconsidered, and changed the offer. Instead of bringing a pass, he would clear one sealed gate first, and after that they would sign. The secretary broke into a sweat at the sheer scale of the terms, and muttered that Suho was offering such conditions, fit for royalty. Suho stood firm, insisting the terms were fair, but the secretary noted that, despite Suho's incredible promise, he was still just a rookie hunter, with no official standing. But Suho dramatically declared that was exactly why. He'd clear a sealed gate immediately and prove his worth. Dong Yu watched him carefully, then agreed Suho would undoubtedly prove his worth. With a satisfied smile, the guild master declared he liked today's outcome, and they'd finalize the details later. Once the gate was cleared, Suho exited the building and sped off. Dong Yu and his secretary stood by the window, watching the red car vanish. The guild master then quietly ordered preparations, assemble a special support team, and prepare all necessary documents for Suho. The secretary hesitated, asking if they should wait until Suho fulfilled his promise. Dong Hyuk, with a confident smile, replied that Suho would absolutely come through, and by supporting him early, it would only strengthen their alliance. Closing his eyes, he stated his belief that Suho would keep his word. The secretary, slightly overwhelmed, asked what made the guild master so certain. Dong Yuk answered, "It wasn't a guess, and you already know it." The man finally nodded, remembering Suho's determined gaze and the certainty in his voice. The scene then shifted to to the massive building of the Great Hunter Association of South Korea, where inside one of the offices, young Chulman sat slumped in front of a computer, frantically clutching his head. He was desperately trying to figure out how to get Suho into the organization when the man showed absolutely no intention of coming willingly. Chulman considered offering him a reward for clearing the test tower, but immediately dismissed the idea, knowing, fully aware that upper management would never approve it. They weren't looking for a picture of Suho receiving thanks. Instead, they wanted a photo of Suho standing, smiling right beside the association president, making it seem like they were already close. While Chulman absolutely hated the idea of using force or pressure, Chief Pai's earlier suggestion rang loudly in his head, a suggestion that pretty much amounted to outright dragging Suho in by force if absolutely necessary. Chulman groaned, dropped his head onto the desk, and wondered why he ever chose to work in this incredibly stressful place. As he cursed his life choices, his phone vibrated. The caller ID was an unknown number. With low energy, he picked up and introduced himself. "This is young Chulman speaking." Still trying to figure out who would be calling him from an unrecognized number. But the moment he heard the voice on the other end, his expression completely changed. It was Suho. Chulman shot upright from his chair, eyes wide, barely believing he heard correctly. The scene then jumped to a small kookbop restaurant, where steam rose from simmering pots. Suho and Chulman sat at a table, facing each other. Suho commented that he hadn't visited this place in a long time, and noted that the restaurant served the best boiled pork. Chulman blinked and asked in surprise how Suho knew about this spot. With a calm smile, Suho casually lied that he used to come here often, back when he worked nearby. Chulman nodded slowly, accepting the explanation. He scooped soup into his spoon and admitted he never expected Suho to reach out first. Then he asked why Suho had changed his number. Suho explained that he had been receiving far too many calls, so he simply got a second number, and now Chulman could use that one instead. The civil servant nodded understandingly and commented that Suho must be utterly exhausted from all the unwanted attention. Lowering his gaze, Chulman thanked him sincerely for contacting him, admitting that he had nearly given up hope of ever seeing him again. Suho asked how he could think that. Grabbing his chopsticks, he then calmly inquired if the higher-ups were putting pressure on him and if they wanted Chulman to convince him to join the association. Chulman, caught completely off guard, stiffened and raised a hand to his face as if trying to shield his reaction. He nervously asked why Suho would assume such a thing. Holding the chopsticks near his cheek, Suho explained that he found it quite odd that the association president suddenly requested a meeting right after the tower clearing. Normally, no matter how difficult the gate, the association simply handled paperwork. They never actively tried to recruit someone. Speechless, Chulman stared downward with a nervous, forced smile. Suho continued, saying that after thinking about it, he realized the executives only wanted to take photos for publicity. Hearing that, Chulman looked at him almost fearfully, but Suho reassured him that everything was fine. He just wished they had been straightforward about it, since there was nothing wrong with telling him. Chulman apologized, but Suho waved it off, saying there was no need. He had already understood the situation himself. In fact, he was even grateful to Chulman. The civil servant pointed to himself in utter confusion, unable to believe he'd heard that correctly. Suho continued, explaining that situations like this often involve blackmail or even force. Yet Chulman handled everything professionally. Rubbing the back of his neck with visible embarrassment, Chulman admitted that it still felt wrong. Suho then casually mentioned that he had decided to visit the association. Chulman froze mid-motion and asked if he was serious. Suho continued eating comfortably and confirmed it, explaining that he wanted to thank Chulman and felt that meeting the association executives could actually be beneficial. Chulman nodded slowly, agreeing that it truly could be. Suho asked when he should visit the association. Chulman suggested discussing it after finishing their food, but halfway through speaking, realization suddenly struck him, and he shot up from his seat, eyes shining with pure excitement. With newfound determination, He declared he'd arrange a meeting right away. Sometime later, the duo arrived at the Korean Hunters Association's building, where Suho posed for a photo, right beside the organization's president. Young Kyung-won flashed a smile for the camera, then told Suho how glad he was to finally meet him. He commented that Suho must be extremely busy, so he truly appreciated Suho accepting the invitation. The vice president, Park Hyun-min, added that it wasn't every day someone got to meet such a promising newcomer. Suho smiled politely and replied that meeting the association's leaders was a great honor. Behind that expression, however, he could barely tolerate the sight of these people. It had been a while since he last saw them. But disgust immediately resurfaced. Kyung-won then asked if Suho truly intended to join the Korean Hunters Association. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Suho answered that it was his dream, exactly what he'd said during the interview before the exam. The president asked why, with his gaze lowered. Suho explained he became an orphan due to a gate outbreak, and he wanted to eliminate portals as soon as possible to protect humanity. But in his mind, Suho reminded himself that this was only one reason. The other was to prevent the president and his lackeys from destroying the association from within. Kyung-won cheerfully praised Suho for his noble intentions, while Suho silently noted this man would cling to his position until the very last moment, right up until he was finally shoved out. He couldn't wait to see what expression this old pig would make. When that day finally arrived, and Kyung-won wasn't the only problem infesting the association. Then Park Hyun-min spoke again, claiming Suho really knew how to make a good impression. Arms folded across his chest, he said that Suho didn't care about material gain and only wanted to protect the general public, which was worthy of respect. The vice president pressed his fingertips together and then solemnly added that Suho had truly grown into a strong and noble man, a man his parents would surely be proud of. Suho politely thanked him, all the while thinking that Kyung-won was most likely the one who'd proposed this whole recruitment stunt. Suho instantly labeled him a pathetic bootlicker, existing solely to polish Kyung-won's shoes. It was because of fools like these that most gates hadn't been cleared in his previous life, and he intended to snatch away their chance to ruin things ever again. Then Kyung-won happily asked which department Suho wanted to join. Suho rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied he'd considered several options, but ultimately chose the gate department. Chulman froze in shock, while the vice president immediately asked why. Suho calmly explained that unlike private guilds, the association had direct access to gates, handled the initial inspections, and could participate in raids. Kyung-hoon said he was utterly amazed to see someone so selfless, stating Suho had chosen the most dangerous department in the entire association. Park Hyun-min nodded and declared that people like Suho truly belong there. The president then turned to Chulman and instructed him to demonstrate their sincerity. Confused, Suho asked what that meant. Kyung-hoon replied that if Suho was so determined to clear all the portals, then he should be given a selection of actual gates to clear, since the association had many available. Chulman nearly choked on his breath and reminded the president that those gates were either sealed or extremely deadly. But before he could finish the sentence, Suho happily said that it sounded perfect. Chulman tried again to reason, insisting it was incredibly dangerous. But Suho clenched his fist and declared with palpable excitement that he would clear the gates that presented the greatest threat to humanity. Kyung-won responded confidently. This was exactly what he expected from Suho. Still reeling, Chulman called out to the president, but the president coolly asked if there was a problem. Crushed by the pressure, Chulman lowered his head and insisted everything was fine. He'd prepare whatever was necessary. Kyung-won instructed Suho to prepare to clear the portals. Suho thanked him politely, while Chulman glared, seething. He knew that for these unawakened executives, the deadliest gates were nothing more than toys. That's why he despised leaders who had never stepped foot inside a gate. They had no idea how catastrophic the danger truly was. Countless hunters had died, attempting to clear those portals. And yet these two were prepared to send Suho to almost certain death. While Chulman clenched his jaw in frustration, Suho smiled calmly, already knowing exactly what was waiting inside the sealed gates. Chulman leaned toward the president and whispered something Suho immediately understood. These two were only thinking about profit and didn't care how many hunters died, as long as the raid succeeded and the association gained influence. Human lives were utterly irrelevant. Kyung-won looked at Suho again and asked what rank he planned to achieve during the exam. Suho smiled and answered that he intended to take the level 5 test by the end of the year. Kyung-won asked if he knew how difficult that exam was. Suho answered that reaching that rank would give him more opportunities and that he planned to join a guild to gain experience. At this, Kyung-won raised his hand and said, "That was an excellent idea. Experienced applicants were preferred." Then he asked how long private guild contracts usually lasted. Suho said the length wasn't his priority. Gaining real field experience was. If a guild fulfilled his requirements, he would stay until it was time for the exam. And the association? Kyung-won simply yawned and said he hoped Suho could find such a place. Smiling to himself, Suho thought, if the president approves terms like this makes joining Nexus a real possibility. He saw an opportunity to bridge the gap between Nexus and the association. Then quite suddenly, the door swung open, announcing Pai's arrival. Suho's expression immediately stiffened. Pai strode in confidently, immediately joking that his bosses were clearly enjoying something delicious without him. But then he stopped dead, noticing Suho quietly sitting there. A wide grin slowly stretched across his face. He started to politely excuse himself, but Kyung-won quickly told him to stay, pointing at Suho and introducing him as the hunter, who famously cleared the test tower. Pai furrowed his brow, trying to recall the name. Then, a sudden exclamation. He remembered. He chuckled. He declared it incredible to finally meet him, and extended his hand with a flourish, introducing himself as chief of the special department. Suho shook it, introducing himself as on Suho. They exchanged polite, yet guarded compliments. Though Suho's smile remained noticeably sharp. Once seated, Kyung-won raised his hand and informed Pai bluntly that Suho intended to take the level 5 exam. Pai blinked, utterligt. He mumbled that it would be an extremely difficult task. Suho simply stated he wanted to try anyway. Pai just stared at him, completely flabbergasted. One of the executives then added that the association planned to grant Suho access to sealed gates, since he boldly claimed he could clear them. Pai froze, eyes wide with disbelief. He then mumbled something under his breath, covering his mouth in utter disbelief, looking back at Suho with genuine worry. He asked if Suho was truly sure about this, because those gates were incredibly dangerous. Suho noticed the clear anxiety etched on Pai's face, and found it, strangely enough, quite amusing. He calmly replied that he was well aware of the danger. Still visibly uneasy, Pai crossed his arms, and admitted he couldn't stop Suho, even if he desperately wanted to, but he sincerely hoped things would go well for him. Suho silently acknowledged Pai for what he was, a hunter, someone who truly valued raw talent. His expression showed genuine concern, but not for himself, but because a promising individual might end up dying senselessly, then it's a problem. Pai then added, with a glint in his eye, that if Suho ever considered joining his special department, he'd personally ensure his safety and success. Suman, however, immediately shot up a finger, warning Pai not to poach. Suho had already committed to the gate department. Pai, intrigued, asked why. Suman explained that Suho's ultimate goal was to obliterate all gates and have priority access to the best ones. Pai nodded slowly, the pieces clicking into place. He declared that if that was Suho's driving force, then his department could absolutely provide that support too. Or turning his head slightly, he flashed a knowing smile at Chulman and asked for confirmation. Chulman, looking disheartened, simply nodded, hands on his hips. Pai mused that if Suho truly passed the level 5 exam, his relationship with Chulman might become quite complicated indeed. Turning to face the young hunter, he added that they could discuss all of this after the exam. For now, he just sincerely wished Suho good luck. Suho thanked him politely, privately thinking, what a sly fox. Suho quietly glanced at Chulman, already realizing that if he aced this exam, he'd instantly outrank him, and that alone would put Chulman in an incredibly awkward spot. Suho let out a subtle sigh. That was precisely why dealing with Chulman felt so complicated. He truly didn't want the man to feel cornered or overshadowed. After the meeting finally concluded, the two walked side by side down the long, echoing corridor. Chulman kept his gaze fixed on the floor, shoulders hunched with worry. Suho stole another glance at him before finally breaking the silence, asking if Chief Pai's earlier words had been troubling him. Chulman admitted that, of course, they were. He knew better than anyone just how talented Suho was. But even with all that incredible ability, clearing a sealed gate was beyond dangerous. With a serious, heartfelt tone, he urged Suho to be extremely cautious, even offering to personally speak to the president, so the association would provide as much support as humanly possible. Suho looked at him, genuine appreciation warming his gaze, and genuinely appreciated his concern. But Chulman wasn't just being polite. He meant every single word. He reminded Suho that he had only recently become a hunter, warning him once more that sealed gates were unlike any ordinary ones. Then, he asked if Suho understood why the government trusted no one but the Hunter Association to clear them. Suho calmly replied that even top-tier guilds were rarely allowed access to sealed gates due to strict national safety protocols. Chulman stopped walking and stared at him confused, asking why he would still insist on going there. Suho answered simply. He was absolutely confident he would succeed. He assured him everything would turn out fine. Then, with a faint smile, Suho mentioned that among the sealed gates managed by the association, there was one called the Nameless Sword. Immediately, Chulman stiffened and said that gate was among the most dangerous in existence. Suho's expression didn't change. He just smiled a little wider and said he already knew how to clear it. The next day, a military vehicle stood parked against a backdrop of typical Asian buildings in the district of Gwangju, right beside the Nameless Sword Gate Square. Two soldiers stood in front of Suho and Jin Woo, and one of them asked the pair to wait. Suho agreed without complaint. The reporter leaned toward him and whispered that the atmosphere here felt extremely tense. Suho calmly replied that although the association technically controlled this gate, it was still a military facility. The two young men suddenly noticed something ahead. The soldiers saluted each other, and one of them turned towards Suho to confirm if he was truly Hunter Suho. After receiving confirmation, the soldier introduced himself as Major Kim Jong-gu, the senior commander of this square. Suho greeted him politely, expressing his delight at finally meeting him. Major Kim announced that the team leader was already waiting for them inside. Jinwei gestured straight ahead, asking if they were heading straight for the gate, and received an immediate yes. As the colossal structure loomed into view, the reporter's eyes went wide. Its sheer, massive size left him utterly stunned, and he declared it would make for extraordinary material. Major Kim explained that the colossal walls surrounding the gate were forged from iron, and a special alloy designed to hold back any monsters attempting to break through, while also preventing the portal from expanding further. Jinwei simply gaped at the immense scale of it all, admitting the portal was far larger than he'd ever imagined, and the closer they approached, the more fascinating details he began to notice. Suho added that the military had taken numerous precautions to ensure the portal itself was difficult to reach. The group pressed onward until Major Kim finally arrived before Chulman and announced, "Hunter Suho has arrived." The civil servant smiled, greeting Suho warmly. The two exchanged looks full of familiarity and palpable relief. Chulman remarked that it was quite a long trip to reach this place, and said he was glad Suho had managed to arrive so quickly. Suho noticed that Chulman had arrived even earlier, and asked when he had gotten there. The civil servant casually stated he had only just arrived himself. He then looked toward the person standing next to Suho. Before he could ask further, The journalist cheerfully introduced himself as PBS reporter Joe Jinwei, extending his hand and saying it was a pleasure to meet him. The men shook hands, but Chulman still looked puzzled and asked why a reporter was present in such a location. Suho quickly stepped in and clarified that photos would only be taken after the raid was completed and asked if Chulman would allow it. The civil servant answered that this wasn't a classified facility, so there was no reason to refuse. While still looking slightly confused, he admitted his biggest surprise was that Suho had brought his own reporter along for the ride. Jinwoo thanked him profusely for the permission and practically bursting with excitement. He declared they'd be meeting often from now on, so he'd better remember his face. Chillman replied with a chuckle that he certainly would. Major Kim then approached Suho once more, clutching an M416 automatic rifle. He announced that, per the association's message, the raid leader would be none other than Hunter Suho, who confirmed it with a simple nod. The major hesitated for a moment before offering an apology and asking what Suho's current level was. Suho calmly replied that he was level 51. Major Kim stared at him in utter disbelief, then quickly averted his gaze, muttering that he understood. They reached the entrance to the gate, the heavy, reinforced door towering over them menacingly. Major Kim stated that the inner perimeter of the portal had already been prepared and secured, and Suho could enter immediately. He firmly warned that as soon as Suho stepped inside, the door would be sealed shut. Suho thanked him with a calm smile. At that moment, someone called out his name. Chillman hurried toward him, looking concerned, and asked if he had any strategy in mind. Suho answered simply that he did. Major Kim watched their interaction, clearly confused by their casual conversation in such a dangerous, high-stakes setting. Suho said that describing his strategy in words would be difficult, but he would clear this gate the same way he cleared the Tower of Challenge. He added that if he succeeded, then Chillman should remember his promise to help him clear the remaining portals as well. The door then unlocked and slowly, ominously opened. Chillman wished him to return safely. Suho reassured him not to worry, saying that 1 hour would be more than enough. Chillman's eyes widened in shock as he repeated, 1 hour. Suho glanced back with a confident smile and said they would meet again very soon. The door closed firmly behind him. Jinwoo exhaled a relieved breath and announced that Suho had officially gone inside. Eyes closed tight. Chulman replied, now, all we can do is wait. Major Kim murmured, his voice low, will everything truly be okay? He reasoned, a place like this could never be cleared by just one person, even someone with incredibly high stats. He then asked, is Suho also a healer? Jinwoo blinked, utterly bewildered, as the major repeated his question. The reporter grinned ear to ear, quickly correcting him. Suho, he's a healer in name only. Major Kim's confusion only deepened. Chulman raised a hand, explaining, I've never seen anyone wield a sword quite like that, the way Suho does. The major pressed, is he truly that skilled? Chulman recounted what he had witnessed. During the Hunter practical exam, Suho was supposed to be taking the healer test, but instead, he decimated every monster with his sword, all while protecting his patient. And thus, he passed with flying colors. Jinwoo tightened his grip on his bag strap, admitting, this is the first I'm hearing of it. He then wondered aloud, is it even allowed to take an exam that way? Chulman admitted, I was shocked too, but Suho had fulfilled all the requirements, so it didn't violate any rules. Both the soldier and the reporter stared at him, mouths agape. Major Kim finally concluded that Suho must possess an unrivaled mastery of swordsmanship. He suddenly understood why Suho had come here, specifically to challenge this particular gate. Looking toward the dungeon's dark entrance, Chulman nodded firmly, affirming, Major Kim, you are absolutely right. Before Suho stood the nameless sword portal, its entrance restricted to only one person at a time. The moment he stepped inside, towering cliffs instantly enveloped him, as the system's voice announced that he had officially entered the gate. As he trekked through the forest, sword in hand, he scanned his surroundings, a thought crossing his mind. It had been a long time since he was last in this place, The winding path, carved deep between the ancient trees, was clearly visible. Suho remembered vividly how he had constantly struggled to clear this very gate in the past, barely surviving each grueling attempt. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing ring echoed right beside him. He caught sight of a shadowy figure weaving through the trees. The system alerted him. The boss was here. A knight in gleaming armor stepped forth. It was the nameless swordsman, his level of mystery. He stood, blade poised and ready. And just like that, the air around him began to glow with a brilliant, golden light. The system then confirmed that the nameless swordsman had activated his unique battlefield skill, explaining that while this zone remained active, the swordsman's stats would perfectly mirror the user's. All fighters within this specialized field were strictly prohibited from using anything except a sword and sword-related skills. Smiling, Suho greeted him like an old acquaintance he hadn't seen in ages. The knight charged instantly. The two clashed head-on in close combat. Suho expertly catching the enemy's blade with his own. He struck back, but the knight blocked it effortlessly. White streams of pure energy shimmered around the warrior. As they briefly separated, Suho watched his opponent, carefully analyzing his footwork. He noticed how the Sword Emperor adjusted his stance with perfect, unwavering balance to minimize any rebound after every single strike. The knight swung again, and Suho clearly understood that no one, at this point in time, could ever defeat this opponent with pure swordsmanship alone. The Sword Emperor gripped his weapon with both hands, and Suho noted how his enemy's style shifted instantly after crossing blades, switching stances to catch him off guard with a completely different technique. Not only that, the knight attacked from unpredictable angles, changing direction constantly. As the Sword Emperor closed in, Suho acknowledged the undeniable truth. The most dangerous thing about this opponent was how he masterfully adapted his tactics based on whoever he was fighting. The knight struck again, and Suho dodged, realizing just how cunning this enemy truly was. But that was precisely why Suho had learned so much from him in his past life. With a small, knowing smile, he braced himself as the nameless swordsman lunged. In a leaping attack, Suho spotted an opening and slashed, but the enemy twisted away at the very last moment. Even so, Suho's blade scraped across the armor, leaving a faint, visible cut. Suho lightly asked if he'd managed to surprise him. The Sword Emperor simply stared back, silent as ever. Suho remembered perfectly well that this opponent never spoke a single word until the moment he died. The knight stood ready, holding his greatsword with both hands. Suho struck again, landing a solid hit, and prepared another swift assault. He revealed this was already his 7th time, challenging the nameless swordsman. He attacked fiercely. The knight's counterstrike swept just above his head, with a precise slash. Suho severed one of the knight's limbs, and followed it with a powerful kick, sending the Sword Emperor crashing backward into a thick bush. Standing before the thicket, Suho recalled how many people throughout history wondered who, or what actually hid beneath that armor. The knight rose again, now missing a leg. Suho asked if he knew how disappointed he'd been the first time he discovered the truth. Calmly gripping his sword, he stated that everyone called this enemy either the nameless swordsman or the Sword Emperor. But the truth was simple. He was just the spirit of the sword demon. A ghostly limb appeared in place of the severed leg, and one of the Sword Emperor's hands also shimmered. As a spectral form, the opponents clashed again, blades ringing violently, as sword marks carved into the ground and rocks around them. Suho blocked a powerful blow, his sword glowing with vivid red streams of energy, and counterattacked his blade, punching a large hole through the enemy's chest armor. He struck the same spot again, and the purple cracks crawling across the Sword Emperor's form spread further. With another leap, the knight retreated, but Suho immediately closed the distance. Studying his enemy closely, Suho said that his own fighting style had been shaped, perfectly countering every fighting style the knight used. A smile graced his lips as he delivered another decisive slash. Massive armor fragments shattered and flew through the air at last, Suho stood victorious over the fallen enemy. The system declared the nameless swordsman defeated, the sealed gate now cleared, with Suho naturally recognized as MVP. Gazing down with a hint of sadness, he spoke. He was glad to have met the nameless swordsman again, and that, in truth, he truly owed him thanks. For without this formidable opponent, he never would have reached such pinnacle of swordsmanship. Alone, broken piece of armor lay on the ground. Suho noted that it was thanks to this very enemy he had once earned the title of Sword God. Dark streams of energy swirled around him as he wished the spirit to finally rest in peace, promising to remember him every single teacher's day. The system then granted him additional experience, points and bonus stats. System windows flickered into view, one reporting a level increase, another detailing a +1 increase to his stats, and an additional skill point, and a final one awarding 5 bonus points for clearing a difficult gate. A lone sword lay discarded on the ground. Suho sighed, regretting that this ghost had no blood or shadow. Therefore, his bloodsucker and shadow eater skills were utterly useless here. Still, he picked up the weapon, closely examining the blade. Just this sword alone made the trip worthwhile. His reflection shimmered across its surface, as the system identified it as the nameless sword of the nameless swordsman. Ranked F. The blade quivered, then abruptly shattered in his grasp, rising as shimmering, floating fragments. The system then announced the nameless sword had been absorbed, activating sword understanding. Suho smiled as he learned the soul of the nameless sword had profoundly altered his fighting style and changed the very nature of his guardian sword. Then, a new description unfolded. Gardien sword, rank S plus. This ideal technique was created by Suho, based on the most fundamental principles, achieving perfect balance among attack, defense, and evasion. After merging with the soul of the nameless sword, its rank increased further. The technique absorbed the sword's will, and it now possessed unlimited growth potential. Suho realized with awe that his ideal sword technique had just been born. The scene shifted to the spectators, watching multiple screens, and Jinwei murmured that everything seemed quiet. For now, Chunman glanced at him and admitted that, although he trusted Suho completely, considering the strength of the enemy, clearing this place might still take quite a bit of time. Jin Hui objected immediately, reminding him that only half an hour had passed. Major Kim stepped forward and asked Chulman for permission to check the situation himself, and once he was allowed, he prepared to go, until the reporter suddenly told him to wait. Confused, the major asked what was wrong, as sweat dripped down the journalist's cheek. Jin Hui pointed urgently at the portal, shouting that everyone needed to look on the screen. Suho appeared stepping through the now open door. Jin Hui burst out, shouting that the gate had been cleared. Suho, still adjusting to the outside light, was stunned when someone called him pro on. And suddenly, Jin Hui and Chu Man came sprinting toward him, like overly excited kids running after candy. Jin Hui even held his camera above his head, as if he were filming a festival. Suho told them to calm down, but the reporter's entire face was practically glowing with joy as he demanded to know how they were supposed to calm down. When Suho had cleared a sealed gate in under an hour, he yelled that it was insane. Chulman looked like he was caught between fear and happiness, as he reminded everyone that Suho had defeated the nameless swordsman, the very same monster who hadn't been beaten, even after more than 200 attempts. He anxiously asked if Suho was all right. Suho smiled and said he felt great, casually adding that he'd taken care of it easily. The major stared at him in disbelief, as if trying to process the idea that the monster who slaughtered hundreds could be considered easy. Standing beside Jin Hui and Chu Man, Suho noted the major's expression. This soldier was desperately trying to understand what kind of person he was dealing with. Chu Man then practically bounced with excitement, suggesting they take a commemorative photo, since a sealed gate had been conquered. The major hesitated, but Chulman waved it off, insisting it was only a formality, and that there was nothing to worry about. He reminded the major that he was just a regular soldier, so he rarely appeared in photographs, and that having a Korean army major in the picture would make the proof far more credible. Finally, Jungkook agreed to join. The photo cut to another scene, where the picture appeared on a laptop screen. In front of the Nexus Guild leader, Soho explained that, as he had mentioned earlier on the phone, he had successfully cleared the nameless sword. Sealed gate in the photo. With him were a representative of the Hunter Association and Major Kim Jong-gu. He also pointed at the reporter beside him, introducing him as Jo Jin-hui from PBS, explaining they agreed to take the photo together to prevent any manipulation of the news. Jin-hui politely handed over his business card, introducing himself as Suho's personal reporter. Dong-yuk pressed his thumb to his temple and said he didn't need the card at all and had never considered manipulating anything. In the first place, standing before Suho, the guild leader asked how in the world he'd managed to pull this off. Suho blinked and asked what part he meant. Dong-yuk gestured at everything and demanded specifics. How he'd gotten permission to access the sealed gate. How he cleared it so fast. Just how had he survived? A monster that had claimed over 200 hunters' lives? Suho calmly explained. He'd met with the president of the Korean Hunters Association, secured permission, then simply went in and slayed the monster. Dong-yu just stared, utterly bewildered, frantically running a hand through his hair. As he struggled to make sense of it all, Suho then inquired if, now that he'd decisively proven his skill level, they could finally finalize their contract. Holding up 2 fingers, he stated that while the guild leader could choose the salary himself, he had 2 non-negotiable conditions. First, he required their full support. Second, if he passed the Hunter Association exam, his exclusive contract must be immediately terminated. He added he'd already informed the association president about clearing the gate, and that several other guilds had contacted him. However, he told them all he would only accept an offer from the one truly willing to fully support him. Dong-yu eyed him with initial distrust, a strange expression flickering across his face, then suddenly burst out laughing and declared, "The deal is accepted." He called for his secretary to bring the paperwork. The guild leader, his trust in Suho now fully restored, was bursting with renewed excitement, declaring the hero had truly proven himself right after all. Suho extended his hand, and they shook firmly. The guild leader warned that there'd be an immense amount of work ahead, and Suho simply replied that he was ready. Later, on a road bustling with evening traffic, Suho smiled broadly and mentioned that since his friend had brought him, he'd be happy to drive him back home. Jin-woo chuckled, saying he was merely fulfilling his duties as Suho's manager. When Suho asked why he called himself that, Jin-woo explained that since Suho kept feeding him all this exclusive content, the least he could do was repay him in some way. He added that the new sedan didn't shake nearly as much as the old minivan he'd used before, so he'd purchased this one specifically. Suho stared back, utterly stunned, realizing yet again that this guy was truly born with a silver spoon in his mouth. As they drove, Suho asked if the reporter wouldn't get in trouble for ditching work all day. Jin-woo proudly replied that several exclusive articles had already gone live that very day, so no one would dare complain, especially since he'd promised the editorial office he'd eventually bring Suho in. Suho realized there was no way this guy would let such a golden opportunity slip away. Jin-woo suggested they could start by reporting the successful clearing of the sealed gate, and then gradually move on to covering his joining Nexus, spacing the news out. That way, maintaining public interest shouldn't be a problem, though realistically, no one knew how long they could truly hold public attention. Suho closed his eyes and told him it was fine. He could handle things however he wanted. Then, Jin-woo hesitated and asked something more serious, wondering how Suho managed to read the nameless swordsman's strategy. Suho explained that the monster had a very predictable pattern, and that he was already familiar with the sword Emperor's fearsome reputation, knowing the fight had to be waged solely with cold weapons. He admitted it might sound arrogant, but he was certain he was better with a sword than the monster. Jinwoo stared, completely bewildered, gripping the steering wheel as Suho continued, saying experience played a massive role in the battle, and that his own swordsmanship was simply strong. The reporter reminded him that the monster had killed over 200 warriors, including the country's greatest swordsman, and asked if Suho truly understood that. Suho calmly explained that the nameless swordsman copied the opponent's status and adapted his combat style accordingly. Inside that gate, only sword skill mattered. No items, no external abilities. Nothing else could influence the fight. Driving Jinwoo finally asked if Suho even possessed a swordsmanship skill. Suho replied that he did, and it was rank S. Yet it strangely didn't appear in his status window. The car suddenly swerved, with Jinwoo slamming his forehead onto the steering wheel, completely stunned by the revelation. He fiercely demanded to know how Suho had acquired an S-rank swordsmanship skill, and when exactly it had happened. Flames practically burst behind him from sheer excitement, and Suho calmly told him to settle down, because he was practically boiling over. He gently warned that information should be delivered gradually, not simply dumped all at once. Jinwoo exhaled heavily and sincerely said that if Suho ever wanted to know anything about him, he could ask any time and get instant answers. After finally slowing the car, he admitted Suho truly had a talent for shocking people, and that he never, ever imagined he'd end up working for someone like Suho. Suho reassuringly smiled, and Jinwoo thanked him for calling him first, apologizing for ever doubting him in the beginning. Suho simply laughed, saying it was all fine. They finally arrived back at their luxurious apartment complex, and Jinwoo asked if that meant they were done for the day. Suho nodded, explaining he needed some rest. The reporter immediately offered to walk him home, and Suho thanked him warmly. Later that night, as darkness settled outside, Suho finally sank down onto something soft and let himself truly breathe, thinking with quiet satisfaction that he could genuinely be proud of today's incredible results. Wiping his head with a towel, he realized he wasn't even remotely tired, despite everything he had accomplished. Pulling the towel away, he summoned his status window. The system reported 7 remaining bonus points, and he immediately understood that this might finally be enough to unlock unified training, though the conditions for it were incredibly strict. Every stat, except for one, had to share the same rank, and all stats at that same level needed to have identical values. If even one bonus point remained, the system would automatically raise the lowest stat to match the higher ones. Suho then worked through the window. Carefully, he watched as the system meticulously evaluated each requirement. Then, the notification finally appeared. All conditions had been triumphantly met. The skill, Unified Train, was now fully activated. He blinked in stunned surprise, watching as his remaining bonus points were distributed. To equalize every stat, his personal card refreshed, showing that all of his characteristics now stood at perfectly even values. Red level, rank 14, across the entire board. Joy surging within him, Suho clenched his fists, realizing he had finally done it. In his past life, he'd never even imagined this was possible, so he'd never even tried. Now, staring out the window, he broke into a bright, satisfied smile and let himself fall back onto the bed, thinking he needed to keep pushing forward. Exactly like this, his phone suddenly rang beside him. The caller ID displayed a name he hadn't seen in quite a while. Gu Yanhua. Still lying down, Suho said. It had been some time since he heard her voice, and she had called at a great moment, since he was in an absolutely excellent mood. She immediately remarked that he must have a lot of free time. Confused, he asked what she meant, telling her not to speak so formally. Yanhua said she had read the article. Smiling, Suho pressed the phone closer, surprised the piece came out so quickly. He said he hadn't checked the comments yet, and asked her to tell him how everyone reacted, but she called him sir again, and insisted they meet first. Suho repeated that he just wanted her answer. She reminded him sharply that they still hadn't accepted his offer. Suho told her that if she or the others weren't satisfied with anything, he wouldn't force them. That shocked her, and Suho asked again for an answer. Yanhua closed her eyes and asked what they were supposed to do from now on. Suho got up from the bed and said he would explain everything tomorrow. When they met, he suggested, "Everyone be at Nexus Academy by 1 p.m. She immediately objected, claiming two of them had work and she had lectures. His expression hardened, laced with disappointment. He told her he must have severely overestimated them. Apparently, none of them cared about anything at all, except for useless nonsense. He had to pull the phone away from his ear because Manhwa absolutely exploded, cursing him out. Then she yelled that she'd still show up. "I'll be at Nexus Academy at 1 p.m., she declared. She hung up. Suho smirked and then told her goodbye. The next day, inside the magnificent Nexus Academy building, Manhwa crossed her arms tightly. She barked at him, "Don't get full of yourself," claiming she only skipped her lectures because she felt like resting, not because of him. The others stood before Suho, who was casually seated on a bench. He said he didn't recall asking why she came. She snorted angrily, clearly irritated. She demanded to know why he had gathered them all. Suho stood up, stating he brought them together because he had something crucial to say. Then, with a chilling smile, he announced, "Today I'm going to kill you all." The Banshee members stared at him, utterly dumbfounded, stunned, as he calmly handed them tablets and asked them to fill out some forms first. Manhwa squinted at the device, suspicious, and immediately assumed it was some kind of contract to hand over their corpses to him. But as she started reading the text, she realized it was simply a skill survey. She asked if he truly wanted all their personal information. Raising his hand, Suho told them that once he joined the special department, he would need freelance agents, and he'd already mentioned needing real shadows. He reminded them firmly he wouldn't just use anyone for that purpose, turning away from them. He explained their training would be absolutely brutal, pushing them until exhaustion, and they'd learn everything from basic combat techniques to maximizing their very own skills. Only they would ever see their personal information, so they needed to be completely honest. Their relationship had to be built on absolute trust, since he had already shared his own secrets. Their turn had finally arrived. Uneasy glances passed between the group members. Later, inside Nexus Academy's training hall, Suho held up a black key card, a smile gracing his lips. "It's time to begin," he announced. He recalled how he'd acquired it. Mitsui had explained this card granted unrestricted access to every corner of the academy. That included the S-rank-only training hall, all while ensuring he'd avoid any unwanted attention. She'd also given him guest cards, just as he'd requested. Examining the card, Suho realized he'd been so focused on everything else that he'd completely forgotten about D1, the very person he'd promised to meet right here. He'd arranged that reunion soon enough. Nearby, the Banshee members lay inside their training capsules. Suho mused that he'd deal with challenges as they arose. Suddenly, the landscape began to shift dramatically. Towering, jagged cliffs materialized before them. They had entered the treacherous Kunlun Mountains. Suho stood before the Banshee squad, welcoming them. He announced they'd be training right here, whenever they had a moment of free time. He looked them over critically, thinking, since they were all still below level 50, he could train them however he pleased. Manhwa demanded to know exactly what they would be doing here. Suho replied that they'd begin with fundamentals and combat technique raffinement, because with your current level of skill, the special department will catch you eventually. He then asked if they truly believed that cheap tricks could fool the special department forever. Manhwa snapped back that their plan was excellent, and no one would ever catch them. Suho smiled, arms crossed casually, reminding her he'd already caught them himself, and that perfect crimes simply didn't exist, especially in a world teeming with superpowered individuals. For that reason alone, he stated, you need to learn to protect yourselves and, ideally, each other. With a snap of his fingers, countless weapons materialized around them. Pick one, he instructed, because developing your fundamentals and overcoming fear is your absolute priority now. Manhwa picked up a weapon and asked, is there anything else? Suho asked if she recalled what people had been calling him. Lately, that is. She mumbled that folks referred to him as the Sword God. His right hand glowed as he confirmed that was indeed his current nickname, leaning on his sword. He declared they were now standing before a genuine master of swordsmanship. It would be foolish to expect him to teach anything else if they wanted to maximize their swordsmanship in this realm. They shouldn't use any of their other skills. He couldn't outright forbid it, but those skills would only hinder them later on. The group frowned as Suho then told them to try and kill him. Swinging his sword, he dramatically announced the training had begun. In an instant, he rushed them. Heads flew. He asked the stunned survivors why they still had time to be surprised. Then, he finished off the remaining two. The squad respawned again, and Suho quipped that since they'd already died once, they shouldn't freeze up like idiots. They quickly adopted defensive stances. Suho praised them for it and said they'd restart. Looking upward, the group suddenly realized his next attack was coming from above. Suho slammed into them again, scattering bodies as he mocked them mid-combat. He told one that his grandmother moved faster. He elbowed another in the chest, asking how someone who worked in delivery could be this slow, jokingly wondering if he was fired because customers starved waiting for their orders. The boy crashed into another teammate. Turning to the third, Suho asked how a teacher could be so slow that he couldn't even parry such a simple strike. He wondered what he could possibly teach kids if they could already outpace him. The young man insisted he hadn't dodged on purpose. Suho declared his excuse was worse than a schoolboy's. Their hands trembled as they gripped their swords. One cursed loudly, asking when the bastard would finally shut up. They attacked together. Suho mused their growing self-control would help them avoid panic. When they eventually entered real gates, a powerful blast then tore through the terrain. Suho told them they would become his shadows. Not just mere errand runners, but true warriors ready to help clear gates. Stepping on their swords, he declared to them, sternly, that there was no easy path to strength. You only become strong when you believe. There's absolutely no retreat left. The brutal training continued relentlessly. After a grueling eternity, the exhausted Banshee members struggled to rise again. Raising his hand, Suho declared he was satisfied with their effort. But he had other things to attend to. The group stared at him, utterly stunned, as he told them that the simulation would automatically end when the time was right, and they must continue training until then. Yenho asked in disbelief, "Are you really just leaving?" A digital clone of Suho suddenly appeared behind him. Suho told her not to worry. The clone possessed all the same abilities as him. The copy then lifted its sword and insulted them, calling them pigs and trash, and demanding they prepare to fight. Furious, the enraged Banshee members cursed Suho as a complete bastard. Suho then stepped out of the capsule and glanced back at the four others, still training. That was enough for them for now. He answered a call. Miss Sui's voice came through. She said an article had just gone public about his recruitment into the Nexus Guild, and she called to confirm it. Suho asked if the author was Joe Jinwei. She confirmed it was his exclusive report, and the PR team wanted to publish additional info. Looking out the window, Suho said, "That's perfect. In fact, another article should be prepared." Sui hesitated, saying it might be too soon. Suho explained that public reaction would likely be harsh, since he had previously stated he dreamed of joining the government, only to then abruptly join a private guild. There would definitely be negativity. Zwei assured him that following his plan would settle public opinion. Soon enough, Suho thought about the fact that he still hadn't publicly announced he was taking the Rank 5 exam at the end of the year, though it wouldn't remain secret for long. He told her he'd explain everything later, and he needed to make another call. He phoned Jinwei, who greeted him happily. While working at his laptop, Jinwei asked what he needed. Suho said he'd heard the article about Nexus had been published and public opinion was heated. He said he had an idea. He wanted another article. This time, it would cover his next challenge, the clearing of another sealed gate. Smiling, Suho announced he was planning to take on the Swamp of Despair next. A new article then spreads across the internet, announcing that Suho has successfully cleared the sealed gate of the Nameless Sword. People online explode with shock. How could he have just cleared the Tower of Trials? He had already moved on to conquering a sealed gate. One person wonders aloud, is Suho now the newest Sword King? Another corrects him, instantly saying the guy should be called the Sword God. A second article follows, reporting that Insuho has joined the Nexus Academy. Immediately, users start reminding everyone that he previously said he wanted to work for the Hunters Association. Others accuse him of being corrupt and throw insults without restraint. Then a third headline drops. Nexus Guild Hunter. Insuho intends to clear another sealed gate, the Swamp of Despair. Someone calls him a complete psycho. Another mocks the people who said Suho joined Nexus for money, asking what's wrong with their faces now. Someone else claims they believed in him from the start. Another declares Suho as his idol now and threatens to personally deal with anyone who insults him. Suho reads all these comments on his phone. Most of them are exciting and positive. He smiles, thinking everything is going exactly according to plan. That's when Schulman walks in, looking exhausted. His head droops forward as he holds it with one hand. Suho asks immediately, "Were you granted access to the Swamp of Despair?" Schulman says he had been discussing exactly that. He vividly recalls the president's expression. The association head had screamed that, of course, Suho should be given access. He even called Schulman an idiot for not doing it immediately. Schulman adds that now, when Suho first asked, it seems the hero, practically, has automatic access to every gate he needs. While Schulman mentally prepares himself for endless paperwork, Suho thanks him for the effort. As they walk between the office desks, Suho then explains that he plans to take the exam for the 5th rank at the end of the year, but it's a secret, so Schulman shouldn't tell anyone. Schulman immediately seals his lips with his fingers and swears he will remain silent. Like a fish, Suho laughs to himself, thinking he was only joking. But the guy's reaction was priceless. He tells him they should move toward clearing the gate now. Now the scene shifts to young Jongdo in Incheon, where the sealed S-rank gate, known as the Swamp of Despair, looms. Suho stands before the massive portal, while several cameramen record the moment. People whisper that no hunter has returned alive from this gate before, even though Suho is incredibly unique. Some doubt whether he can truly overcome this place. Inside the security room, Jinhui watches the screen nervously. He tells a worried man beside him to relax, and even suggests making a bet. Grinning, Jinhui says he'll bet $1 million that Suho will clear the gate. The other man, still anxious, agrees reluctantly, saying he hopes Suho comes out alive, but is convinced it's impossible to clear this place. Meanwhile, Schulman stands frozen, horrified. He shouts that the gate is disappearing. Everyone stares at the screens in disbelief. Jinhui asks if Suho actually cleared it already. The other man yells that it's impossible. In panic, Jinhui elbows Schulman right in the face, demanding to know how many minutes Suho was inside. 10:20. Schulman shakes his head and says it wasn't even 10. It's been less than 5 minutes. The moment Suho stepped inside, the truth immediately became clear. The system revealed that the Swamp of Despair had absolutely no entry requirements, and an unlimited number of players could enter. Now, Suho stands at the base of a colossal staircase, stretching impossibly upward into an eerie sky. He remembers all too well that this gate claimed even more casualties than the Nameless Sword, and no one had ever returned alive from it. Outsiders never truly understood what actually transpired inside. Suho knows monsters don't actually appear here. To clear this gate, one must simply climb the stairs, but every single step is a psychological nightmare, brimming with terrifying mental traps. That's why horrific monsters surround the staircase, victims turned into petrified statues. Suho understands the real strategy for clearing this place. You need an item or skill granting S-rank, mental protection. Otherwise, the endless despair will eventually kill you, and your corpse becomes another frozen statue on the stairs. This gate is called the Swamp of Despair. For that very reason, no one has ever made it back. Smiling faintly, Suho steps onto the first stair. He thinks that none of this even matters right now. Immediately, a crushing wave of despair slams into him. His legs barely stay steady. Purple streams swirl menacingly behind his head, but still he smiles. The system announces that Dragon's blood has activated. Mental damage immunity, with Dragon's blood flowing inside him. This entire gate turns into nothing but an easy stroll. Suho climbs to the next step. Terrible monsters lurking all around him. He keeps walking calmly. Remarkably, he notices fewer and fewer statues the higher he goes. Sadly, only a handful ever made it even halfway. Twisted faces look at him from the sides. Forever trapped, he knows he cannot save them. In his past life, the hunter who cleared this gate spent hundreds of days meticulously strengthening his mind. That man attempted to save the victims. But when he touched the statues, they all tragically turned to dust in the end. He was left utterly alone, unable to save anyone. Finally, Suho reaches the top. He looks at the countless, lifeless forms below. He tells them he knows their suffering runs deep. Pressing his palms together in earnest, he promises to set them all free. Though he knows he can only free their trapped souls, a dazzling white portal awaits him. The system proudly declares him MVP and awards him bonus experience points and a skill point. It also announces he's the very first person ever to clear this portal, awarding 5 more skill points as a bonus. Then, a level increase notification pops up, more stats are boosted, and yet another skill point is added. Smiling, Suho declares, it's time for the final reward. The system grants him the legendary Ring of Emotions. This ring lets him see emotions as vibrant colored auras, absorb white or black emotional energy, and reshape it at will. Its duration, however, is unknown. Suho remembers that in his past life, the only person who ever obtained this ring was the same player who had cleared this very gate. That man used it to heal deep emotional wounds, but it was later stolen by his enemies. Suho slowly lifts his hand, thinking that this time, things would be different. He slips the powerful ring onto his finger, standing at the top of the stairs. The ring instantly begins absorbing the oppressive black emotional energy lingering in the fallen corpses. Thanks to his dragon blood, Suho takes no mental damage. He touches the ground, and the system reports that the ring reacts to intense emotions. Its color is black, and absorption begins. Black energy swirls as Suho raises his right hand. The ring has absorbed the maximum amount it can. It isn't enough to purify the entire staircase, but he has no other option. Now that he faces the exit portal, turning toward the shimmering gateway, Suho quietly says it's time to leave. The moment Suho stepped outside, reporters instantly swarmed him, their cameras flashing nonstop. He lifted a hand to cover his face, as journalists urged him to look into their lenses before he could steady himself. Chulman and Jean Woo rushed toward him, both overflowing with pure excitement. Chulman, practically punching the air, demanded to know how Suho had managed to clear the portal in precisely 4 minutes and 17 seconds, and this gate was rumored to be even more treacherous than the infamous Nameless Sword. Jean Woo shouted he needed to write an article immediately. Suho, however, told them to calm down, but with a smile, he invited them for a quick photo, and the two happily agreed. As news of the cleared gate exploded across the internet, people couldn't help but question. Had Suho truly conquered the swamp of despair, a gate no one had ever returned from alive? The answer was a resounding yes, he really had. Dong Yuk stared at his tablet, utterly dumbfounded, completely overwhelmed. The completion time was under 5 minutes. He buried his face in his hands, simply unable to believe his eyes. Just then, his landline suddenly rang. When he picked up, the caller introduced himself as John Kyung-hwan, the formidable president of the Korean Hunters Association, who politely inquired if Dong Yuk had a moment to discuss something important. Dong Yuk immediately assumed this was about on Suho. When asked if he could come to the association, Dong Yuk suggested they meet for lunch instead, and the president readily agreed. After hanging up, a man entered his office to speak with him, but Dong Yuk simply called for his secretary, Kim Mi-gong, and instructed him to arrange a meeting with Hunter on Suho later that day. A sleek white car pulled up, and Jean Woo informed Suho of their arrival. As they stepped out, Suho asked if he was heading to the broadcasting station. Jean Woo explained that the Swamp of Despair article was already prepared and just needed minor edits before publishing. He then suggested a restaurant tour, next time, as he loved writing food reviews, and Suho readily promised to join him. As the car pulled away, Suho gazed happily at his ring, remarking that Jin Woo's passion had filled it with plenty of positive energy. Entering a bustling restaurant, Suho approached a table, where Kumin boisterously greeted him. As South Korea's protector, the president urged him to take a seat beside Mr. Dong-yuk. Suho thanked the association leaders and smoothly took his seat, noticing Kyung-won, Kumin, Dong-yuk, and the head of the Special Force Division, Pai Song-yeol, all gathered here. Confused by the sudden formality, he listened as Kyung-won warmly congratulated him, praising the unprecedented speed with which he cleared both sealed gates, and proclaiming him the future of the nation. Kumin then proposed a toast, and Suho, raising his cup, chose to toast their shared success. Glasses clinked around the table. During the meal, the president casually mentioned, hearing that Suho's guild contract had no fixed term. Dong-yuk confirmed, stating that, while most contracts lasted 3 years, Suho was a special case, who could contribute immensely to the country, so he wouldn't be restricted at all. Kyung-won laughed, pleased that guild leader Dong-yuk shared the association's lofty goals. He then asked Suho if he agreed with the arrangement. Suho replied, saying he deeply appreciated the guild leader's consideration. Very much. Chief Pai added that he looked forward to Suho joining the Hunters Association, as it would boost not only their organization, but the entire nation. With a strange smile, Kumin then said the president wanted to present Suho with a special letter of thanks. Inside, Suho secretly rejoiced. This letter practically ensured he would pass the level 5 exam. Out loud, he said he was deeply honored. Kyung-won explained that they had originally gathered to celebrate the nameless swordsman's victory, but Suho cleared another gate so quickly that even they couldn't keep up. Suho humbly replied that it was only possible because the president granted him the access he needed. The leaders absolutely loved his answer. Chief Pai, still holding his cup, asked how Suho managed to clear the swamp of despair, since no one had ever returned, and information was minimal. Suho recognized Pai's talent for extracting secrets, something he remembered from his past life, so he maintained his guard, smiling. He casually explained that inside the gate, there weren't any monsters, just a single staircase, and after just one step, he immediately sensed danger and deployed his tools, continuing his climb until he finally succeeded. The association representatives stared, astounded, their mouths agape, as Chief Pai stroked his beard, impressed that Suho had completely sidestepped mental overload, where others would have relied solely on stability. Human then inquired about Suho's current level, mentioning he'd heard Suho wasn't even level 100 yet. Suho coolly replied that he was only level 53. Chief Pai nearly choked on his tea and demanded to know what ability he'd gained. Just as the ring on Suho's finger glowed with white light, Suho immediately sensed that the association wanted to mold him into an obedient weapon. He explained that while he was a healer, because he preferred swords, he had acquired the sword path. Chief Pai noted that the sword path wasn't unusual, though certainly unexpected for a healer. Suho privately noted that the special department had a plethora of unique abilities, so his own didn't impress them much. Yet, he utterly disliked the feeling of being treated like a mere hunting dog. Out loud, he added that while his main skill was indeed swordsmanship, he wanted support developing his healing abilities because a hunter's lifespan was simply too short otherwise. Dong-wook and Kyung-won both wholeheartedly agreed that hunters faced constant danger, and the Nexus Guild was perfectly positioned to support his development. Even better, the leaders smiled broadly, as Kyung-won boldly declared himself a crucial link between the guild and the association. Chief Pai said Suho could also rely on him. Feeling slightly overwhelmed by so many offers of support, Suho raised his fist decisively and vowed to clear every single gate in Korea. The leaders applauded enthusiastically, and Human refilled his drink. As night began to settle outside, the meeting ended, and Suho and Chief Pai walked out, bidding farewell to the association leaders. Suho said he'd genuinely enjoyed the evening. Once their car pulled away, Chief Pai reached under his jacket, offering Suho a cigarette. Suho declined, but the chief lit one anyway, saying he always smoked after a truly good party. He then handed Suho his business card. He admitted he usually ignored calls, but would always answer his. He then casually asked where Suho was currently living. Suho, in turn, began to explain that his previous home was completely swarmed with zealous fans, forcing him to reside in a hotel for now. Chief Pai frowned deeply, declaring this a genuine national problem. Highly popular hunters, he explained, would inevitably become swarmed by obsessive crowds. Suho, however, lightly dismissed it as nothing more than normal affection, a comment that instantly darkened Pai's entire aura. Suho quickly realized his innocent comment must have sounded incredibly naive to someone who unapologetically viewed unawakened civilians as mere pawns, a cold mindset shared by both the president and vice president. Chief Pai then stated that although the official exam was slated for the year's end, Suho had, in all practical terms, already passed it. Suho simply acknowledged this fact. The chief confessed he once perceived Suho as quite modest, but now clearly saw he wasn't simple-minded in the slightest. He then casually linked arms with Suho and playfully suggested they rehearse a superior, subordinate dynamic, as Suho would soon be serving directly under him once he officially joined the association. Suho calmly agreed, which made Pai heartily laugh. Pai then provocatively asked if Suho desired to quit clearing gates altogether and instead join the Special Force unit immediately. Suho's body tensed, instantly realizing Pai was skillfully baiting him. Just as Pai flicked the ash from his cigarette, Suho finally understood the chief's true motive. The chief had purposefully stayed until the very end to personally recruit him himself, instead of merely gathering information through Dong Hyuk, as he claimed. Suddenly, the ring of emotions activated, releasing a soft, shimmering white light. Internally, Suho called upon Pai to subtly shape his intentions. Smiling outwardly, he smoothly reassured Pai that everything was perfectly fine, and expertly emphasized the critical importance of the Special Force unit. The ring instantly amplified these positive emotions. Invisible white streams began to rise from Pai's eyes, as he declared Suho actually possessed genuine ambition, a rare trait he deeply admired, since most hunters only harbored empty, hollow dreams. He then inquired about Suho's closeness with Chuman from a gate department. Suho replied that Chuman was indeed quite close, but he also keenly desired strong relationships with both Pai, and especially with the president himself, genuinely hoping for truly productive cooperation. Alongside the Special Forces chief, Pai looked quite pleased and rested a hand on Suho's shoulder, complimenting his impressive communication skills. Suho thanked him and expressed his hope of joining the department through special recruitment. Pai rubbed his chin, pondering aloud. That recruitment for level 5 hunters had already been officially announced for the end of the year, and there was no real need for a special recruitment, just for someone who would qualify anyway. Suho, meanwhile, knew the ring's influence had deepened Pai's interest into something closer to emotional loyalty. It wouldn't last forever, but it was more than enough for now. As they stood together, Pai said he was surprised. Suho was so committed to joining the association and asked about special recruitment. Pai explained it wasn't common, but it could be arranged if necessary. Suho praised him as an amazing person, prompting Pai to cover his mouth shyly. He explained that recruitment decisions came from higher authorities, but if there was a shortage in the special department, they could justify a special intake. Pai added that if such a recruitment happened, they would need proof that Suho was valuable to the department. Suho asked if he meant clearing gates. Pai reminded him that the Special Force handled awakened criminals, which was far more important. Suho had indeed forgotten that part. Pai said criminals with awakened abilities were extremely dangerous, and although Suho had great skills, Gothic clearing and crime fighting were completely different. He suggested Suho prove himself by choosing any wanted criminal and delivering them to the department. If done, he could be accepted, Within 1 or 2 months, a car pulled up. Pai said most newcomers panicked at the mention of wanted criminals, but Suho clearly wasn't timid. With a smile, he promised to await Suho's news. Suho recalled how, in his previous life, Pai hadn't even remembered his name until after the nameless swordsman's victory. But this time, things were already taking a different turn. As the car drove away, Suho realized that soon, these vile criminals and their cronies would be among the new recruits. They'd make excellent sacrifices for his upcoming plan. Several nondescript buildings stood before him, and Suho's shadow stretched long across the pavement. As faint cigarette smoke drifted lazily from nearby windows, he muttered, realizing he'd walked right into a snake's nest. Employing his magic detection, he pinpointed a pack of suspicious figures inside, confirming he'd finally found exactly the right place. He calmly picked up a brick with his left hand, and in the very next moment, smashed it straight through the window of the room, where the criminals were gathered, shocking them. One thug stammered, "What the hell is happening?" while another yelled, "Some punks out here, messing with us." In a hurry, the criminals rushed outside to confront whoever dared. They stopped short in front of Suho, demanding to know what he wanted. The blonde among them stared at him nervously, asking, "Are you drunk or just crazy?" Suho smiled back calmly, assuring them he was completely sober. He then asked if they were the same scumbags, stealing cryptocurrency wallets through their elaborate scams. Fear immediately flickered across the thugs' faces. Suho then inquired if they were holding a man named Co Gi1 as a hostage. The criminals traded anxious glances, unable to comprehend who this stranger was, or how he knew everything. Someone guessed he might be a cop. Another declared they had to get rid of him anyway. A third hesitated, asking if this could get them into more trouble. But the reply came quickly. "This bastard already knows too much. Nothing worse could happen if we don't deal with him." Suho gave them a tired smile, thinking that these opponents were truly pathetic. Mentally, he encouraged them, "Go on, try to catch me. If they could, they just might prove useful." He summoned forth the shadow spear and fired a shot right near one thug, releasing chains that instantly wrapped tightly around him. Purple energy swirled menacingly over the man's trapped body as his bald friend screamed his name in a panic. Suddenly, several criminals charged at Suho, yelling insults, but he dodged every single blow effortlessly. A blond man then lunged forward with a spear, managing to land what looked like a clean hit, but it did absolutely nothing. The criminals stared wide-eyed as Suho, lightly splattered with blood, grinned. The system then announced the activation of his blood weapon, and a long, crimson shaft materialized in Suho's hand. He immediately drove it straight into the thug, sending him sprawling violently across the ground. Suho noted that he couldn't kill them, but nobody said he couldn't beat them senseless. Another criminal foolishly rushed forward, calling him an idiot, only to be sent flying by a powerful strike from Suho. Soon, only the bald thug remained standing, trembling and muttering, "This is madness." He tried desperately to run, but Suho pierced his leg with the blood spear and calmly asked, "Where do you think you're going?" With all the criminals defeated and lying groaning around him, Suho warned them all to stop screaming, unless they wanted an extra dose of pain. He then stored all of them inside his subspace portal, then calmly dusting off his hands. He said the only thing left was to find Co Jiwon inside the kitchen, which was a complete disaster zone. Suho finally found the man he was looking for, Co Jiwon. Jiwon was slumped motionless on the floor, fast asleep in front of his laptop. Suho called his name, and the man slowly blinked awake, staring blankly, still groggy at the hero. When Suho asked if he'd finally come to his senses, Jiwon looked around shakily, asking what happened. Suho greeted him warmly and smoothly introduced himself. Jiwon instantly froze and asked in horror, "Is this really the Suho from the news?" He couldn't understand how Suho ended up here, nor where the criminals who kept him hostage had vanished to. Still shaking, he looked absolutely terrified. Suho then remembered reading in Jiwon's autobiography he'd been brutally beaten and held captive for 6 months by those thugs. He saw the man was far too traumatized to speak, normally at the moment. So he extended his hand. The ring flared, responding to Ji-won's intense emotions, identifying them as black. Suho gently pressed his palm to Ji-won's chest to absorb them completely. When Suho asked if he felt better, Ji-won stared at him in disbelief. Unable to comprehend how his trembling had stopped, Suho knelt in front of him, explaining softly that he saw his condition was dire and used one of his skills to help him. Ji-won gasped, then hesitantly asked what would happen to him now. Would he be going to jail? Suho asked why he would. Ji-won admitted he'd done many wrong things. Suho reminded him that he had been forced into everything, and people like that didn't belong in jail. Ji-won reluctantly agreed, still suspicious. He then asked how Suho knew he was here, when Suho hadn't even joined the association yet. Suho answered that he'd found him using a special skill that no one else knew about, and that he was sharing this information because he truly needed him. Ji-won anxiously clutched his left hand and claimed he was useless. Suho disagreed firmly. Ji-won was the only person in Korea with the cyber-type trait. Ji-won stared in shock as Suho explained that, among countless traits worldwide, cyber-type was one of the rarest, allowing a user's consciousness to enter the digital world. Only 2 people had ever awakened it. One was Co Ji-won, and the second was known as Overload, who discovered the terrifying potential of digitization and tried to take control of the entire internet, becoming a near unstoppable threat. Even after the system arrived, the one person who managed to defeat him had been Co Ji-won himself. A year after escaping from the criminals, Ji-won disappeared and sacrificed himself to obliterate Overload. He later earned the revered nickname. His entire tragic life story had been meticulously documented in his autobiography. Recalling this, Suho vowed that this time he wouldn't let Overload even appear, nor would he permit Ji-won to perish. Suho told Ji-won that this was precisely why he needed him. The world was destined to one day be utterly consumed by the gates and the system, and Suho couldn't possibly fend off that nightmare alone. He then asked if Ji-won would help him. Trembling once more, Ji-won gazed at him in awe. As dark streams began to flow from the ring, the system declared another full absorption. Ji-won slowly closed his eyes, wondering if someone like him could truly pose a threat to the world. He confessed he would have sold his very soul for escape, but now he felt compelled to help the person who had saved his life. Kneeling, Ji-won clenched his fist, realizing that someone with the same power as him could unleash unimaginable destruction. He admitted he didn't know if he could truly do it, but he would help. Suho recognized the man described in the autobiography, a person who had endured hell, yet remained selfless. Suho thanked him profoundly and declared their first order of business was to eat. When Ji-won confessed he had no money, Suho slid slippers toward him, telling him not to worry. He would cover it. Ji-won then asked how Suho knew all this, and Suho replied with an incredibly awkward expression that it was all thanks to his unique skill. Tears welled up in Ji-won's eyes as Suho told him he knew the man had suffered. Later, as they shared a meal, Ji-won apologized for devouring the food so ravenously. He hadn't had a proper meal in a very long time. Suho assured him it was perfectly fine and ordered another plate. After finishing his soup, Ji-won thanked him, then shyly posed a question. Suho gently reminded him they were now a team and could speak openly with each other. And since they were only a year apart in age, Ji-won could simply call him by his name. Ji-won, as another bowl was cleared away, agreed and told Suho that he could also treat him as an old acquaintance. He pressed Suho, asking why he chose the Hunter Association instead of joining or even founding a powerful guild. After all, government work came with countless, stifling restrictions. Suho closed his eyes, stating that no matter how mighty a guild became, its power would always be limited. He aspired to halt the world's destruction with minimal casualties, and only the association could truly help him achieve that. Ji-won nodded, finally understanding. Suho then set his spoon down and declared he wanted to make a promise. Once he officially joined the association, no one would ever dare do something like this to Jivan, ever again. Jivan smiled gratefully, assuring him he would trust him. Suho stood, offering to sort out the man's past. Jivan, confused once more, followed as Suho slipped on his jacket and asked if the thugs who had kidnapped him really grew up in the same orphanage as him. It was time to pay them a not-so-friendly visit. The moment Jivan saw those thugs again, rage consumed him. He beat them mercilessly as they begged him to stop, calling him brother, insisting he'd kill them at this rate. His fists dripped with blood as he screamed at them to shut up. Even the blonde thug lay unconscious by the wall. When Jivan asked to heal the villain again, Suho looked at the man and asked, "How many times have we done this?" Jivan cheerfully answered, 7 times. Duho warned him that the special forces would arrive soon, so the beating session had to end. He then healed the blonde, remembering how this man had suffered deeply because of similar trauma, and hoping this would help him escape his painful past. A gray car pulled up, and Chief Pai Sujin stepped out. He noted that Suho seemed to have figured everything out already. Suho, standing beside the unconscious blonde, thanked him for coming personally. Pai confessed he had special feelings for Suho and simply couldn't help himself. Suho felt slightly offended by that phrasing. The kidnappers still lay unconscious. Pai asked, "These are really the criminals?" Suho confirmed it. Pai observed that despite being knocked out cold, they didn't have a single scratch on them. Suho explained they'd resisted arrest, but he patched them right up afterward. Pai burst out laughing, declaring he loves Suho's style, a hero who doesn't pull any punches. Suho apologized, admitting he wasn't exactly seasoned in this field. Pai clarified he wasn't scolding him. In fact, he fully approved. He even said Suho could beat villains practically to death. If he wanted, the association's healers could erase all evidence of the violence. Pai casually pressed his foot onto the blonde's head and muttered that criminals like these deserved execution, but society was obsessed with humanity. Suho mused about how he'd learned this exact method from his time with the special department in his past life. Pai then spotted Jaiwan standing behind Suho and said he'd heard these criminals use this boy in their schemes, and it was his first time ever seeing someone with cyber-type abilities. He added that Jaiwan seemed dangerous and must be taken in. Both Suho and Jaiwan glared at him. Suho asked if that was truly necessary, explaining that Jaiwan was simply a victim. He handed Pai a folder containing the young man's testimony and documents proving everything. Pai was astonished Suho had gathered all of it so quickly. He then asked if digitization could be used inside a gate. Suho understood Pai's motive and explained that the skill belonged purely to the digital domain, rendering it useless in gate combat, but incredibly valuable in cybersecurity. Pai scrutinized the documents and declared that if the ability wasn't useful in combat or in support roles, then the special department had no need for him. Suho softly pleaded not to punish Jaiwan. Pai remarked that Suho was going soft, taking care of the guy, but after hearing everything, he admitted Jaiwan had truly suffered horribly. Turning to his subordinates, Pai declared that Suho was absolutely right. The victim absolutely shouldn't be punished. They would close the case and ensure Jaiwan received proper compensation. Suho bowed deeply, offering his sincere thanks. Pai affirmed that justice was always his ultimate goal. Then, he asked how Suho even knew about this case. Suho had been waiting for this exact moment. Raising a finger, he explained. CO Jaiwan had sent a digital distress signal. Using his skill, Suho checked its validity and organized a swift rescue. Pai asked, "Is that truly what happened?" Suho thought, of course not, but he said nothing aloud. Pai handed the folder to his subordinate, praising Suho for always finding a perfect solution. Suho humbly replied it was just luck. Pai countered that luck always favors the capable. With a reassuring hand on Suho's shoulder, he promised to arrange the special recruitment. As they had agreed, Jaiwan finally stepped closer, asking, "What should I do now?" Suho pointed behind him and said, "You're coming with me." Jaiwan gazed around the apartment in utter shock, while Suho casually grabbed a drink from the fridge. The place was undeniably luxurious, almost too perfect, and Jaiwan couldn't help but say it out loud. Suho casually replied that it wasn't his home. This belonged to Ju Jinwoo, the famous PBS reporter. As he poured the drink into a glass, he mentioned that the owner was currently away on a business trip, so the two of them had the entire place all to themselves. Jaiwan accepted the glass nervously, asking, "Won't the owner be angry about bringing someone over?" Without permission, Suho simply brushed it off, saying it wasn't a big deal at all, but warned Jaiwan not to talk too much. Jaiwan slapped his own chest dramatically and promised to stay silent like a fish, then quickly asked, "What do you want me to do next?" Suho lifted the glass to his mouth and clarified, "Jaiwan, you were kidnapped right after hitting level 50 and awakening your ability, right?" Jaiwan confirmed it. Suho said this implied he'd soon confront Overload. And to do that, he needed to get strong, fast, strong enough to reach a level comparable to Suho's, if they truly wanted to prevent the world's end together. A shocked Jaiwan then asked if that meant he'd have to clear gates alongside him. But Suho shook his head, still typing on a laptop. They wouldn't level him up the traditional way, by clearing gates. Instead, Jaiwan needed to master his cyber-type ability with maximum efficiency. Turning the laptop toward him, Suho asked how he felt about going online together. Jaiwan hesitated. Was that even possible? Suho told him to read his own skill description, but then pointed out something the system didn't openly mention. Although Jaiwan transferred his own consciousness into the network, nothing said he couldn't pull someone else inside with him. Jaiwan stared at him in disbelief, but agreed to try. He placed his hand over the laptop and activated digitization. A glowing digital circle formed above his palm, as the system notified Suho that player CO Jaiwan was attempting to transfer his consciousness into the digital world and requesting permission. Suho approved. The system then announced the transition process, and Suho's expression tightened in surprise. A moment later, he found himself standing in the middle of a massive vineyard under a bright sky, realizing he had literally entered the laptop's home screen, the Windows wallpaper he'd always seen, but never imagined he'd experience firsthand. Jaiwan, running from behind, called out to him in excitement. He said it felt bizarre seeing someone else here, because until now, he'd always been alone in this digital world. Suho admitted this was his first time too, and it felt amazing. Jaiwan looked around at the endless fields and asked if they really were. Inside the wallpaper photo, Suho confirmed it was an actual winery image, complete with grapevines. He even plucked a grape and chewed out of curiosity, earning a laugh from Jaiwan, who reminded him that the digital world only had visuals, but with no taste or smell. Suho quickly spat out the illusion, admitting he wanted to test it regardless. They made their way through the vineyard, as Jivan began to ask how he was supposed to gain levels in this environment. Suho seemed surprised Jivan didn't know. Levels are gained through experience points, and the system didn't care whether actions occurred in the physical world or not. He even reminded Jivan how he'd increased his sword proficiency during his VR Hunter exam. Jivan then inquired if leveling up in a virtual environment was truly possible. Suho clarified that skills could be trained there, but not character levels. This digital world, however, was fundamentally different. Here, nothing resets after death. Here, everything was real enough to truly kill you, and that is precisely what allowed it to affect the system. They paused before a pair of closed digital doors, labeled File Cleaner. Jivan asked what this folder was. Opening it, they saw a cheerful computer window, claiming it would organize devices easily. Suho then revealed it was no antivirus at all. It was malware. When Jivan asked if he truly intended to level up with a virus, Suho confirmed it. Malware behaved just like monsters, attacking and destroying systems. Therefore, Jivan needed to risk his life and defeat them to gain experience. And he warned him again. Dying here meant dying for real. He also strictly told him never to answer the guide's questions, because that would unleash even more viruses. As they stepped inside, a blue-haired girl greeted them sweetly, asking if they wished to use the free file cleaner. Suho offered a smile, saying it sounded tempting. Jivan nervously confessed he'd almost answered her, Suho handed him a weapon, explaining. He probably belonged to the magician class, so he should stay in the back, attack, collect bonuses, and leave Suho to tank the front line. The blue-haired girl reappeared, with a much sharper tone, reiterating her question. This time, dozens of black, glitching monsters with glowing eyes emerged behind her. The system didn't even properly describe them, only incomprehensible gibberish. Corrupted characters flooded the status window. A terrified Jivan gasped at their overwhelming numbers. Suho manifested his bloodied sword, reassuring Jivan that, though they were stuck inside, the monsters couldn't escape through the portal. If Jivan couldn't escape, though, he'd die, so he needed to use his magic wisely. A massive black skull monster lunged forward, but Suho decapitated it in an instant. He reminded Jivan to prepare his spell. A digital circle pulsed around Jivan's hand as he confirmed his readiness, and Suho charged headfirst into the horde, mowing down wave after wave of corrupted entities. Eventually, after a grueling battle, the monsters scattered into pixels. As Suho finished them all off, Jivan collapsed onto one knee, completely exhausted and trembling, admitting he genuinely thought he was going to die. Suho told him he was still alive and now level 59. He asked how Jivan was doing. Jivan said he had reached level 55. Suho quickly realized this guy was far more talented than expected. With the right guidance, he could work well alongside the Banshee group. He helped Jivan stand and suggested they log out and rest. Jivan agreed eagerly. Back in the real world, Suho chugged a Coke on the couch, relieved there was a safe way to level up without entering actual gates. He then checked the public reaction to the news article about him clearing the swamp of despair. The internet was flooded with admiration. People asking the government to give him a medal, fans wanting souvenirs, and endless praise. Suho rubbed his nose proudly. As long as he kept clearing gates, the world treated him like a hero. And honestly, that kind of respect made life worth living. Seeing everything proceed exactly as planned, he decided it was time for the next step. Suho ended up on a late-night call with guild leader Bei. He went straight to the point, wanting permission to clear the S-rank gate under the Nexus Guild's name and throwing in the promise. Every single piece of loot would go straight into the guild's pockets. No strings attached, no conditions, just pure grind value. The gate in question? It's the infamous Mole Mine, an S-rank dungeon packed with precious mana stones and absolutely crawling with those freaky mole monsters. They move like they're speedrunning. Through the dark, Suho eyed the place, already picturing how incredibly annoying it would be. So many damn moles grabbing even one mana stone felt like snatching candy from a nest of feral toddlers. Still, he just smirked, like this entire death cave was just another warm-up. Clearing was exactly what he planned to do. On the other end of the call, Guild Leader Bei was quietly analyzing the situation. If mortality inside the gate spiked, the government could snatch the dungeon away under national safety protocols, which meant having Suho clear it would actually secure Nexus Guild's ownership. The guy genuinely thought Suho's idea was gold. He just didn't understand why the kid sounded so urgent about it. Suho, still lounging, explained that he might join the Korean Hunters Association earlier than expected, which meant he wouldn't be able to finish out his contract properly. So, before dipping, he wanted to at least do something worthwhile for the guild. It was his version of paying rent before leaving the apartment. Bei understood. Even though a hint of disappointment slipped through, at least Suho told him straight, instead of doing some dramatic, last-minute announcement, like half the hunters who ditch for the association. Without warning, Suho added that he'd personally put together a team to fight the moles, so the guild would only need to arrange miners, and none of this had to be rushed. The guild leader finally accepted the plan, saying he'd contact Suho once all preparations were done. The next day, Suho found himself in the lounge of Nexus Academy, where D1 welcomed him warmly. With an outstretched hand, Suho returned the handshake, noting it had been a while since their last encounter. He then turned to Jivan, who stood nearby, introducing him to Kong D1, the one who'd taken the entrance exam in the same group. Rubbing the back of his head, D1 confessed he'd only passed the exam, thanks to Suho's invaluable advice. They all settled around a table, and Suho inquired, "Have you managed to join a squad yet, D1?" D1 responded that he was still training, tackling gates and gaining experience solo. Suho observed him thoughtfully, recalled how new recruits typically join a guild and are assigned to a squad to build experience and boost their survival rate. A slight smile playing on his lips, he asked D1, "Would you be interested in gaining experience with my squad?" He explained he planned to clear gates soon, and his help would be invaluable. D1 reacted with a jolt of surprise, but quickly declared that if Suho was interested, he was ready to assist in any way needed. He even joyfully shouted that he was always ready to lend a hand. Suho smiled, stating they'd start right away, which left D1 staring in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, inside the simulator, the Banshee squad members were fiercely battling a digital copy of Suho. "We need to flank him from the other side," one shouted, urging their teammates on. As the fight intensified, filled with cries of effort and pain, Yanawa stood, her fist clenched tight, as the ghostly Suho rushed straight at her. In a single, devastating strike, the copy decapitated her. The squad staggered back in shock, while Yanawa gritted her teeth, vowing that one day, she would personally kill Suho with her own hands. The real Suho, standing right behind her, casually told her she was already doing much better. The squad whipped around in disbelief, unable to fathom that the actual person had appeared. Suddenly, working through the system window, Suho noted the squad had become gloomy. Yanawa grumbled that they had died at least 100 times. Their morale was absolutely plummeting. Suho just grinned, noting that from the look in their eyes, they were already desensitized to dying in the simulation. It no longer felt catastrophic to them. And that, he said, was a fantastic sign. Jaiwin and D1 watched this whole exchange, utterly baffled. Suho then announced that 2 new members had just joined his squad. He then introduced the duo to the Banshee team. The group scrutinized the fresh faces, while Suho explained they had arrived earlier. He shared their names, and D1 flashed a smile, while Jaiwin just looked incredibly nervous. Suho then asked the Banshee squad, "Are you all tired of this place yet?" Yunhwa tightened her fist, declaring they were nowhere near bored. Burning with fury, she vowed she wouldn't rest until she managed to take Suho's head off. The entire Banshee group, in fact, was absolutely seething with killing intent. Suho just smiled, remarking that he loved that attitude. He advised the newcomers to develop that very same instinct. Yunan asked why that was even necessary. Suho gently replied that it was absolutely essential if they wanted to survive inside real gates. He declared that from today onward, they would all train to clear gates together. Yunhwa then stepped closer. Suho told her one of the newcomers was a mage, and the other a tank, so sword training wasn't needed. She would need to properly organize the squad, utilize the clones effectively, and train everyone hard. Yunhwa agreed, but asked him to at least explain more about the gate. Suho adjusted the system window, saying he'd have to change the clones' settings, but soon they'd understand everything themselves, so they should be prepared. When she pressed him again about the type of gate, Suho simply said it would be a very ordinary one. He then added, that would be terribly inconvenient to call each other, with meaningless shouts in real combat, so they needed proper forms of address. Yunhwa said she had no idea what to call him, but she'd rather die than call him Appa. Suho, still working through the window, said that since they were one team now, she could call him team leader, and she readily accepted that. Suho then announced he had other matters to attend to, and requested they notify him once preparations were complete. Dahan and Jaiwin watched in utter confusion as the digital Suho dramatically pulled a sword from the ground. When they asked what to do, Yanawa cryptically told them they'd soon see for themselves. The virtual Suho then pointed his sword at them, calling them trash, and demanded to know why they were standing around like ducks. He ordered them to attack instead of just staring. Dahan was utterly stunned, admitting he never imagined Suho acting like that. Meanwhile, Yenho casually remarked that he was always like this. She warned the newcomers to be ready if they didn't want their heads rolling. Meanwhile, the real Suho stepped out of a taxi outside. The driver explained that cars weren't allowed to go any farther, so Suho would have to walk the rest of the way. Suho agreed calmly and proceeded forward, standing before a line of imposing tall buildings. He then activated his ring, using first Mumu, and the system reported that the skill, Monochrome Solitude, had been activated to erase his presence. As he walked down the sidewalk, he observed the neighborhood of Payu, once famously known as the Golden Land. Seeing the beggars nearby, he remembered how incredibly prosperous the place used to be. But after the appearance of multiple gates and too few hunters to clear them out, the area had become desolate. If not for the gates, this place would never have turned into such a ruined district, passing by the impoverished residents. He thought about how the area was now filled with crime, gangs, drugs, and hunger. He knew he couldn't save everyone here, but still he remained determined. He needed to clear the gate quickly, and when the right time came, this place could become useful. Looking up, he realized that the abandoned area had attracted a certain group of people who might prove useful to him. He stopped before a familiar door, remembering he used to come here often. Back in his past life, a man peered through a small window in the door, asking who he was. Suho declared he wanted to purchase the mine. Once Mumu deactivated, the man immediately recognized him as Suho, a smile gracing his lips. Suho affirmed it. The man opened the door, inviting him inside, pointing to a sofa across from him. The man explained that, even though they weren't officially open yet, he already had specific orders on how to treat Suho. He then asked if Suho had ever visited Paiju. Suho, however, countered by asking if the man was uncomfortable. The man repeated the question, clearly confused, as Suho pointed out that he didn't seem comfortable in the mask he was wearing. Surprised, the man asked how Suho had noticed that. Suho reassured him not to worry as they were alone. The man then removed the mask, revealing a stunning, red-haired woman underneath. She commented that she had expected someone capable of solo clearing 2 portals to possess abilities like this. Suho immediately recognized her as Choi Yun, one of the most famous gate brokers in the country. Back in his past life, he had gained access to countless portals thanks to her. But now, in this current timeline, she was barely known, and Choi Yun crossed her legs. She then asked how Suho knew about this place, adding that she found it quite interesting. He used the slang term mine instead of the official term gate. Suho mused to himself that Choi Yun only shot to popularity later on, after joining the Union, Korea's largest underground guild. Placing his briefcase on the table, he simply stated that he always learned what he wanted to know and suggested they discuss gates. She inquired which ones he was seeking. He asked if she had access to the Twisted Forest. Choi Yun visibly stiffened in surprise as Suho pushed the briefcase toward her, stating he wanted to buy a pass and would be entering alone. She explained that the Twisted Forest had only appeared on the market less than 3 days ago, and only a select few were privy to this secret. She pressed him how did he even know she had access to it, and more importantly, what was the price? Suho retorted that explaining such delicate matters on the black market simply wasn't necessary. He reminded her that when you're dealing with gates, people didn't utter a word more than they needed to. There were typically 2 types of gate deals. You could either purchase the gate itself, or buy a one-time entry ticket. While ownership costs far more, even a single entry into a popular gate could still prove quite expensive. Choi Yun nervously apologized, stating that a one-time entry into the Twisted Forest cost 100 million. And clearing alone would be extremely difficult. She questioned if he was truly certain he wanted to attempt it. Suho held up a thick bundle of cash, telling her there was no need to worry, since it was entirely his responsibility. He said she could take a deposit now, and he'd hand over the rest once they reached the gate. A smiling Choi Yun admitted he had certainly surprised her, hence all her questions. She agreed to take him. Their car then crossed over a bridge, and Suho noticed an emblem displayed on the dashboard. From it, he realized Choi Yun had already joined the Union. He thought that was a good thing. Their influence would certainly prevent any trouble. Looking out the window, he listened as she asked if he was surprised to be crossing into North Korea. He admitted it was quite unusual. He recalled how, after the appearance of gates, North Korea had quickly fallen into chaos. China had attempted to seize control, but failed due to the terrifying creatures near the borders. Meanwhile, South Korean hunters moved much more freely. During the ride, Choi Yin commented that Suho was much more straightforward than she had expected. She said that after reading about him in various articles, she'd assumed he would be entirely different. Suho simply replied that he just wanted to leave a good impression. They then stepped out of the car. In front of a formidable group of armed men, Choi Yin announced, "I brought a guest who wished to venture into the treacherous, twisted forest," claiming the payment had already been settled. A scar-faced man grumbled that he'd expected a nobody, but seeing Suho certainly surprised him. The girl sharply told him to mind his manners, then demanded to know where his boss was. Suddenly, a bald man emerged from a tent, introducing himself as their leader, and declared it an honor to meet Suho. Suho silently scrutinized him, recognizing him as Bang Dok, infamously known as the Woodsman, a notorious human trafficker who once kidnapped countless people, cruelly calling them logs and selling them like mere merchandise. In his past life, this man had been captured and sentenced to life imprisonment. Suho didn't recall him ever working with the Union or even owning a gate. They now stood before a large white vehicle, and Choi Yun asked if they could enter the gate immediately. Bang Dok instantly replied that she could, but a hunter who'd cleared 2 portals alone shouldn't be allowed in. Confused, she asked why. Bang Dok dramatically removed his glasses and brazenly claimed they only sold tickets to people who absolutely couldn't clear the portal. Someone like Suho, he asserted, didn't qualify for that condition. Suho frowned, thinking such a justification perfectly fit a human trafficker's twisted logic. Choi Yun immediately challenged him, asking if he was trying to raise the price on the spot. She folded her arms, warning that he shouldn't expect her to accept such blatant treatment. Bang Dok quickly forced a smile, turning away and claiming it had only been a joke. Suho knew that even the Woodsman wouldn't dare argue too much with a union broker. Bang Dok grumbled that no one ever let him joke around anymore, then waved for them to follow him. Choi Yun politely gestured for Suho to go ahead, assuring him she would ensure his safety. Meanwhile, several unpleasant-looking men stared at Suho with undisguised hostility. Suho knew full well that, if he managed to clear the gates successfully, an ambush could be waiting for him on the way out. That was precisely why brokers were responsible for keeping clients safe, and why so few of them existed. When the shutter lifted, when the glowing portal finally appeared, Bang Dok confronted Suho, asking if he truly planned to go in alone, and if he believed he was invincible. Suho simply brushed him off and stepped into the gate. Inside the twisted forest, a blue portal shimmered. The system announced that entry had begun. It also laid out the rules. Only hunters level 99 or below were permitted, and the maximum squad size inside was 8. Suho stepped deeper into the forest, lifting his gaze to take in the twisted landscape. He hadn't expected to land in this place. Back in his past life, he had never once entered this gate either, but he'd heard enough about it to know what awaited him inside. Calling forth his shadow spear, he decided to first scour for anything useful. Closing his eyes, he activated magic detection, and purple streams immediately rose upward. A massive yellow eye glared back at him. As he realized the trees themselves were monsters, the system identified them as twisted ants. Level 93. Suho hurled his spear, striking right beside the monster's eye. He considered that an axe would be ideal, but he didn't have one on him at the moment. The ant let out a deafening roar as Suho summoned his bloody sword, thinking the mole mine boss had been far more troublesome than these creatures. Just like with the nameless swordsman, he'd need some serious leveling before easily defeating something like this. He slashed forward, cutting the monster's attack in half, as the system reported the activation of decapitation. Holding the weapon tightly, he acknowledged the clear difference. 30 levels separated him from the ant, so it made sense he couldn't destroy it instantly. He decided to fight, using only his skills as a swordsman. His blade left a crimson trail behind it, as another roar echoed through the forest. Soon, he stood over the chopped remains of the monster, his sword trembling slightly. Even defeating a single ant was a challenge, but he could feel his level slowly increasing. He pushed onward, thinking that the sheer abundance of monsters. This spot had become the perfect training ground. A massive, gaping, tooth-lined mouth yawned open beneath another ant's eye, just as Suho propelled himself skyward, soaring dramatically high into the air, and mentally vowing to turn the creature into firewood later. Shattered trunks piled up in a heap beneath him, as he surveyed the scene, standing atop the vanquished ants, declaring that he'd finally pulled it off, bringing up his status window. He then realized that, despite the initial slow crawl, he had achieved the exact result he wanted. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as the system promptly congratulated him. The light of healing skill had officially reached its maximum level. The system detailed that F-rank healing now utilized mana far more efficiently, offered increased healing effectiveness, and drastically reduced regeneration time. It then displayed the progression from rank 50 to 100, and he quickly recalled how, before reaching level 40, he only had access to a single class skill. At level 50, his class skills had ascended to rank A. After level 60, they had surged even higher, and finally, at level 100, he would unlock the ability to change his class entirely. Leaping down from the jagged, broken trunks, Suho advanced, hands casually tucked into his pockets, musing that the true boss monster should be appearing any moment now. Meanwhile, nestled deep within a tranquil, quiet pond, sat a mysterious, horned creature, radiating an ominous aura. Its eyes remained closed, until they slowly, ominously flickered open. The system promptly identified it as Malayan, the terrifying ruler of the Twisted Forest, a formidable level 100 monster boss, no less. Suho came to a halt directly before the imposing horned figure, finally facing his first ever one-star monster. He mused that monsters below level 99 were typically not granted special classification, but from level 100 onward, they earned 1 star for every 100 levels achieved. Malayan's voice boomed, announcing an uninvited guest had arrived. Suho retorted that he himself had never been invited to a single thing in this entire world, since it was the monsters who had ripped open the portals first, and yet they dared to brand others as uninvited. To Suho, the audacity was almost amusing. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned his shadow spear, declaring that Malayan simply didn't understand a single thing. The system immediately reported the activation of divine power. As he surged forward, dramatically hurling the spear, Malayan effortlessly snagged it with one hand, sensing a surge of divine energy. He questioned if Suho was a servant of the gods. Suho conjured a crimson sphere of blood in his palm and acknowledged the boss's accurate guess. The blood projectile shot forward like a bullet. It struck the spear with pinpoint accuracy, forcing it to plunge through Malayan's chest. Suho coolly remarked he expected more from a one-star boss. Boss Malayan simply ripped out the spearhead, a predatory smile spreading across his face, as he declared that Suho had made an unforgivable mistake. The system blared a warning. The forest trembled with Malayan's unleashed fury. His terrifying, killing aura washed over Suho, consuming him, until the dragon blood inside him roared to life, activating the legendary dragon's armor, and shielding him from the overwhelming aura. Suho noted Malayan's aura was indeed powerful, but this fight was now essentially between a mere deer and a mighty dragon. Malayan roared, demanding to know what dark magic was protecting him. Suho calmly replied it wasn't magic at all, but simply a reward for his relentless effort. He then summoned the shadow spear once more. The boss scoffed, asking if that was truly all he had. Suho countered that he could do much more, if needed. The spear slammed into the ground right before Malayan. Black chains instantly coiled around the boss, as the system flashed. Shadow binding. Shadow bleeding. Malayan tore through them with infuriating ease, asking if Suho truly believed such paltry tricks would work on him. He raised his arms high, The water around him bubbled violently as black energy surged upward. Menacing formations rose from the pond. With a confident smirk, Malayan urged Suho to feel the true difference in their strength. Suho watched him calmly and replied, "I'm looking forward to it." A powerful strike then launched straight at him, which he dodged with effortless grace. He responded with a flurry of blood-enhanced sword attacks. His blade glowed crimson. As the system blared, "Decapitation!" Suho acknowledged this enemy was indeed tougher than those pesky ants. He then leapt back to skillfully avoid a massive root, cleaving through another one with precision. Malion merely sneered, claiming Suho couldn't even wield a sword properly. Suho, however, admitted it with a smile, stating he just needed to wait a moment longer. Malion studied him, unable to discern his true intentions. Suho's slashes continued, relentless, and faint red marks began appearing on the tough roots. Malion realized Suho had stopped using divine power entirely, and couldn't fathom the purpose of these weaker, seemingly meaningless attacks. Suho's movements made no sense to him. Malion spread his arms wide, preparing another devastating attack, sending multiple massive roots surging forward. He promised to tear Suho to pieces. But when the attack reached Suho's exact position, the roots split apart effortlessly, falling away. There, standing calmly on a stone island, Suho's calm expression starkly contrasted Malion's utter shock. Malion desperately tried to justify it, imagining Suho had merely struck weakened points on the roots. But as more roots continued to fall with clean, precise cuts, Suho declared that his technique seemed to have finally worked. He had been meticulously using decapitation so that the system would properly assess his unique technique. And now that it recognized his undisputed mastery, it significantly boosted his strength to new heights. Holding aloft a powerful red and black sword, he watched in awe as the system announced, "Your swordsmanship has surpassed all others, and upgraded decapitation to an S-rank technique." A follow-up message then stated that the very will of the nameless sword itself reacted to this incredible increase. Smiling, Suho read the new system notifications intently. The sword's consciousness had awakened. It blessed him, it chose a new target, and then the system congratulated him loudly for becoming the successor of Void-style swordsmanship. Malion, absolutely enraged, unleashed another massive swarm of roots, shouting that Suho could never stop this attack. Suho merely looked up, struck once, and split the massive root neatly in half with ease. The system immediately identified the technique as the first form of the Void-style slash. Malion, absolutely livid with fury, demanded to know what wicked sorcery this truly was. Suho calmly replied that it was not magic at all. Holding his now bloody sword forward triumphantly, he declared the real fun was only just beginning. The system then announced dramatically. It seemed Suho's understanding of swordsmanship eclipsed all others, and was now being logged into the system's database. Suho's mind flashed back to when he first forged this style, mistakenly thinking he'd touched the pinnacle. But he later realized true monsters existed, like the legendary Nameless Swordsman, whose prowess defied all human limits. The first technique he mastered then, Void Style, Steel Cutter, a skill he'd unlocked in this very life, and far, far quicker than before. Malion, enraged, swore to annihilate this dark power, but Suho just smirked, asking if life had taught him nothing. The system chimed. Cutting Steel activated, Suho slashed, and Malion instinctively raised his hands. Stunned, unable to process what he was witnessing, Suho mocked, "Is the boss going blind? In his old age? I'll finish this." Malion, however, refused to yield. He began summoning giant monsters right behind him. The system identified them, twisted forest golems, levels 96 to 98. Suho scoffed. Malion has summoned these pathetic creatures. Malion just smirked, ordering his golems to tear Suho apart. Suho didn't hesitate. He charged, striking down a golem with a single, swift blow. As the system chimed, cutting steel again, More golems crumbled, dropping their green stone cores. Standing amidst the defeated monstrosities, Suho coolly informed Malion. Cutting steel is no longer a challenge for me, he declared. So these paltry creatures never stood a chance. Malion snarled, unleashing more thorny vines his way. Suho effortlessly sliced through them all and proclaimed, the boss has exhausted all his strength. He leaped onto a nearby stone. Then another, declaring, it's time to finish this. Leaping into the air, he roundhouse kicked Malion mid-flight, sending the boss crashing into the churning water. Dark streams of energy coursed down the monster's body as Suho summoned a menacing shadow spear. Then, he ensnared Malion in shadowy chains. Malion thrashed wildly, struggling, demanding Suho stop talking. He roared, accusing Suho of daring to mock a being of his stature, but the chains held fast. Suho swung his blade, beheading Malion with a single, decisive strike. The system announced, Malion, king of the Twisted Forest, has been defeated. The gate is now cleared. Suho was crowned MVP, earning bonus experience, an additional skill point, and another for good measure, as all his abilities skyrocketed with the level increase. Suddenly, a mysterious green sphere floated up from Malayan's corpse. Suho declared this was precisely what he'd come for. The system identified it as the cursed Druid Sphere, an artifact utterly rejected by the gods. It was an artifact designed to control unstable minds and corrupt them utterly. This sphere had allowed Malayan to become the sole druid and the Twisted Forest's sinister guardian. Suho meticulously examined the artifact. He mused that while the void style was valuable, this sphere had been his true objective all along. With his prize secured, he decided it was time to depart. Outside the portal, the onlookers gasped. Realizing the formidable gate had actually been cleared, Cho Yin was utterly shocked he had succeeded. Bang Duk, however, stared on, absolutely enraged, remembering their earlier, tense conversation. This S-rank gate, allowing up to 8 participants, was considered nearly impossible to clear. It had been his personal gold mine. He vividly recalled the immense effort it took to obtain ownership of this gate, and now, one mere boy had snatched everything away. Furious, he roared at Cho Yun, demanding if she even knew how much he'd invested, claiming that even 100 million won wouldn't be enough compensation. His men, with dark smiles, closed in, as he ordered them to skin Suho alive. Cho Yun boldly stepped forward and asked if they truly understood the dire consequences of their actions. Banduak Guset Lauli Defianti, demanding to know what the Union had ever done for him before he could even finish his sentence. The sharp point of a shadow spear burst through his chest. Shocked, he stared at his own blood before collapsing, as his followers screamed in utter panic. Suho then calmly stepped out of the portal. He approached the now frightened gang members, who huddled over their fallen leader. Squinting slightly, he asked Cho Yin if they could finally leave. The remaining men glared, weakly telling him to just go. Suho paused. He then asked if they intended to return the money he'd paid. The tip of his sword then lightly tapped one man's shoulder, and, pressing his deadly red and black blade to the man's throat, Suho then informed them that, since the portal owners had clearly broken the rules, they'd have to pay the price. He demanded a refund. The man quickly agreed, no questions asked. A car door slammed shut as they sped away from the scene. Cho Yun, now behind the wheel, thanked him sincerely. Suho retorted that, naturally, she should be grateful, but then added that thanks couldn't exactly be banked, so a more substantial gesture would be appreciated. She admitted he had quite the sharp tongue, and he countered that it was only natural, since he was a swordsman. Handing her his phone, he asked her to give him her number, so they could stay in touch. Cho Yun said she'd make the first call instead. Suho replied he'd welcome it, especially if she found another suitable gate. After saying goodbye, he stepped away from the car. Watching him depart, Cho Yun softly remarked that he was much nicer than she had expected. The scene then shifted to Nexus Academy at 9 a.m. Numerous feet hurried across the pavement. As someone asked, "Where are we going, Suho?" Suho, holding the trunk lid open, said he'd explain everything once they arrived. Closing the trunk, he added that they shouldn't keep the boss waiting. Leading his squad forward, he informed them they were heading to the Landkeeper's quarry. which visibly electrified his comrades. The group gathered before the massive protective frame, surrounding the gate, just as a car pulled up. Bae Dong-yuk approached and thanked Suho for coming. Suho replied that he was fortunate to arrive, without any trouble at all. Before them stood the formidable walls of an iron barrier, and Suho asked if the landkeeper's mine was inside. Dong-yuk explained that a safety zone had been built to contain the gate's immense energy, and behind him stood a team of workers, all wearing yellow helmets. He confirmed that he'd arranged the mining team, exactly as Suho had requested. Suho thanked him and suggested they begin the briefing. Dong-yuk agreed that it was time. Inside the meeting room, Suho held a tablet. He explained that inside the mine, fearsome creatures known as landkeeper kobolds, if they could just take them down, they'd be able to collect a massive haul of monostones. Their strategy, he explained, was straightforward: destroy every monster, grab as many monostones as possible, defeat the boss, and clear the landkeeper's gate. A guild secretary asked, surprised, if it truly was that simple. The group exchanged thoughtful glances, and someone finally wondered, why no info about the portals? Boss had been shared during the briefing. Suho replied he'd be taking on the boss solo, so he didn't think it needed any more attention. Raising an index finger, he reminded everyone, as previously promised, all profits from clearing this gate would belong to the Nexus Guild. He shook hands with Dong-yuk, who affirmed he was counting on him. Suho thanked him for the trust and promised not to disappoint. Then, smiling, he instructed the nearby miner that his squad should hold back and only begin mining once they received the signal. The miner nodded, confirming his understanding. Turning back to his squad, Suho asked if they were prepared. Since this was their very first portal entry, he asked, "Are you nervous?" The image of a monstrous Suho still haunted their memories, with tears welling in her eyes. Yunho admitted, "We all are," remembering how he tormented them. During training, Suho asked her not to exaggerate. Standing before his squad, he told them this mission would be a long one, so they needed to conserve their stamina. He assigned Han to cover Jaiwan and instructed the others to maintain their positions. Their priority, he emphasized, was the safety of the miners. Unlike the Kunlun Mountains, the dead here would not resurrect. They had to be extremely cautious. A red portal pulsed ominously before them. Suho called for everyone to follow him in, and the squad responded eagerly. The system then announced their entry. He walked through a dark passage. The system displayed the data for the Landkeeper's mine. Maximum level 88 allowed, with a maximum capacity of 56. Soon, we see a spear impaled right on a kobold's head. Suho then rushed another kobold, oddly wielding a blood-coated shaft, and eliminated it as well. Blue blood flowed from the monster's mouth, as a blood jade refilled itself with the spilled liquid. Suho thought it was impressive how few kobolds were present, giving him ample time to gather their blood. One of the miners was astonished, exclaiming that Suho had destroyed all the enemies with a single devastating blow. A Banshee squad member beside him agreed wholeheartedly, and when the miner asked if the boy had never seen Suho fight, Cowan admitted that it was true, since their leader typically only talked. Yunhwa urged them to keep up. The squad pushed forward and joined the battle. They received orders to eliminate the kobolds and protect the miners. Jivan raised his hands, forming a magical circle promising cover. Diwan decapitated another kobold creature nearby, and Yunhua told everyone to maintain formation and avoid rushing in. Suho looked over his shoulder with a small smile, satisfied that they were following his instructions and that nothing had gone wrong yet. Yunhua told the miners to begin their work. Once the hunters pushed forward a bit, the miners immediately started digging. Massive crystals glimmered all around them as one miner announced they had nearly finished gathering the stones and requested they be taken to the surface. He also told his teammates to double-check for valuables and to remove any monster corpses blocking the area. A miner suddenly noticed something to his left. His companion asked what he was staring at, and the young man said he couldn't believe what he was witnessing as monsters spat blue blood around them. Suho delivered another precise strike, He then swiftly pierced a goblin to his left. Clenching his fist, he unleashed his bloody weapon. His eyes blazed pure white, as defeated enemies piled up beneath him. He rested the blood sword upon his shoulder. He stood amidst the slain creatures. The miners in his squad stared wide-eyed at him, in absolute stunned admiration. Several workers joyfully threw their arms up, shouting that it was an honor to work alongside Suho. Suho suddenly sensed something ominous and ordered everyone to gather together. Yanawa responded immediately. Within a specific section of the mine, he pointed towards a branching passage. The squad confirmed they saw it. Suho explained that the Nexus Guild had given up on clearing this gate because endless hordes of kobolds had simply overwhelmed them. Someone asked if they needed to split up. Summoning his formidable blood sword, Suho declared he would go in alone. They questioned him again, visibly shocked, but he raised his weapon high and declared that a boss monster awaited inside. With a single strike, stones exploded outward as his cutting steel skill flawlessly activated. Diwan was utterly amazed that Suho could cut through solid rock with a single blow, and Yanawa wondered aloud how such immense strength was even possible, standing before the narrow passage he'd just created. Suho explained he purposely made it tight to prevent monsters from swarming out all at once. He ordered them to remain here and guard the right side, while he would take the left. When someone asked if they should simply kill any goblins emerging from the cut passageway, Suho confirmed they absolutely should, adding that originally he had intended to block the entire entrance. But then he realized they wouldn't gain any experience that way. Turning away from his squad, he told them not to look for him under any circumstances whatsoever. If he didn't return within 12 hours, they were to leave the mine entirely. Yanawa agreed. Suho then thought to himself that he would definitely need all 12 hours to finish what he had planned. He turned his head once more and promised they'd meet again soon. Duho muttered that Suho had completely blocked the entrance and wondered if the man was even sane. Hyemin pointed out that even though Suho was their leader, going in alone would be extremely difficult, and he feared Suho might not make it. Jivan countered that Suho would absolutely be fine, reminding them all that their leader had already cleared 2 sealed gates and countless dangerous portals, all single-handedly. Yanhua smiled, saying they all remembered that feat. So they simply needed to believe in him and do their part. One of the fighters agreed and said they needed to make sure that Suho would be shocked at how much they had improved by the time he returned. The group clenched their fists with fierce determination, ready to demonstrate everything they had learned. In training, large stones lay scattered before him, and Suho said that now nothing was holding him back. Ahead stretched a countless army of snarling kobolds. He declared that it was finally time to begin. Smiling slightly, he noted that there were, indeed, an overwhelming number of monsters waiting for him. Yet he also remarked that their numbers meant nothing to him. The landkeeper kobold snarled, as the system identified them as level 72 to 74, and Suho rushed forward to attack. The monsters lunged at him with savage growls, and he delivered rapid, decisive strikes. A smaller kobold suddenly dropped from above, but Suho noticed it immediately and quickly raised his weapon, blocking the blow with an amused expression. He admitted that these creatures actually knew how to use their heads, though all it really did was add unnecessary trouble. The system confirmed the defeat of the landkeeper kobolds. Outside, Dahan delivered a finishing strike to an enemy and, smiling, turned to one of his comrades to announce that they had dealt with all the monsters. A Banshee squad member agreed, saying that as long as they remained alert, everything would be just fine. A miner suggested they take a much-needed break and cook something to eat. The weary miners settled down beside the sparkling crystals, relieved it was finally time for lunch. One miner was shocked that half the workday had already flown by. A senior miner approached the squad, asking if the young hunters felt worn out, then praised their excellent work. Jivan admitted there had been tough moments, but now everything was calm. Younghwa stood behind him, listening as the miner lauded Jaiwan for single-handedly defeating an entire horde of kobolds. Jaiwan explained this was only possible because Suho had carved out a narrow exit tunnel. If the monsters had swarmed them all at once, they wouldn't have lasted even an hour. Younghwa studied the fallen kobolds thoughtfully, sensing that Suho must have been here before. She hoped he was all right, remembering her first chaotic encounter with him. She thought about how disastrously that meeting had gone, and how she had assumed he was simply insane. But with time, she realized she had begun to worry about him. Smiling faintly, she accepted that she couldn't help him right now, and admitted to herself that it was unclear who should be worrying about whom. Deep inside the mine, Suho sat on a stone, bloody sword in hand, biting into a chocolate bar. He grumbled that the kobolds weren't attacking him, even though he was openly eating in front of them. Standing up tiredly, he noticed the monsters glaring at him, but still not moving, and he wondered aloud if they had finally grown afraid of him. Then he added that it hardly mattered anymore, since they no longer interested him. Standing atop a tall cliff, he thought that he only wanted one thing: to find the boss of the portal. It was too dark to see clearly, so he pulled out a flare gun. The system explained it would illuminate the area. For quite a long time, Suho fired it, and the cave lit up with bright, scattered lights. In the illuminated cavern, a strange creature with an elephant-like head appeared. The system identified it as a Bulgasari. Level 99 Suho took note of that. Bulgasari was infamous for being nearly unkillable, feeding on, and boasting a body tougher than most monsters. Approaching it carefully, he recalled that Bulgasari was one of the 3 most formidable non-star monsters. Summoning his shadow spear, Suho declared it was time to begin. He hurled his spear, hitting Bulgasari's head, but the monster merely flinched as if tickled. His smile grew unsettling as he realized the spear had simply ricocheted off the creature, as if striking solid stone. Bulgasari finally awakened. Its massive clawed paws scraped the ground as it rose, throwing its head back and unleashing a deafening roar. The kobolds covered their ears in terror. Far away, the miners looked up in sheer panic. One exclaimed it felt like an earthquake, and another lamented he never imagined dying like this. Yunwu saw stones tumbling from the cavern ceiling and realized the source of the tremor was the very direction Suho had gone. Sweat streamed down her face as she desperately tried to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Suho looked up at Bulgasari, a smile playing on his lips as he noted the creature did not appreciate being awakened. The system then warned that Bulgasari was using its boss monster-level fear skill. The enormous jaws roared again, but Suho stood firm as the system reported that the dragon's blood within him had activated, granting him resistance to the fear effect. Bulgasari's eyes glowed with raw menace as Suho summoned his bloody sword and boldly invited the beast to attack him. Bulgasari then fired a steel projectile from its trunk, aiming directly at Suho. He remembered that Bulgasari converted the ore stored inside its body into ammunition and spat it out with incredible force. Although the technique was primitive, its destructive power was absolutely terrifying. He gripped his sword with both hands, thinking that steel was one of the strongest materials, and few things could possibly match it. With a clean slice, he cut down the incoming projectile. Steel Slash had just activated. Smiling, Suho announced it was time to tame the monster. He felt relieved he'd collected so much blood earlier. Bulgasari roared furiously and charged. White energy burst from its body, and its massive paws thundered across the ground. The creature opened its mouth wide, moving shockingly fast. Suho admitted such speed seemed almost unfair. The monster smashed into the cavern wall with full force as Suho leapt aside just in time. Though shaken, he knew he couldn't waste a single moment. The cave could collapse at any time. Jumping from a rock, he summoned his bloody sword. Holding it firmly, he focused on using every drop of blood he gathered for the strongest attack he could muster with a decisive strike. He sliced off one of Bulgasari's trunks, using the skill Steel Slash. The monster roared in agony, as the severed trunk fell to the ground. Landing on one knee, Suho studied the creature closely, thinking that the steel slash attack's effectiveness didn't depend on the depth of the cut. No matter how thick the armor was, the sword would still deliver maximum damage. Seeing the fallen trunk, he felt a surge of confidence. Convinced now that he could conquer this monster, Suho thought about the well-known strategy against Bulgasari, using fire. In his past life, this monster had only been defeated with overwhelming flame, but he reminded himself that such a method required an enormous amount of firepower, and since he wasn't a mage, he had no way to use that option. Standing with his bloody sword in hand, he understood this was why he had no choice but to rely solely on his blade. Before him, Bulgasari's enormous paw scraped the ground, the monster growling low and dangerously. Its eyes shifted, and Suho noticed a sudden change. A powerful wave of energy surged from the creature, and the system warned that Bulgasari was shrinking its body to activate its quick recovery. The severed trunk's stump pulsed faintly. Suho considered the creature's regeneration ability. Once Bulgasari sustained a wound, it compressed its body and utilized its absorbed minerals to restore itself, which was precisely why this monster was considered immortal and notoriously difficult to kill. A small, almost comical appendage began sprouting from the wound as its regeneration rapidly took hold. Suho smiled, then questioned if the monster expected him to simply stand by and passively observe this process. Yellow waves of raw power spiraled around Bulgasari as the system reported the monster was initiating Ultra Enhancement. A new exoskeleton began forming as absorbed minerals hardened along its body, granting the beast an even more threatening form. The two formidable opponents faced each other. Suho realized Bulgasari was unleashing every skill it possessed, unleashing its full, terrifying strength in a desperate attempt to defeat him. Clearly, the monster believed it needed every ounce of its power for this single, decisive confrontation. Suho, still smiling, readily accepted the challenge. The monster then launched itself forward, the system stating it was using the skill Ultra Rotation, holding his bloody sword. Suho braced himself. He had always wondered what Bulgasari, known as one of the strongest monsters, was truly capable of, and he was equally curious to see if his blade could break through such formidable power. The two titans clashed. His sword met the monster's rotating body. With a violent impact, Bulgasari's eyes gleamed. Yet Suho remained calm as he relentlessly slashed at its form. The creature's limbs suddenly sprawled outward. In a helpless motion, Bulgasari growled weakly, looking upward, as if trying to comprehend what had just happened. Suho tried to process whether he had already defeated the beast. Raising his sword high, the system announced the activation of Steel Slash. Suho struck with full, unyielding force. He cleanly sliced the monster in half with a single, decisive blow. A deafening roar echoed, the monster's remaining eye glowing, as Suho pointed a green sphere toward it, declaring that Bulgasari now belonged to him. Outside the chamber, the miners and the heroes squad waited near a collapsed section of stone. One of them remarked that the shaking seemed to have stopped. Yama looked up, while Jaiwan, standing beside her, remarked that the kobolds had stopped emerging, and it appeared that the expedition had already gathered enough Mona stones. The girl lowered her head slightly. Jaiwan said now all they could do was wait. Suddenly, Yunwa's expression brightened. She saw a system message, confirming that the gate had been cleared. The miners gasped as they saw the same message appear. The system declared Suho as the most valuable player. Yanhwa and Jaiwan exchanged relieved smiles, and Jaiwan said he had expected nothing less from his boss. Meanwhile, inside, the system informed Suho that, for his exceptional achievement, he was awarded 5 skill points. Smiling, he looked at the glowing green sphere, and the system granted him several more points, along with a level increase and a rise in all his stats. Holding the shining sphere in his hands, he excitedly said that he had done it. He recalled the final blow, thinking any other monster in Bulgasari's place would have died instantly. But he had not come here intending to kill the beast. The sphere emitted streams of green energy, as he explained to himself that his only goal had been to tame the monster, using the control sphere he had obtained. After defeating Milan, he threw the green sphere onto the ground. It cracked open, and a tiny, elephant-like creature appeared. The system identified it as Bulgasari, level 99, with multiple high-level skills. Suho noted that having traits like Phantom Beast and species domination alone would be enough to classify the monster as S-rank. Yet this creature possessed both. He knelt before the miniature elephant. As the system activated healing, his hand hovered over the creature. With its eyes closed, Suho gently greeted it, and the little monster responded with an odd sound. Rising to its feet, Bulgasari faced him attentively. Suho told it to listen carefully. Surrounded by enormous crystals, he explained that, although the creature's enthusiasm was admirable, they could not return here again. So, they needed to gather all the ore in the area. The tiny Bulgasari, ears flapping, looked cheerful. Suho asked if they could begin, and the creature made another series of unusual sounds. Meanwhile, his squad waited at the other end of the mine, confused and increasingly anxious, wondering why their leader was taking so long. Suho now stood inside his impossibly luxurious subspace house, the kind of hidden dimension only very few individuals in the world could ever possess, surrounded by its vast, quiet expanse. He found himself thinking again about his past life and everything he had learned by living through the world twice. In that old life, the only player who had ever controlled Bulgasari was a person known as Gaia, the Master of Earth. Their fame had risen entirely because Bulgasari was an overwhelmingly powerful creature. Suho remembered every detail of how Gaia used Bulgasari. The monster was a mythical beast, capable of devouring any kind of metal, converting all of it into pure strength, while also storing enormous quantities of minerals within its body, turning itself into a walking mountain of compressed energy. Inside the subspace house, Bulgasari, now nicknamed Bulbul, shockingly cuter than its terrifying full-sized form. It resembled a cheerful, metallic-skinned, gray hippo as it bounced energetically around the room. Then, Bulbul opened its mouth wide and inhaled an entire mound of gleaming magic stones, like a living vacuum. Once it had consumed everything, it rolled onto its back and began radiating a deep, powerful glow. Suho watched this with satisfaction, convinced this tiny creature was undeniably the greatest miner in the entire world. He smirked to himself, knowing by now the Nexus miners outside must have collected their agreed-upon share, just as their contract specified. Whatever was left within this subspace belonged solely to him, a fact he'd personally ensured. Outside the mine, Diwan, Yanhwa, Jaiwan, and the rest of the team continued their vigil, right by the sealed tunnel. Daehan grew increasingly agitated, convinced Suho had been gone for far too long. The other miners murmured amongst themselves, assuming Suho had surely defeated the boss, but perhaps suffered injuries during the fight. A few even considered venturing deeper to check, but Jivan held firm, insisting they adhere to Suho's strict orders. Yanhwa agreed. Despite worry gnawing quietly at her thoughts, she reminded everyone that a team, without trust in its leader, would inevitably collapse. And Suho had explicitly told them not to enter for at least 12 hours. None of them wanted to betray that trust. Suddenly, the stone wall exploded outward in a burst of vivid purple energy. Suho calmly strolled out through the smoke, appearing utterly unruffled, as if he'd just finished a quick training session, rather than a life-threatening battle. His squad rushed toward him immediately, demanding to know why he had taken so long. Jaiwan, especially dramatic, practically jumped in front of him. Suho teased that if they were so worried, they should have come looking for him. The group quickly reminded him that he was the one who'd forbidden them from doing so. Suho's teasing expression softened when he placed a hand on Jaiwan's shoulder, acknowledging the boy had followed his orders. Loyally, Yanhwa admitted she was relieved that their trust had not been misplaced. though she still disliked being treated like a child. Suho simply stated that they had lived entirely different lives. And that was the undeniable truth. Their darker pasts had shifted completely, and he felt a quiet pride at having dramatically altered their future paths. Afterward, Suho thanked the miners, declaring it was finally time to leave the treacherous cave for good. The group cheered enthusiastically, more than ready to finally return to the surface. Meanwhile, in his lavish office, guild leader Bae Dong-yuk waited anxiously. The longer the silence stretched, the more tightly he clenched his hands. If anything had happened to Suho, all responsibility would fall squarely on him, and the Nexus Guild would be drowning in deep trouble. Suddenly, someone burst through the door with urgent news, announcing with a relieved shout. Suho and his entire team had returned safely. Dong-yuk hurried out to greet them, his relief palpable. Suho confirmed the gate was completely cleared and requested the results be officially registered. Later, they gathered in the office to review the collected materials and recorded data. Dong-yuk was absolutely stunned. Despite Suho's unusually short contract period, the profits were truly massive. They estimated more than 7.2 billion in resources, possibly exceeding 10 billion. After processing, Suho quietly remembered the raw stones he had claimed for himself in advance, and nearly burst out laughing. His personal haul alone was worth a fortune. To be fair, Dong-yuk offered Suho's squad for 10% of the gate's entire profit. As a bonus, Suho pretended to be surprised, even though inwardly he thought it was incredibly generous. He had already taken enormous amounts home, so demanding anything more would truly feel greedy. After a polite exchange, they eventually agreed on a balanced reward that satisfied both sides perfectly. Once the matter was settled, Suho mentioned something else crucial. He wanted to form a secret raid unit within the Nexus Guild, since he would soon join the Hunter Association. As a government hunter, he would be unable to lead his team officially. He asked Dong-yuk to support them quietly and register them within the guild so they could continue serving as a hidden force behind the scenes. Dong-yuk absolutely loved the idea and agreed instantly. Suho reflected that only by regressing could he build such a solid foundation, avoiding the betrayals of his past life. He could meticulously test each person until they proved to be truly trustworthy allies. This time, he wanted real companions walking beside him, not just opportunists down the line. Suho then entered the locker room, where his entire squad was gathered, still buzzing with excitement. From their previous mission, Jaiwon immediately leaped toward him with his usual overly enthusiastic greeting. Suho gathered them close and shared the big news. Starting today, they were all officially members of Nexus. The team was stunned. Several Banshee members had given up their previous jobs just to follow him, and now they would receive proper pay, clear advancement paths, and official B-rank status, with potential for A-rank promotions. Dahan and the others were absolutely ecstatic, celebrating like they had just won the grand prize. Just then, Suho's phone rang. It was Chief Pai calling with even more good news. Suho's special recruitment for the Hunter Association had been approved. Soon, he would formally join, receive a commendation, and begin his government contract. Chief Pai joked that Suho was becoming far too impressive, and Suho responded that he fully intended to keep surprising everyone. From here on out, the very next day, inside the Nexus lounge room, the entire Banshee squad was deep inside the digital space, created through Jaiwon's digitization skill. The bright, white environment looked futuristic from the outside, but inside the environment was filled with glitch-covered monsters, their red eyes flickering as they crawled out of broken streams of corrupted data. The creatures let out distorted screams. As they swarmed the team, everyone held their positions, while Dahan barked commands, desperately keeping their formation from collapsing under the chaos. Yanwa's gaze flickered over to Jivan, who was struggling to catch his breath, leaning heavily on his staff for support. She asked him if he was all right. Jivan, of course, insisted he was fine, even though he was clearly pushing himself to his absolute limit. He was determined not to appear weak. And to prove he truly belonged in the Banshee squad, one of the older members then gave Jivan a playful but firm smack on the back, almost sending him toppling over, teasing that their youngest was really fired up today. Another quickly stepped in to steady him, placing a steadying hand on his shoulder and telling everyone to quiet down. Younghwa reached out, helping Jivan stand straight, and warned him not to let any weakness show. If they wanted to reach level 100 and truly keep up with their leader's legendary reputation, they still had a seriously long road ahead. The others agreed. If Jivan wanted proper recognition, he had to keep fighting hard. Their collective determination surged forward. The entire team shouted together, declaring that, no matter how tough the climb became, they would give everything they had. A short distance away, Suho watched them, surrounded by the digital remains of the corrupted monsters he had already effortlessly taken down. Their sheer enthusiasm amused him greatly. He thought the team had grown almost too energetic. He had told Jivan to set the program to hard mode, but even Suho hadn't expected things to escalate quite this intensely. He even joked internally that if a virus like this ever spread online, the entire internet would probably collapse in an instant. Suho then walked up to Jivan and asked if he was holding up all right. Jivan tried to appear completely unfazed, saying he was just taking a quick break before heading back into battle. Suho simply told him they were done for the day and that it was time to log out. Jivan froze, stunned. He couldn't believe Suho had already finished clearing the stage. Already, the rest of the team, exhausted but utterly irritated. They felt like their leader had been playing a totally different game. They insisted they were only just getting started. Suho offered a quiet smile. He knew then they were pushing themselves even harder, all for his sake. He exited the virtual space. Later, back in the real world, Suho sat alone inside the Angel and Earth Coffee, a calm cafe nestled near the edge of Seoul. He checked his phone, organizing his next steps. Since he had just entered the special recruitment program, his free time would shrink rapidly. He knew he needed to move fast. His next priority, locating a certain individual. Soon after, a sleek white car pulled up outside. Choyun stepped out casually and then walked inside, acting as if she owned the place. She boldly ordered a strawberry frappe. Suho then reminded her that she wasn't exactly in a position to be demanding drinks. He'd called her here to repay the favor she owed him, but before she could even react, the waiter placed a drink right in front of her. Suho had already ordered it. She blinked in utter disbelief, wondering how he knew the exact drink she'd asked for, and even the timing. Suho just brushed it off, claiming it was simple intuition. In truth, the vast library of memories he carried from his previous life contained even the smallest details, like her favorite snacks. Switching topics, he asked if she had found the person he'd requested. She handed him a document folder, still confused about why he wanted information on what she assumed was just a junkie. Suho corrected her immediately. The man he sought was actually a highly skilled craftsman. In Suho's memory, that junkie would one day become one of the greatest blacksmiths in the entire world. Nam Hee-won, he thought to himself. Finding information on someone like Hee-won wasn't easy, yet Choi-yun had still managed it. She was undeniably exceptional at her work. Suho then stated, the next step involved using a safe house in Cheongdam, one that belonged to the Union. The girl froze. She knew these safe houses existed, but only the highest ranks had authority over the Cheongdam location. Even brokers rarely stepped inside. Her nerves flared, and she quickly pointed out that even knowing about that particular place was highly unusual. Suho coolly reminded her that she still owed him a favor. She tried to negotiate, but he only pressed her harder, even teasing her that if her entire life's worth amounted to mere paperwork, maybe he shouldn't have helped her in the first place. Cornered and sweating, she started stammering out childish excuses. Finally defeated, she grudgingly agreed to make the call. She stepped outside while Suho waited calmly, knowing the Union would eventually choose the most logical outcome. They had to approve his request. When she returned, looking utterly defeated, she hesitantly asked if it really had to be Cheongdam. Suho's twisted expression made the answer painfully obvious. She instantly regretted asking. He chose the location simply because it was the closest. She told him he could use it, but only under one condition. She explained that if he met that condition, he could access the Cheongdam safe house at half price. Even so, half the price was still incredibly expensive. She pulled out her phone, ready to accept the union's terms. But Suho told her to wait. He wanted to know the full catch first. She thought he was being extremely strict for someone asking for favors. But Suho replied with a shrug, saying he had to be, after all. He was joining the Hunter Association. Finally, Choyun told him the condition. He had to help clear a newly discovered gate. The union had found one they didn't want exposed, because it appeared in an extremely public area. Nam Hansen, Suho asked about the monsters inside. She explained the gate was known as Sky Mountain and filled with massive wyverns. Fast sky blue dragons that were difficult, even for trained hunters. Only those under level 110 could enter. She added that it wasn't supposed to be a solo operation. Suho only needed to join the raid team and assist. But Suho already knew everything about Sky Mountain. He asked whether the wyverns were sky blue. She confirmed it, then asked how he possibly knew. Suho stood up, asking her for the raid time. She told him he could leave immediately if he wished. With a calm, confident smile, Suho then told her to change the condition, as he intended to clear the gate solo. A couple of days later, the sun beamed down on a peaceful forest clearing, where a blue, swirling portal pulsed like a living doorway. Boxes of supplies were stacked nearby, all prepared for the raid. Yet Suho walked straight past them, not even pausing. He headed straight for the gate. Not far behind him, Choyun stood beside Kim Soo-won, a hunter from the Union. Kim Soo-won noted how surprising it was that Suho had refused all supplies and insisted on going in by himself. Choyun merely shrugged. She figured he had his own plans, and their boss had stated that, regardless of success or failure, watching Suho would be utterly fascinating. Even so, she was confident he'd emerge victorious. Suho always exceeded expectations eventually. Kim Soo-won, meanwhile, remained utterly curious. If Suho succeeded in soloing this gate, he would become even more of a legend. If he failed, the fall would be dramatic. Either way, he found the situation extremely fascinating. Inside the gate, the system loaded a new environment. Celestial Mountain. The surroundings were rocky, bright, and high above the clouds, with fierce winds swirling through the mountain peaks. The system stated that only hunters under level 110 could enter, and the maximum party limit was 31. And yet, Suho stood there alone, planning to clear everything by himself. He remembered reading association reports about this place. Officially, it wasn't classified as extremely dangerous, but the reality was far different. Many hunters had failed here, and several had died, with wyverns dominating the sky. The association usually sent mages and archers. Warriors were advised to stay away, as aerial combat proved too difficult for them. But Suho felt these rules simply didn't apply to him. He then gathered blood in his hand. He then unleashed his blood weapon skill. A deadly, crimson sword materialized in his hand. Gazing at the treacherous, winding mountain path, he decided to bypass it completely. Activating Leap, he shot upwards through the biting winds, as if they were nothing more than a gentle breeze. He disregarded the twisting trails, charging straight up the mountain's face. Soon, he reached a plateau swarming with sky wyverns. Every single one was over level 100. The leader, a massive level 109 sky wyvern, stood imposingly as Suho advanced. The wyverns reacted with a mix of irritation and shock, clearly bewildered that a lone human would rush them so boldly. One wyvern launched a lightning-fast attack, but Suho moved even faster. He cleanly sliced the creature using quick draw. The others recoiled in sudden terror, instantly realizing this human was unlike any foe they'd ever encountered. Still, they wouldn't stoop to a fair fight when it was evident none could face him. One-on-one, the wyverns tried to overwhelm him from every possible direction. Suho swiftly grasped this was a coordinated strategy. The initial attackers were just a distraction. The real danger was the leader closing in from behind, as the leader lunged for a surprise attack. Suho dodged and swiftly slashed upward, landing a precise hit. Enraged, the sky wyvern unleashed its fierce skill. A wave of chilling blue pressure swept across the mountain. But Suho's dragon blood rendered him completely immune. The wyvern's intimidation felt almost amusing. Only true dragons could ever frighten him. These wyverns were merely weak imitations. Frustrated, the leader blasted its breath attack. Meanwhile, the lesser wyverns tore massive boulders from the mountainside and hurled them at Suho, blocking his movement, while the leader prepared another strike. It was a surprisingly well-coordinated tactic. As the rocks came crashing down, the leader charged in for the kill. Suho activated Leap once more. Soaring above the crowded attack, from the air, he unleashed Airstyle's first form, Sever, and prepared Cutting Steel. He descended like a blade from the sky and sliced the leader from head to tail. A single clean strike defeated the leader. Suho then observed its remains, realizing he was finally starting to adapt to his newer techniques. Still, he sensed room for improvement. He continued climbing higher, heading toward the true boss of this gate. But suddenly, the very air darkened. A massive monster stepped into view, larger than any before it, with dark blue scales and a crown of jagged horns. When it roared, the entire mountain trembled. High above, the Sky Wyvern King announced its presence. Suho assumed the king must have sensed the death of its minions. Now, he stood in the king's domain. Everything before this had merely been a warm-up. As Suho reached the mountain's summit, the sky dimmed as if reacting to the king itself. The giant wyvern landed, blocking the sun. The system reported its level, 113. It released a massive roar, accompanied by a wave of dark energy. Once again, Suho resisted effortlessly, thanks to his dragon blood. Although the Wyvern King was intimidating, resembling a true dragon, Suho reassured himself that real dragons were far more terrifying. The Wyvern King circled above, waiting for Suho's move. Suho disliked wasting time, but he felt that mastering his techniques during this battle would be beneficial. Then something caught his eye, a nest filled with glowing wyvern eggs. He suspected that approaching the eggs might provoke the king. He stepped closer, and his guess proved correct. The Wyvern King dived at him, blasting wind so powerful that the ground cracked. Suho felt the pressure, but stayed calm. The Wyvern King repeated its fierce skill, but it had no effect. Suho attacked with Cutting Steel, but the boss's thick scales reduced the damage. A level gap of over 40 levels made a noticeable difference. Instead of feeling discouraged, Suho welcomed the challenge. This was an opportunity to sharpen his abilities. Even faster, the Wyvern King roared again, summoning yet another massive flock of wyverns. Suho had anticipated more foes, but even he was stunned by the sheer multitude that materialized. Yet his boosted stats let him move faster, strike harder, and leap higher. Absolutely perfect for this chaotic frenzy. The wyverns swarmed him from every direction. Suho vaulted onto a wyvern's back, utilizing it like a living platform. The system instantly alerted him. His leap skill had just hit rank S. Now, he could launch himself one more time mid-air, effectively doubling his aerial mobility. Suho put it to the test instantly, stepping on seemingly empty air, closing the gap to the fearsome Wyvern King with impeccable timing. His blood weapon then shifted into a long, crimson staff. Suho extended it, striking the Wyvern King's neck and slamming the massive beast to the ground. Even so, the monster struggled back to its feet. Suho admired its sheer durability. Chuckling lightly, he hoped the boss would hold out even longer, so he could fully test more techniques. The Wyvern King, in desperation, forced its subordinates to attack once more. But the lesser wyverns noticeably hesitated, as if fearing Suho more than their own ruler. Some even appeared to be visibly trembling. Suho quietly mused that perhaps he had truly become the new Wyvern King. Now, the actual king shrieked in outrage, and the minions finally resumed their assault. Suho surged through the air, bouncing from wyvern to wyvern. Still, he noticed something. His sword-drawing technique wasn't leveling up as quickly as he'd hoped. These foes were strong, yes, but not quite enough to really push the technique further. Deciding to accelerate the pace, he instantly rushed toward the mountain peak. There, he discovered something truly enormous. The Sky Wyvern Queen, larger and stronger than the king, adorned in shimmering purple scales. She fiercely guarded her nest, unable to leave it. This presented Suho with a crucial advantage. The queen was powerful, yet tethered to her nest. She launched her assault, sending massive boulders hurtling his way. But with a swift sword-drawing technique, he effortlessly sliced them to pieces. Her piercing screams summoned every last wyvern still lurking on the mountain. Suho, however, kept his composure. He knew she'd rather rely on her minions than risk a direct attack herself. Just then, though, the Wyvern King himself swooped down, unleashing a full-force assault. Suho decided it was finally time to end this fight. He chose not to unleash his strongest skill just yet. Instead, though, he aimed to achieve an even higher level of sword drawing. The greatest swordsmen relied on nothing but their blade, after all, and Suho intended to honor that very principle. He focused on achieving perfect timing and ultimate precision, repeating his sword-drawing technique again and again. The system itself reacted to his burgeoning mastery, recognizing that his understanding of the skill had now surpassed all others. System alerts flooded his vision instantly. His sword drawing had evolved to a supreme new level. The guardian sword within him vibrated in response, granting him a devastating new form. Cloud Cutter, rank S+. Red energy crackled in his hair and blazed in his eyes. Suho unleashed Cloud Cutter with one incredibly powerful swing, sending forth a massive vortex of bloody energy that tore straight through the Wyvern King. The boss collapsed, letting out a final, pained cry before it died. The remaining wyverns shrieked, their cries filled with both fear and grief. But Suho wasn't finished. He activated Cloud Cutter once more. In one devastating, sweeping strike, he decimated every single remaining wyvern, including their queen. The system proudly announced his triumph. Suho stood tall atop the mountain, his sword now resting casually on his shoulder. The gate was officially conquered. As the dust settled after the battle, Suho took a moment to check his status window. The gate had clearly granted him a massive boost, and his experience bar was now sitting comfortably ahead. His strength stat was already brushing past 80. And what's more, he didn't have far to go before hitting the next tier. A small, satisfied smile formed on his lips as he saw the new additions, Double Jump and Cloud Sash. The exact skills he'd been strategically aiming for. It felt incredibly good to see his plan finally paying off. Then, he turned towards the Queen's den. He decided it was finally time to collect his well-deserved loot. Inside, he discovered a haul of 12 Sky Wyvern Queen eggs. The association's advanced team had only confirmed 6, mind you, which meant the remaining half naturally and rightfully fell straight into his hands. With the job complete, he shifted his attention to the valuable wyvern corpses. Monster byproducts like these sold for incredibly high prices, especially when used to craft truly rare materials. And get this, the Sky Wyvern Queen's corpse was considered absolutely top tier, summoning his deadly shadow spear. He decided to let it handle all the grisly cleanup. He placed the spear beside the queen's massive, fallen body, and it immediately began its ravenous work, devouring the massive corpse piece by agonizing piece. As it absorbed the flesh, the spear's purple energy flared, growing more vicious, vibrant, and alive, clearly upgrading the blade to its next fearsome level. Watching the incredible transformation, Suho realized that even a mere one-star beast could serve as excellent, vital nourishment for the Ghost Blade's incredible shadow-devouring ability. Judging by the spear's current state, one more powerful meal should truly push it further. With that exciting thought in mind, he directed the spear toward the king's corpse next, letting it feast once again. Meanwhile, outside the gate, absolute chaos had already broken out. Someone frantically shouted that the gate reading had been completely deceptive, and people all around him stared in utter disbelief. They finally, chillingly realized the guy inside wasn't just some ordinary healer. He was actually a terrifyingly powerful sword master. Among the stunned crowd, A black-haired man wiped beads of sweat from his forehead. Overwhelmed, he knew better than anyone that, and even with a full, well-equipped raid party, clearing that dangerous gate wasn't guaranteed. Yet somehow this man had done it completely solo, and not even as a dedicated combat class, but officially, shockingly, as a healer. Cho Yun, however, brushed it off casually, reminding him that she'd already said he would clear it easily. He agreed, of course, but couldn't understand why she looked so incredibly excited. She just coyly told him it must be his imagination. Their conversation paused abruptly. As Suho calmly walked out of the gate, they immediately congratulated him for conquering it solo. The girl cheered first, her excitement quickly echoed by the guy. Suho thanked them, then reached into his inventory, pulling out the wyvern eggs. He placed all 10 sky wyvern queen eggs before them, claiming he'd found exactly that many inside. Kim Soo-won stared, utterly stunned by the sheer quantity. Suho calmly insisted he'd retrieved every single egg, while conveniently keeping quiet about the extra ones he'd kept for himself. As for the sky wyvern king and queen corpses, he then explained that both bodies had fallen to the base of Sky Mountain during the fight, making them impossible to recover. Of course, he conveniently hid the fact that Ghostblade had already devoured them cleanly, leaving absolutely no trace. Lowering his voice, Suwon then asked if he could pose a question. Suho told him to go right ahead. Suwon hesitated, then asked how someone, officially registered as a healer, was able to wield a sword like that. Did he really fight those wyverns, using nothing but swordsmanship and healing abilities? Even with excellent sword skills, taking down flying monsters with only a blade shouldn't be that simple, Suwon thought. Suho, being both a swordsman and healer, would have brought arrows, throwing spears, or at least long-range spell scrolls. As a fellow hunter, he was dying to know how the hell Suho managed it. Suho simply smiled and told him one sword was enough. Suwon stared at him like an amazed fanboy, asking if he truly meant he took down all those flying wyverns, including the king and queen, with only that one sword. Suho confirmed it. Suwon practically lit up, thrilled and glowing with admiration, while Choya nudged him, asking if this wasn't the same guy who'd been whining earlier. Changing the topic, Suho asked Choyan if he had fulfilled all the conditions. Choyan happily said he'd more than fulfilled them. He'd solo cleared the gate and recovered all 10 eggs, as promised. She guaranteed him free use of the largest unit in the Cheongdam residence, adding that her boss never went back on their word. She then inquired when he wished to begin using it. Suho declared he wanted to begin that very day, and also requested access to future reports on items and magic stones, asking if it was even possible. Smiling, she confirmed it absolutely was. He could contact her for anything at all, from discreet item disposal to serious money laundering, and she'd provide nothing less than top-tier service. Suho suddenly slid a small diary across to her, stating he had one more favor to ask. She simply told him to proceed. Inside, a photo of a green-haired man was tucked away. Suho inquired about a patient named Nam Hee-won at the Yongdong Post Danyak Center, and stated he needed crucial information on him. Flipping through the diary's pages, Choi Yun immediately realized it was the exact file she had retrieved just moments earlier. Confused, she asked what this Hee-won person actually did. Didn't Suho mention he was some kind of technician? Suho opened his car door and calmly asked if he truly needed to explain the entire backstory. Every single time he requested a favor, she quickly apologized, admitting she had slipped up again. As he settled comfortably into the driver's seat, she complained from outside the car, declaring she felt hurt. After everything they'd been through together, shouldn't they be able to speak more freely by now? Suho calmly replied that she could ask how he was doing, but nothing beyond that, clasping her hands dramatically. She muttered, "You're so cold." She then informed him the Cheongdam residence will be ready for him in 2 hours, and she'd send the address once everything was perfectly set. He then told her to also send him Hee-won's information. Checking her phone, she confirmed he was indeed a patient at the Danyak Center, and that digging into June Keys records would only take a few dozen minutes. She swiftly scrolled through her contacts and assured him she'd get back to him shortly thereafter. Sometime later, while driving, Suho received an urgent call from Chu Yun. She quickly informed him. The Cheongdam residence was now ready for immediate use, and that she had already gathered all the information on Nam, specifically Hee-won, and sent it directly to his phone. Suho thanked her for her swift work, but Choyo still pushed for more, asking why he was digging into someone, especially a known drug addict. Suho just ended the call. He wasn't about to entertain that question any further. Opening the map location she sent him, he looked at the screen and muttered the name Yongdongpa. Realizing this was the guy's location, he decided it's time to go recruit him. Soon after, he arrived in front of a cluster of old, worn-down buildings. It looked more like a slum than anything else. Standing before one of the dilapidated structures, he noted, this must be the house where Nam Hee-won stays, another semi-basement. He glanced through one of the small windows, noticing the curtains were pulled shut from inside. He pressed the doorbell, only to realize it was broken. So, he began pounding on the door, calling out for Nam Hee-won. After a moment with no response, he assumed the guy wasn't home and said he'd have to return later. What he didn't know was that, inside the room, 3 menacing figures stood over a collapsed Nam Hee-won. The brown-haired thug crouched beside him, asking if Hee-won really had visitors coming by, deciding they should finish the job before anyone saw him, before he could act. A heavy thud shook the entire door. All 3 thugs froze instantly, startled by the sudden, powerful impact. The one responsible, of course, was Suho as he stepped inside. The tattooed thug demanded to know who he was, but Suho shut him down, cold and merciless, stating his identity was none of their business. The tattooed thug tried to swear at him, but before he could get the full insult out, Suho's hand struck across his cheek with a sharp, rapid slap. It was so fast that the other 2 didn't even register what happened, until the man staggered back. Suho glared at the remaining thugs, his voice heavy as he ordered them, "Come here, every single one of you, out of the room." Outside the room, Suho had already confirmed 4 presences inside, using his magic detection ability. Now 2 of them were shouting in front of him, demanding his identity and yelling, "Who the hell are you?" The second thug, standing beside the first, just kept staring at Suho, as if he'd recognized him from somewhere. The third thug was still sprawled out, knocked out cold from Suho's earlier slap. And the fourth was none other than Nam Hee-won himself. One of the 2 remaining thugs stepped forward, accusing Suho of ignoring him. He didn't even get another word out before Suho, with a swift motion, casually swung a powerful slap right across his face. The guy's face twisted into something both hilarious and utterly tragic as he flew backward and collapsed on the floor. The last conscious thug witnessed everything. The first slap, the second, and now his second friend, dropping like a broken puppet. He barely had time to react before Suho calmly turned his head and delivered another brutal slap. This one sent him spinning in a full circular motion, crashing far across the room and landing in the most dramatic fall of the 3. Suho walked over and checked one of the men's breathing, wondering if he'd hit him hard enough to actually kill him. Satisfied that they were still alive, he shifted his attention to Nam Hee-won. He lifted Hee-won by the shoulder and told him to get up if he was fine. But the moment he got a clear look at the man's face, Suho froze. Hee-won's hand was limp and drugged. His expression was unnaturally twisted. A syringe lay discarded beside him, and Suho instantly realized what had happened. Those thugs had injected him with something, and then tormented him afterward, judging by how stiff his body felt, almost like he was petrified. The injection had been done a while ago. Checking his breathing and physical state, Suho immediately understood that the poison symptoms were serious. He needed to act fast. He activated his recovery skill, the evolved form of cure. He had upgraded cure into recovery, specifically for scenarios like this. Real illnesses, real poisonings, and real damage unrelated to the system. Originally, the skill only affected the area his hands touched, but Isabella had once told him that pouring magic into it would let him forcefully expand its range. A slow grin spread across his face as he channeled magic into his hands. He thought about how he was now, using information gained from someone who once tried to kill him, to save someone else. The world truly worked in wild ways. After some time under Suho's treatment, Hee-won slowly opened his eyes. His vision was still blurry, and the first thing he saw was a blurry figure, asking if he was awake. He stood up fast. Suho calmly told him that this was his home. When Hee-won finally focused, he noticed the beaten thugs sprawled across the room and looked terrified, asking why they were in that state and who the guy even was. Suho replied that they refused to listen, so he restrained them. But the more important issue was the drug in Hee-won's system. Shaking violently, Hee-won insisted he never took anything on his own. He said they forced it, they injected him, and he begged Suho to believe him. Trembling, he repeated that it was the truth. Suho watched him and realized the guy was too agitated to talk properly like this. In his past life, Suho remembered an interview from when Hee-won later became a famous blacksmith. In that interview, he admitted the Changsik gang had forcibly injected him with drugs, and he suffered long-term after effects of addiction because of it. With that memory in mind, Suho decided to treat him properly. He placed his hand close to Nam Hee-won, and the system responded. The ring of emotions reacted to the strongest emotions in the target. The color being absorbed was black. Suddenly, Hee-won clutched his chest, overwhelmed by the pain. Then, as the ring drew out his dark emotions, the tension eased and he felt relief wash over him. Once the process ended, Suho asked if he was feeling better, and the green-haired boy nodded. Suho stood and told him he believed him. He formally addressed him as Mr. Nam Hee-won confirmed that the people who injected him belonged to the Chung Sik gang, and the thugs sprawled on the floor were also part of the same group. The Chung Sik gang's original name had been Golmei Hand, but the reasoning behind the name was so absurd that the association simply rebranded them as the Chung Sik gang. Suho then asked Hee-won if he was attending a rehab center. Still shaking, Hee-won affirmed with a yes. Then he asked how Suho knew. Suho replied casually, explaining that he found out while digging into the Chung Sik gang. He reassured Hee-won that he no longer needed to worry. Forcing drugs on someone already in rehab was a seriously grave crime, and Suho declared he would personally take responsibility and resolve the case. Hee-won's expression immediately brightened, and he thanked Suho sincerely. Suho then told him that since this was such an important matter, he would return to check on him again soon. Then he asked if Hee-won was experiencing dry mouth or withdrawal symptoms. Hee-won admitted that he was, and that he was starting to feel cold. Suho knelt down in front of him and asked him to sit for a moment. Hee-won obeyed. Suho then activated recovery, and blue light gathered around his hands. Seeing it, Hee-won watched in quiet awe. Suho explained that this was the healer's recovery technique, tailored specifically for drug addicts. It relieved withdrawal symptoms and pushed out the lingering drug energy from the body. But full recovery required continuous, long-term treatment. Recovery consumed a large amount of mana, and very few healers were trained enough to handle it. That was why in Suho's past life, Isabella had become one of the most influential figures among the last crusaders, and that was also why, after returning, he chose the path of a healer. Standing up, Suho told the green-haired boy that addiction treatment needed consistency, and they would meet again for further care. But for now, he had to head toward the Chung Sik gang station. Terrified, Hee-won frantically asked him to wait. He mentioned he wanted to ask something earlier as well, then pressed about Suho's affiliations. Suho simply stated his name and identified himself as a hunter, working with the Korean Hunters Association. As Suho departed, Il-1 remained stunned in his seat, the name and Suho echoing in his thoughts. Even a man without a TV, like him, had heard that name constantly over the past few days. It had been plastered all over the breaking news. And now, he realized the person who just saved him was the Suho everyone had been buzzing about. From above, the slum resembled a war-torn zone. After enduring multiple gate shocks, half of young Dongpa lay in desolate ruin, solidifying its fate as a slum. Suho navigated its broken, crumbling streets, the air thick with palpable neglect. Since this district sat right in the heart of Seoul, it had inevitably transformed into a perfect breeding ground for crime. He glanced up at the crumbling surroundings, thinking this must be the very place both the police and the association deliberately chose to ignore. In front of him stood a building with a bold sign that read, "Gold." Suho stared at it, wondering what kind of gang had the audacity to brand themselves with such an extravagant, over-the-top name. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The first floor was a convenience store. Shelves stocked, lights on. Suho immediately grasped the situation. A convenience store in the middle of a slum, still operating smoothly, was clear proof that the place was openly run by gangsters. There was no way it would remain untouched without powerful backing. He walked to the back of the store and found a staircase. As he climbed, a voice barked from above, ordering him to freeze. A bald man appeared, commanding him not to move, and threatening that he would die if he took another step. He then demanded Suho's identity, as if he held any real authority. Suho looked at him, a faint smile playing on his lips. A gatekeeper? How classic. He thought, then asked, "Where's Changsik?" The bald man snapped in anger, stunned by how casually the name was uttered. The thug roared, demanding to know just who he thought he was, to speak their boss's name so flippantly. But then his expression shifted. As he suddenly recognized the face right in front of him, the man froze solid. As he realized this was Suho himself, Suho gave a light wave, thanking him for the recognition. The thug, thinking Suho was going for a high five, raised his hand in return. Suho stepped forward and delivered a brutal slap, sending the bald man flying sideways. He walked past with a grin. Continuing up the stairs, Suho spoke calmly, telling them to inform Chung Sik to come out. Inside his office, Jang Sik heard the sounds of fighting erupting right outside his door. The noise grew louder and more chaotic, until the door finally burst open, a thug flying through it after being kicked by Suho. Suho stepped inside calmly. He muttered that not a single one of these gangster lowlifes seemed to understand words. Behind him, the bodies of beaten thugs were scattered across the hallway, like discarded trash. Running a hand through his hair, he asked Jang Sik, was bringing him here really that hard? Stepping over another fallen thug, he added, "I wonder what the gang would even do if I resisted." Jang Sik sat in front of him with a straight, unreadable expression. Two bodyguards stood behind him like statues. As Suho approached, he knew exactly what kind of place this was. More than 80% of this organization's members were awakened. The fact that awakened criminals operated openly like this was proof that the nation's security had already collapsed. In his previous life, the Chung Sik gang had grown even larger than this current version. They had created countless victims, and it took an exhausting amount of time to take them down. Remembering that, Suho clenched his fist, a cold determination in his eyes. He declared this was precisely why cancer needed to be eradicated before it spread. Chung Sik attempted to speak, addressing him as Hunter on Suho, and asking what he was doing so abruptly. Suho stepped closer, telling him not to play dumb. They were the ones who initiated all of this. Chung Sik demanded to know when he supposedly had started anything at all. Suho told him he was playing dumb until the very end. He then stated they messed with someone named Haiwon. He dropped a syringe onto the desk, and both the boss and the bodyguard stared at it. Suho told them he had just met Haiwon himself. He asked if they truly intended to keep denying it. Chung Sik leaned toward his subordinate and quietly asked who Haiwon was. The underling whispered the explanation into his ear. Suho raised his leg and slammed it down on the table, breaking the surface clean in half. He declared, "You've turned my closest friend into that state." His eyes glowed red as he demanded, "Why did you do it?" The two bodyguards froze in terror. Chung Sik kept his expression firm, trying desperately not to show fear. The boss rolled his hand across his face and told the bodyguards to step outside. They hesitated, asking why. He then barked at them, "Get out." The rest of the guards immediately rushed out of the room, leaving only Suho and Chung Sik inside. Chung Sik swallowed hard and said he believed there was some misunderstanding, suggesting they talk calmly. Suho walked over the broken table with slow, deliberate steps, He warned that every word they spoke only earned them another beating. Chung-sik, now trembling, warned him that if he touched him, he would call the police. Suho punched him across the face, calling it utter nonsense. The blow sent Chung-sik sliding across the floor, his chair still glued to his backside. Suho said that hearing the word police come from a gangster boss was absolutely hilarious. Chung-sik groaned on the ground in pain. Suho added that he figured a boss. He wouldn't go down for just one punch. Chung-sik actually forced a laugh, claiming he wouldn't just sit there and take it. But the very moment Suho took a step toward him, pure terror flooded back into his eyes. Suho reminded him, once again, that he was practically begging for a beating. Tightening his fist, and with that, Suho's punch rocketed straight toward the boss's face. Outside the office, the guards heard the repeated thuds of fists, slamming into something or someone. Alarmed, they rushed toward the room, shouting for their boss. When they threw the door open, they found Suho standing calmly in front of shattered glass window. He coolly informed them their boss had fled. One of the guards stared at him in utter shock, asking what just happened. Suho explained calmly that Chung-sik had simply smashed the window and bolted, pointing out the broken frame as if it were completely obvious. The bald guard tentatively raised his hand, like a confused school kid, pointing out, but this is the 3rd floor. Suho brushed him off, telling him that Chung-sik was a level 100 hunter who could easily roll out of something like that without a problem, so they should stop babbling nonsense. With a chilling smile, he told them he planned to dismantle this entire place, starting right now. Then he added that anyone who wanted to join him could follow him straight to Chungak. Just hearing the name alone made the entire group freeze. Chungak was the notorious correctional facility, right next to Chansong Penitentiary. While Chansong held regular criminals, Chungak was for awakened offenders. Since the whole place was filled with violently awakened criminals, it was practically a hell within hell. A pro version of hell where only the strong survive. Its reputation alone was enough to make even half-baked punks tremble like bitches. Exactly like the situation unfolding now, sweat poured down their faces. Suho then reminded them that he had connections to the Great Hunter Association. He told them to run before he tossed them all inside. Otherwise, he hauled them, along with Chung-sik, straight to Chungak. The thugs gritted their teeth, absolutely terrified. The very next second, they bolted at full speed, shouting they didn't know any boss. As they scattered, Suho commented he expected that much loyalty from gangsters, calling them filthy cockroach bastards. He warned them if even one document disappeared, he'd carve them up slowly. He ordered them to leave empty-handed. Once the building was clear, Suho activated his magic detection. A blue magic circle formed beneath his feet. After a moment, it detected something special, radiating mana on the 3rd floor. In the corner of the room, Suho approached the spot and uncovered a hidden safe. He called it obvious, saying that the bastard must have thought hiding it here would keep it protected. It was a top-tier safe from a famous brand, the kind that only unlocked with the registrant's mana signature. He placed his hand on the reinforced steel. Blue light pulsed across it. With toughness like this, cutting the steel would destroy the contents. So he needed to slice the door off cleanly. Suho summoned Bulgasari. The tiny elephant monster popped out from subspace, standing at attention like a soldier. Suho told him he only wanted the door removed. Bulgasari obeyed instantly, gripping the door with its tiny trunk and ripping it free, easily breaching the safe. Suho praised it, telling it to eat well. Inside the safe, he found cash and gold bars, but none of that mattered to him. What he actually came for was the dark ledger, filled with the names of countless victims. The Chung-sik gang had begun with loan sharking, preying on ordinary people to build power. Later, they recruited hunters and deliberately addicted them to evasiner, one drugs, to control and extort them. This addiction operation was the backbone of their entire influence. The drug was far more potent than ordinary narcotics, and in the end, no one could resist it. Clutching the documents, Suho's thoughts turned to Nam Hee-won. He realized Hee-won was one of the rare few who'd escaped without relying on his personal power. Even Suho himself would have been utterly crushed. Suho's mind seethed. For crimes like these, they belong in Chonggak prison. He promised himself then and there. He'd make each and every one of them suffer exactly what their victims endured. Deep into their bones, after the wild fight, Suho escorted Nam Hee-won back to his small apartment and finished healing his wounds. Hee-won thanked him profusely over and over, finally able to breathe normally again. Suho cautioned him that a full recovery would still take time, but for now he was safe. Next, Suho passed him a folder. Hee-won questioned its contents, and Suho explained these were bond documents from a notorious Chung-sik gang. Proof that Suho had utterly dismantled the entire criminal group. Hee-won's mind reeled. He could barely believe it. The Gold Hand Gang, with all their terrifying sway, was truly gone? Suho then detailed the gang's actual modus operandi. They trapped people in a cruel web of debt, with absolutely outrageous interest rates, transforming their victims into helpless insects, trapped inside a suffocating anthill. Even though Hee-won had followed every rule and never missed a payment, they cruelly forced drugs on him to ensure he'd never escape their clutches. Hee-won, still trembling, recounted. He'd survived solely because of his special ability. He detailed his struggle against addiction, created his own antidotes, and pleaded for help. But nobody, not the police, not the association, cared about the fate of those in these wretched slums. He revealed that everyone on the outside felt like just another enemy. Suho understood completely. He then told Hee-won that his true reason for joining the Great Hunter Association wasn't for glory or prestige, but to fix this broken system for people exactly like him. Suho gently placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and praised his courage. Overwhelmed, Hee-won was overwhelmed, thanking him profusely with tears in his eyes. Suho then pivoted the conversation to a crucial topic. It was time for a groundbreaking new proposal, and potentially a powerful new ally. He asked Hee-won if he was ready. Hee-won affirmed, and Suho began to explain. He revealed that he knew about Hee-won's unique power, synthesis. With this ability, Hee-won could combine any materials at will, forging a completely new creation. The outcome always perfectly matched his intentions, and this was the very essence of his incredibly overpowered skill. Suho explained that while sifting through the gang's files, he'd uncovered the terrifying scale of drug victims. It was immense, far too many for him to treat by himself. But since Hee-won had previously crafted secret antidotes, Suho offered him a legitimate full-time position to develop a powerful, proper neutralizer to help countless more people. He promised top-tier pay, a luxurious safe house, and full medical support for Hee-won's personal addiction recovery. Hee-won looked utterly stunned. He thought that just being healed was already far more than he could ever deserve. Now, he was being given a chance to help others live safely and get paid for it. To him, this felt like something only a true hero would do. He mused that if a godlike hero truly existed, Suho had to be that person. Hee-won declared he would do it. He insisted he needed no extra payment and would work as hard as humanly possible, purely out of gratitude. But Suho, firm as ever, stated he would pay him properly, ensuring everything remained official and fair. After that, they headed to Suho's impressive new base, the very building he had been granted earlier. It was a sprawling 3-story facility in Cheongdam, complete with friendly staff, a full lab on the top floor, and absolutely everything Hee-won could possibly need. Even the Banshee team made an appearance, curious to scope out the fancy new digs, but they promptly left immediately after their workaholic boss dumped yet another assignment right on them. Meanwhile, Hee-won was utterly awestruck. Suho told him to pick a room and get settled in and begin crafting antidotes the moment he was prepared. Suho announced he had to depart for Nexus HQ, but Hee-won could reach out to him at any moment. Later, Suho connected with reporter Jin Woo over a call. where he gave him the complete, unfiltered scoop on the insidious hidden crimes festering within the slums. Jin Woo, ever the genius reporter he was, declared he could expand the story tenfold, framing Suho as the legendary hunter who stormed into a perilous slum, crushed a ruthless criminal organization, saved the innocent victims, and ignited a new era of hope for all the people living within its grasp. He aimed to craft a major feature article, packed with every detail, so the world simply couldn't ignore it. Suho believed him without a single doubt. After all, public influence was that reporter's absolute specialty. Afterward, Suho met with guild leader Byung Dongwook at Nexus Guild and laid out his brilliant plan. Nexus would purchase every single neutralizer he produced, aiding victims all across Korea. This uplifting narrative would dramatically shift Nexus's reputation, transforming them into a guild with a genuine heroic presence, the kind the world would finally truly take seriously. Dongwook was absolutely thrilled. He firmly shook Suho's hand and promised to diligently look after Hee-won from that moment on. With every piece now perfectly lining up, Suho felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The win-win plan was now in motion. Heal the people, spread the undeniable truth, make the criminals pay for their sins, and show the entire world that real, impactful change was finally, truly possible. The scene abruptly cuts to Chung-sik, the once feared boss who forced the slums to their knees, now utterly reduced to a shaking wreck, huddled inside a completely trashed luxury room. He was on his knees, visibly trembling. Suho's name relentlessly echoed inside his mind. Like a tormenting curse, he simply couldn't escape. No one had to spell out exactly what had happened. The discarded syringe and the half-empty bottle beside him made everything explicitly clear. He had taken some kind of potent drug, the kind that violently burned strength into the body, while simultaneously tearing gaping holes through the mind. These insidious substances twisted people from the very inside out, and his utterly scattered expression showed exactly that devastation. He compulsively, obsessively muttered Suho's name. Like it was the sole thought remaining within his fractured skull. The very moment Suho stepped through the glowing blue portal, he stepped into his secret subspace. What was once a lavish, upscale, private domain, adorned with polished marble and opulent furniture. Now it was a total disaster zone, as if a tornado had ripped right through it. He quickly took in the cracked marble floor and the pricey furniture, scattered and overturned across the ground. It was immediately clear. Someone had utterly trashed the entire space. On the floor, Chung-sik lay convulsing, his skin pale and his body racked with strange spasms. Suho studied him, realizing the drug must have done something insanely intense to the poor man. It was now obvious this gangster hadn't just run away. He'd been forcibly pulled into Suho's subspace instead, effectively kidnapped by the sheer chaos of the situation. Suho walked over and knelt beside him, placing a hand on his body. His blue healing energy instantly flowed, and the system announced recovery had begun. Chung-sik, still dazed, looked like someone who had just escaped a bizarre nightmare. Suho demanded he pull himself together, offering no calm or gentleness in his tone whatsoever. Suddenly, Chung-sik snapped into a frenzy of anger and panic. He grew wild, yelling incoherently as he lunged forward to attack Suho. Suho barely reacted, simply kicking him in the chest and sending him flying backward. Like it was effortless. Chung-sik continued screaming, desperate to be let out, spiraling into fear, as though he believed he was trapped with a monster. Suho smirked and rolled his eyes, noting to himself that Chung-sik still had plenty of energy. He assumed the drug was overstimulating him, but mentioned to himself that he'd brought extra, so the man didn't need to worry. Sensing danger once more, Chung-sik crumbled into full desperation. He dropped to the floor, crawling and begging Suho to release him, insisting he would do anything to avoid experiencing the drug again. Suho had no sympathy. He stepped onto Chung-sik's chest with force, pressing him down firmly. Chung-sik screamed for help, loudly insisting he'd been kidnapped. But Suho quickly reminded himself that nobody could possibly enter this place, and those fools from Chung-sik's gang had already bolted. He promised himself, deep down, he'd hunt them down and make them all pay too. For now, he told the criminal to just sit still, reflect on his choices, and drown in regret, since that was the only useful thing he had at the moment. Later that afternoon, Suho returned home to his brand new house. Hee-won came absolutely sprinting toward him. Bursting with excitement, Suho noticed his hype, and Hee-won proudly unveiled. He just finished creating a brand new neutralizer for the dangerous drug. The new version? It was called Hammer 2. The system immediately displayed information, identifying Hammer 2 as a grade C item that perfectly neutralized the effects of the drug. Called Illusion, Suho felt genuinely, truly impressed, especially since Hee-won had crafted it in only 2 hours. Hee-won explained he had improved upon the old version, naming it Hammer 2, because it metaphorically smashed illusions. Suho remembered how Hammer had saved so many lives in his past life, which meant that Hammer 2 should still be a super reliable creation, even if it wasn't the absolute strongest one yet. Hee-won attributed all the success to Suho's help and described the entire process as being just like grinding for items in a game. He believed that with enough time and money, luck would eventually follow their lead. Suho thought Hee-won was always so humble and wondered how much stronger he'd become once he leveled up even further. Suho then asked if Hammer 2 could be mass-produced in bulk, and Hee-won agreed, super enthusiastically. He had already perfected the formula, meaning they could make massive quantities, as long as they gathered all the necessary ingredients. Suho found that incredibly reassuring, and then quickly checked Hee-won's current level. Hee-won had just leveled up to 51, all thanks to creating the new drug. Because of this incredible feat, Suho decided he wouldn't need to call Jaiwon. Not for now, anyway. Hee-won was already operating as a high-level hunter. With that settled, Suho shifted his focus to helping all the victims in the slums, ready to use what they'd gained to fix the damage already done. The next day, several news stories surfaced online, claiming the police and Hunter Association were ignoring the suffering in the Yongdongpo slums. Unfortunately, only about 500 people viewed the article throughout the entire day. The hype just wasn't there. Suho realized Jinwoo had been right. There were too many terrible places in the world, so unless something was explosively dramatic, people rarely paid attention. Still, this was only the beginning. Suho then sprang into action. He distributed large boxes filled with food, water, and magical neutralizer potions to the grateful residents of the slums. Soon after, a truck arrived loaded with even more supplies. People helped unload everything and quickly delivered food and potions to everyone. Suho thought Nexus had truly come through with their support. His phone rang. Chief Pai was on the other end, speaking to him with the energy of a relaxed uncle. As they discussed tomorrow's appreciation plaque ceremony, they agreed to keep it short and simple. Suho felt secretly thrilled, because receiving a plaque meant the possibility of special recruitment. After some light conversation, Suho called Jinwoo to talk about the ceremony and the news. While the slum article didn't get many views, he believed it had probably caused trouble for the reporter with the Hunter Association. But Jinwoo remained calm, mentioning that only popular stories went viral and that he'd broken no laws. He added that he planned to upload part 2 soon, and that the PBS news group would likely report on the ceremony. He also asked if Suho had an Instagram account. Suho didn't. This annoyed the reporter, who mentioned many fans were eager to follow him. The conversation then took a strange turn. It turned out Suho already had an entire fan cafe. It was called Shin Temple, where fans affectionately called him the Guardian Priest. And Suho then realized the moderator managing the cafe was none other than Jin Huey himself. The reporter confessed he managed it to keep Suho's reputation spotless and avoid unnecessary drama caused by other chaotic fan groups. His logic was surprisingly sound. He even offered to manage an Instagram account for Suho, boasting about his top-tier social media skills and claiming he could make Suho incredibly popular. But Suho, ever independent, preferred doing things himself. Instead, he simply asked the reporter to just send him content for posting, and he would handle the copy-pasting. That surprisingly simple approach made the reporter absolutely ecstatic. He even suggested Suho upload selfies and photos for his adoring fans. But Suho wasn't too confident about taking pictures. The reporter advised him to just relax and at least create the account. Soon enough, Suho would become a massive influencer. After the call, Suho went ahead and made the Instagram account, and immediately, his phone began vibrating nonstop with notifications. A massive number of users instantly started following him. Inside the house, Haewon noticed the phone buzzing constantly, but Suho just brushed it off. He figured that Jin Hui had already started aggressively promoting the new account, so he muted all the notifications. Finally, the big day arrived. The appreciation plaque ceremony at the Hunter Association headquarters began. A massive crowd had gathered inside. Reporters, fans, and people holding signs shouted Suho's name and his title, Guardian Priest. Suho had expected a simple, low-key ceremony, but the screaming fans and swarming reporters told a very different story. The sheer number of people was overwhelming, forming a literal sea of excitement. Security guards struggled to control the frenzied crowd, begging them to stop pushing and asking them to wait. Outside, two association workers stared on in utter shock. They were absolutely floored by the massive turnout. Upon checking, they confirmed that every single person was here for just one man, Hunter on Suho. It was simply unbelievable, especially since this event had never been posted online anywhere. This marked the first time in the association's history that such a scenario had ever unfolded. For an unofficial event like this, Suho's fame had clearly reached an entirely new level. Inside the auditorium, the delightful chaos continued. Fans absolutely packed the entire space, waving signs for On Suho and the legendary sword god, buzzing with electric anticipation. One girl even confessed she'd skipped school just to be here. Others chatted, noting how the fan club president, Golden Horse, was nowhere to be seen. So they vowed to snap tons of photos just for her. Over in the press section, reporter Joe Jinwei was furiously texting. He quickly informed Suho that an absolutely massive crowd had shown up for him, then asked about the MC's whereabouts. Suho had actually arrived quite early and had been quietly observing everything, while using his monochrome solitude skill, which made him completely invisible to others, unless he chose to reveal himself. A fan was even sitting directly in front of him. Completely oblivious the sword god was right behind her, Suho soon received a message from Chief Pai, asking him to meet in the hallway, right next to the waiting room. He silently slipped out to meet his senior. Chief Pai was absolutely astonished by the sheer number of fans, jokingly calling Suho a superstar, which actually made Suho chuckle. Chief Pai then brought up the recent article about the young residents of the Yungpo slums, noting it had truly stirred public sentiment against the Hunter Association. Suho already knew this article would make the association look pretty terrible. Yet, Chief Pai seemed remarkably unconcerned about reporters, which explained how easily that journalist had gotten in. Today, Chief Pai then congratulated Suho on his award and swiftly rushed off for something urgent, maintaining his typical cool and distant style. Then an announcer's voice boomed, urging everyone to find their seats. The highly anticipated ceremony was about to kick off. Suho strode confidently toward the main stage, as the entire crowd absolutely erupted in a wave of excitement. Cameras flashed wildly, illuminating every corner. Fans shrieked and screamed, utterly captivated by his appearance. Some claimed they finally understood the hype, why everyone fell for him, while others hilariously joked that they'd gladly let the sword god cut them down. Suho stepped forward with a calm demeanor and gracefully received his appreciation plaque from the association president himself, Young Kyung-hwan. They then posed for a few quick photos. The president playfully teased him about his natural talent for posing, and Suho, ever polite, responded thoughtfully, giving all credit right back to the president, keeping the atmosphere incredibly smooth and genial. The president then warmly praised Suho's exceptional work in Young Donpa, and subtly hinted that some very good news, likely a major job offer, was already on The way, Suho immediately assumed this meant special recruitment. The president then invited him to speak a few inspiring words. Suho expressed his sincere thanks to everyone and stated he had simply done what he wholeheartedly believed he was supposed to do. He admitted feeling a bit strange about receiving a reward for simply helping people, but passionately promised to work even harder. Fans screamed out, declaring their love for him, and he could only humbly laugh and thank them all. A short Q&A session then followed. Reporter Kim Sang-won boldly asked whether Suho still intended to join the association, to which Suho confidently replied, yes. Another reporter brought up his brand new Instagram account, and Suho explained that a friend had personally recommended it, so he decided to give it a try. Someone else pointed out he'd already gained an incredible 50,000 followers in a single day and asked how that felt. Suho revealed he had actually turned off notifications and honestly didn't know the exact count, but he could certainly tell people were very interested. Someone excitedly asked what his very first post would be. Suho pondered for a moment and said he would probably upload the appreciation plaque he received today. Then, suddenly, Jean Y stood up and the entire room instantly tensed. Staff members immediately began whispering amongst themselves, realizing he was the very same reporter who had courageously written the scathing article criticizing the association. President Kyung Hwan's expression instantly grew irritated, convinced his staff had botched it by actually letting him in. But the reporter brushed off their shocked reactions. He was there to ask the hard-hitting questions. He then asked if Suho had seen his recent article about the appalling young Dompa slums. Suho confirmed he had. The reporter then brought up the criticism that both the police and the association were completely ignoring citizens who desperately needed help. He asked if Suho was even aware of this critical issue. Suho calmly stated that he was, in fact, fully aware. It was a seriously risky moment, especially since the room was packed with powerful association members. But the reporter bravely pressed on. He questioned if Suho joining the association would genuinely help improve the situation. The president nearly leaped out of his seat, barely restrained by his stunned aides. Suho, with a faint, knowing smirk, declared that if he joined, he'd do absolutely everything in his power to eradicate corruption, ensuring no one would ever have a single reason to doubt the association ever again. The reporter thanked him, and the public portion of the ceremony concluded. Later, Suho and Jean Huey departed together in a car. Suho praised him for his excellent work. The reporter joked that the staff's furious stares had made him incredibly nervous, but Suho pointed out he'd acted completely fearless the whole time. The reporter then offered an apology in case his questioning had been too harsh. He explained that his job demanded he seize the moment, while public attention was still laser-focused. He wanted to maintain that crucial momentum, and that's precisely why. He planned to release yet another article very soon. Suho appreciated it, as he'd finally gotten to express what he truly wanted to say out loud regarding improving the association. The reporter was almost in disbelief that Suho actually meant every single word. But Suho clarified he absolutely wouldn't lie. While accepting such a prestigious award, he genuinely intended to make those changes happen. A few days later, Suho received his brand new civil servant ID. He'd been officially appointed as a level 5 official, moving up far faster than anyone could have ever expected. Simultaneously, the internet absolutely exploded with discussions about Suho's legendary past achievements, especially that infamous incident where he single-handedly took down violent criminals in the Yangyangpo slums. Dozens of articles flooded online, racking up millions of views. People everywhere simply couldn't stop talking about him. Some users even declared Suho the only cool person in Yangdongpo, while others hailed him as a genuine hero. Yet, some were clearly jealous, complaining that the police, or the Hunter Association, should have handled the situation themselves. A few even wondered if Suho was just following Nexus's orders, or if he was simply craving too much attention. Some online troublemakers jokingly suggested he might get sued by the very criminals he defeated, but the vast majority agreed that the real losers were the criminals, not the man who bravely stopped them. People argued endlessly, but everyone agreed. Something absolutely massive was unfolding. Then, major headlines exploded everywhere. The news declared On Suho was joining the Great Hunter Association. Broadcasts repeated it constantly, calling him the hero of Yeongdongpo, and announcing that Swordmaster and Suho had earned a special grade 5 position. Crowds of fans and reporters swarmed the association building's entrance, screaming his name, like he was a celebrity at a concert, not just a civil servant arriving for work. The shouting never stopped. People wondered what would happen. To Nexus now that Suho had joined the association, questions flooded online about his contract with Nexus, and if Nexus would be furious. Inside the Nexus office, however, boss Bae Dong-wook remained incredibly calm. He remarked that everyone was talking about them now, and it was time for an official statement. Nexus quickly sent out multiple news articles, wishing on Suho the best of luck, and clarifying there were no contract issues, and clearly explained that they had never paid Suho any signing bonus. The message was crystal clear. Nexus wanted everyone to know they fully supported Suho's decision. Elsewhere, two men intently watched the news and read newspapers. They certainly seemed like hunters. They commented that Nexus was undeniably the best guild, while others like Hexagon and Prime cared only about money and profit. They then brought up how Hexagon had committed truly terrible things, such as letting a weak hunter die because he hadn't received a potion in time, and even forcing mages to work until they collapsed. A TV report then showed Nexus's guild leader, Bae Dong-yeok, in an interview. The reporter asked whether Nexus had kicked Suho out due to public pressure, and Bae Dong-yeok flatly denied it. He explained that Suho actually wanted real field experience before taking his civil service exam, and that joining Nexus had simply been a step along the way. He admitted he was sad to see Suho leave, but said Suho belonged in a role where he could save people, not in a private company. Suho and Nexus were clearly reinforcing each other's public image. Back at the Hunter Association, Suho tried not to sweat under all the intense attention. The crowd continued screaming, while cameras flashed nonstop. He thought about the immense weight of being watched by so many people. He remembered the advice from Jin-woo, who told him to show his face to the fans, because they would be disappointed otherwise. Suho admitted to himself that the advice totally made sense, even though he truly wanted to maintain a cool, mysterious vibe this time. He wanted control of his own story, instead of letting others direct it. Suho then walked into the Hunter Association lobby. Inside, President Kyungwon and Vice President Kyumin were waiting for him. Cameras flashed everywhere as the president welcomed him with extreme friendliness, calling the day historic and congratulating him before inviting him inside. They entered the elevator, and as soon as the doors closed, the president immediately dropped the formal tone, getting more comfortable. He then asked Suho how he was doing, and if he was aware of his current schedule. Suho replied that he was doing perfectly well, but hadn't received all the specific details yet. The president then mentioned that the vice president would explain everything shortly. Once the elevator arrived at their designated floor, the president quickly departed, leaving Suho with Vice President Sumon. Suho thought it a bit odd that the vice president himself would be handling his entire briefing, but Sumon simply guided him down the hallway to an office where Chief Pai was waiting with Chulman. Sumon explained that these two would be his main guides, then wished him the best of luck. Chief Pai greeted Suho with a wide, welcoming smile, telling him to take a seat, acting incredibly friendly. He even asked Chulman to get Suho something to drink. Suho found it pretty amusing that two people from completely different departments would both be training him for this role. Chief Pai told Suho to call him senior in private and only use his official chief title when at work. Suho simply nodded, fully recognizing the deep significance of that request. After all, Chief Pai was famously strict about official titles and maintaining his reputation. Then, Chief Pai began to test Suho's knowledge about his new position. Suho explained he understood the probation period and how normally a grade 5 officer would train at the HR center. before getting assigned to a specific branch office. However, since the Hunter Association itself was so unique, Suho would instead rotate through all departments for about 2 or 3 months in each one. Every single department was absolutely eager to take in a superstar like him. Chief Pai reassured him that after the training, Suho could immediately join the Special Forces Division. Suho recalled the true promise that had been made. He would actually go to the Special Forces rather than the Gate Management Department. He also understood that with so many eyes fixed upon him, he absolutely had to follow the official process. Chief Pai then introduced Chulman as Suho's overall primary supervisor. While each department had its own direct boss, Chulman would oversee his bigger picture and answer any of Suho's questions. After Chief Pai finally left, Suho quickly realized that that man had only come to issue a silent warning to Chulman, not to poach Suho for his own department. Suho found it a bit petty, but let it go. Chulman then explained the training plan. There were 5 departments: Special Forces, Administration, Awakening, Gate, and Resources. Suho already knew and flawlessly rattled off what each department handled. Chulman was impressed, but suspected Suho had probably just memorized it from a document. He informed Suho that his first rotation would be in the Awakening Department. As they walked toward the department, Suho realized this meant he would meet Director Lee Wanik, a member of the president's faction, and someone Suho planned to remove later. Chulman continued explaining that every department would have people monitoring Suho and giving him tests, which meant he had to pass every challenge thrown his way. Still, Chulman remained confidently positive, insisting Suho would do just fine, keeping the cheerful, supportive attitude he always carried. When they arrived at the Awakening Department, Suho immediately thought to himself that he wouldn't need his memory abilities for this part. There was one person here no one could ever forget. Inside the office stood Lee Wanik, looking authoritative behind his desk. He stood up immediately to greet them, calling it an honor to have a national superstar like Suho start his first rotation in the department. He also said he would be the one grading Suho's work and acted overly friendly. Suho's thoughts drifted to what he knew about this man. Wanik was famous inside the association and had close ties with the chairman. After leaving for another company, rumors circulated that he was involved in human trafficking, but nothing ever came to light. Because Kyung-hoon had covered it up, Suho believed things might turn out differently this time, since he now knew the truth about the past. This place needed to be cleaned from top to bottom. Someone knocked on the door, and Wanik identified the visitor as Jun Song. Before calling him in, he introduced him as the officer who would help Suho in the Awakening Department. The two shook hands politely, and Jun Song said he had heard a lot about Suho and felt amazed to work with someone so popular. Suho behaved humbly, but internally he admitted he had no memory of this man. Everyone below team leader was simply called officer, so it made sense Jun Song tried light-hearted joking, even mentioning that he wanted Suho's autograph later. He then encouraged Suho not to stress about the job, pointing out that Suho already had a clear future destination. Suho pretended not to understand, but Jun Song clarified that everyone knew he was headed to the Special Forces Division. Suho realized that Chief Pai had not kept anything secret at all, but he did not mind. Having a powerful person supporting him only made life easier, even if it felt a little awkward to be treated like royalty. Then Jun Song handed him a thin folder that he described as the department's quick manual. Normally the manual was massive, but they had created a special, simplified version just for Suho. Connections truly changed everything. He explained that the Awakening Department was divided into 2 major sections: Awakened Affairs and Non-Awakened Affairs, each with its own teams. Suho would first take a theory test and complete 1 field training session with each division. He reassured Suho not to worry, since everything had been prepared in advance. He handed him a business card and said to call if anything unusual happened. After he left, Suho sat down and began reading the manual. Even as a summary, it felt like a lot. But Suho did not feel burdened. He had the library of memories, which worked like a cheat system for his brain. The system activated, and all the information flowed into his mind, effortlessly for him. Any memory test was trivial. Some 40 minutes later, Jun's song returned, announcing it was time to begin. He expected the test to take at least 30 minutes, since the questions were designed to be tough and tricky. But once Suho started, his pen practically flew across the paper like a machine. Jun's song stared in utter disbelief. Suho finished in just 10 minutes and calmly handed in the paper. It was the first time ever anyone had completed the test that quickly. While Suho prepared to leave, Jun's song tried to show him the cafeteria, but Suho declined, saying he already had lunch plans. Then, Suho made a secret phone call to Chillman, asking if he was busy. And since he wasn't, Suho suggested they grab lunch together and asked him not to tell anyone else. Chillman agreed enthusiastically. Back in Chillman's office, Jun's song entered. While the supervisor was ending his phone call, he informed him that Suho had finished the theory test. Chillman was surprised it was already over, but Jun's song insisted it was true. They examined the test together and fed it into the grading machine. With nervous anticipation, the machine displayed a perfect score of 100, thinking it might be a malfunction. They checked it by hand, but after multiple reviews, the result remained the same, a flawless, perfect score. Jun's song nearly lost his mind, saying no one had ever achieved this, especially on their very first day. He finally understood why Chief Pai wanted Suho so badly. Chillman could only laugh. He admitted internally that he had hoped to work with Suho first, but Chief Pai's influence was just overwhelming. It was hard to compete when Suho performed at that level. Meanwhile, Suho was just yawning casually in the hallway, completely unfazed. None of this meant anything to him. After meeting for lunch, Suho and Chillman sat on a bench beside a vending machine. Suho said that since Chillman treated him to lunch, he wanted to buy the coffee. Then, Chillman asked why Suho had suddenly wanted to eat together. Suho explained that he didn't know many people in the association yet, and truly didn't want to eat alone. Chulman was the only one he knew well. Chulman joked that if Chief Pai ever heard that, he'd be a little hurt, but Suho replied he simply wanted a comfortable place to eat, so it really couldn't be helped. After a quiet, comfortable pause, Chulman congratulated him on his perfect score from that morning's test. He explained he'd graded it immediately because Jun Sung kept pestering him. He then joked that Suho was absolutely insane. He could fight. He entered the association as a special grade 5, and now he turned out to be incredibly smart too. To him, Suho felt like the main character of a story. Suho said it was all thanks to the people around him, and that he'd seen similar tests before. Chulman teased him that too much modesty just annoyed others. So Suho laughed and openly admitted he was amazing, for the first time in a long while. He smiled sincerely. It felt incredibly refreshing. Since restarting his life, it felt like he was constantly just doing homework, but sitting here, drinking coffee with someone he used to be close to, brought back memories of simpler days. He remembered when he'd almost died from poisoning and thought it was all over. But now, he promised himself never to fall like that again. He intended to overcome every disaster and reclaim a peaceful life. Suho then asked if Chulman had any tips about working in both the awakening and non-awakening divisions. Chulman began explaining. He asked if Suho knew what the awakening division did. Suho said yes. They managed both awakened and non-awakened individuals. Chulman agreed, but emphasized that their biggest task was keeping information updated. No one could see an awakened person's status window, except the person themselves. They had to personally come in and update their information. If they ignored the deadline, they'd receive fines and eventually jail time. After repeated warnings, they even had a specific term for such cases. Malignan non-updatives. Managing these troublemakers was their top priority. He went on to explain that awakened individuals were essentially superheroes. Some were so durable, bullets couldn't even scratch them. Others could vanish as if they'd never even been there. Every country needed their data updated on a regular. It might sound like the association treated them as potential walking disasters, But currently, there was simply no better method available. Suho then inquired about the non-awakening side. Schulman explained it worked much the same way. Sometimes people awakened as players and went into hiding. Instead of registering, the department had to track down and arrest these unregistered players. Suho already knew all of this, of course, but he pretended to be new to it after the break. Suho returned to the building, walking alongside Yoon Seong. The officer asked if Suho had enjoyed his meal, and then said they would begin work in the awakening department. He congratulated him once more for his perfect score, noting that even the director would be pleased. They arrived at an office where a man was already waiting. This was Lee Moon-ho, chief of the awakening section. He greeted them warmly and mentioned he'd already heard all about Suho's perfect score. He then handed Suho a folder and said he could begin his field training right away. He wished him luck, and Suho acknowledged it. Walking down the hallway, Jun Sung explained that Suho's first mission involved those malignant non-updaters. His task will be to find these troublesome individuals and force them to update their information. He handed Suho a folder, conspicuously labeled non-updater list. Suho then asked, "Is this truly the list of people I have to handle?" And Jun Sung confirmed it, stating that the list wasn't very long, so the work should be manageable. But when Suho actually looked at the list, his expression instantly hardened. He thought the entire situation was utterly ridiculous. Every single name belonged to someone. Notoriously dangerous individuals, known for giving even the awakening section a run for its money. He was certainly having a difficult time. He wondered if this was yet another secret test, courtesy of Chief Pai, who just loved to put his subordinates through endless trials. Still, Suho declared himself ready for whatever came next. He'd take down every single person on that list, no matter what. Since Jun Song primarily worked a desk job, not out in the field, he introduced Suho to a brand new mentor, Han Ho-zong, a seasoned grade 7 field officer. Jun Song introduced him as a veteran at nabbing non-updaters. Then, Jun Song smoothly slipped out of the room, leaving the two alone. Suho promptly introduced himself, while Ho-zong casually leaned back against the desk, looking perfectly relaxed. He suggested they check out the list first. When he saw the names, he let out a truly deep sigh. The association had told him to treat Suho like a true VIP, yet they handed him this insane list. It was packed with legendary troublemakers who had completely vanished or were deemed utterly impossible to catch. Ho-zong figured that the association wanted Suho to look like a real hero because everyone was watching. He asked if Suho already knew how to use the stat scanner and all the necessary tools. Suho did, so Ho-zong said no extra training was needed. Then, without hesitation, he asked if Suho planned to pick his first target. Suho confidently said he did, and pointed right at a photo of a man with long, dark hair. Ho-zong questioned if Suho even knew who the man was. He was a malignant non-updater who had fled overseas and evaded capture. But that absolutely did not deter Suho. He stated that if the man was still on the list, then he had to be pursued, no exceptions. Suho pressed his hand firmly onto the list, covering the photo of his chosen target with determination. With a confident smile, he steeled himself to track down and face every one of those legendary troublemakers. The page then displayed a photo of a dark-haired man named Kim Gung-won, an infamous illegal pharmacist whose true occupation was designing potent doping substances. He supplied doping drugs to both ordinary and professional athletes alike. The real issue was that the drugs he distributed didn't rely on typical chemical doping effects, but this was skill-based doping, something far more dangerous and incredibly harder to trace. Suho meticulously scanned the information, noting that Kim Gung-won vehemently denied all charges. Yet, multiple reports had already been filed, confirming the grim accusations. An update to his status window had been requested years ago, but he had continuously fled, expertly avoiding every attempt to track him down. His current location was presumed to be overseas. Normally, when an unregistered hunter goes untraceable for an extended period, they are declared missing. But the fact his name remained on the active list meant one crucial thing: he was still operating. Suho realized that even the Awakening Division recognized the persistent threat he posed, despite this being an obvious, hunter-related criminal case. It fell under the jurisdiction of the Awakening Division instead of the Special Forces Division. The Special Forces Division never moved. Without solid evidence, no matter how suspicious the situation appeared, as Suho closed the file in his hands, he reflected that the Special Forces Division also struggled with chronic manpower shortages. But the bigger issue was that Chief Pai simply avoided anything he deemed unprofitable or bothersome. Han Hozong scratched his neck and expressed his concern that the suspicion was understandable, but catching someone presumed to be overseas seemed impossible. Suho stared at him and questioned whether he truly believed the man was overseas. Hozong reacted with visible shock. Suho explained that Kim Gung-won was absolutely still in Korea. The reports mentioned that domestic athletes were still using his illicit substances, and the fact that his drugs were so easily accessible meant his base had to be inside the country. Suho pointed out that drug smuggling procedures were extremely strict, making it nearly impossible to maintain such a smooth supply line from abroad. Hozong, taking a seat, admitted that the reasoning was convincing. But a report was just that, a report. They still couldn't be certain if those individuals were actually doping. Suho locked eyes with him and resolved to verify it themselves. Hozong countered that skill-based doping left no physical traces in the body, unlike chemical doping, posing a serious challenge. Suho declared he would handle the verification personally, which only confused Hozong even more. Hozong then pointed out that this wasn't even an official request for a warrant, but merely an anonymous tip, meaning Suho wouldn't receive a warrant. He wondered how Suho intended to manage anything without one. Suho remained firm. He stated he had a separate plan and wanted to tackle this case alone. It was technically a field evaluation, so he wanted the chance to attempt his own method first. If it failed, they could revert to Hosung's approach afterward. Hosung, still confused but unwilling to press the issue, brushed it aside and told him to proceed however he wished. Suho bowed slightly, thanking him for his trust. Hosung added that he could contact him anytime if he needed help with that. Suho left the office, ready to execute his plan. Hosung, leaning back in his chair, thought to himself that he had no idea what kind of plan Suho was relying on, but he assumed Suho would learn the hard way. Tracking a fugitive, unregistered hunter was nothing like what Suho had ever done before, and the harsh reality would hit him soon enough. As Suho stepped outside, he pulled out his phone and contacted Nexus Academy. He informed them he was heading there immediately, and that he needed something done. After a short while, G1 appeared, laughing and commenting that the request seemed easy enough. Inside the Nexus Academy lounge, Suho and G1 sat together, while G1 confirmed that all he had to do was locate Kim. Suho verified Gungwon's assessment. Jiwon meticulously studied the file, concluding that by tracking the numbers listed in the reports, they'd ultimately trace Kim Gungwon's phone. The moment they found the device, they'd pinpoint his exact location, and Suho could take him down from there. Suho watched him and felt utterly certain he'd made the right call by enlisting Jiwon's help. Jiwon, brushing off the praise, claimed it was a simple task and asked if they should get started right away. He added that one more person would be joining them, Hyungmin from the Banshee team. Jiwon initially wondered about Hyungmin's involvement. However, Suho clarified that Hyungmin's ability was essential. Their mission was to infiltrate a heavily secured phone and extract crucial data from inside it. Now, Jiwon fully grasped the purpose. With the plan finalized, Suho gave the signal to begin. A little while later, Jiwon placed a phone call, impersonating someone named Kwon Songmin from a telecom base station, inquiring if the phone belonged to a Mr. Ham Dae-young, and then pitching a new internet plan. The voice on the other end only responded with utter disinterest and abruptly hung up. Suho observed him, impressed by his acting prowess. Jiwon simply brushed it off, stating that, now that they confirmed the informant's number was legitimate, it was time to move. Jaiwan unleashed his digitization skill, and in an instant, all three of them shrunk and plunged into the smartphone. They landed on the digital screen within the device, confirming they were exactly where they needed to be. Jaiwan quickly explained that all they needed to do was find traces of contact or trade records with a drug dealer, and searching text messages or messenger apps would make the task swift. Their eyes fell upon a Telegram icon, remembering that Telegram was often used for such illicit trades. So, that's where they began. As Jaiwan approached the icon and attempted access, he quickly realized it was locked, which made him tense. Suho glanced at Hyungmin and declared he'd take care of it himself. Ji-won's brows furrowed in confusion, and he cautioned that firewalls of this caliber wouldn't be easily breached. Suho then explained that Ji-won wasn't familiar with Hyungmin's unique ability. Hyungmin possessed the power to conjure a special doorway, one that could bypass any barrier. His incredible skill was dubbed portal creation. Hyungmin raised his hands, and a shimmering blue orb began to form. In an instant, a mysterious door materialized before him. Suho understood it all in that very moment. Applications like Telegram would typically alert users of hacking attempts. But Hyungmin's power didn't attack the firewall. It simply created a seamless entrance through it, leaving absolutely no trace. This reminded Suho of how the Banshee team had executed terror strikes with such deadly precision, all thanks to Hyungmin. Meanwhile, Ji-won was lost in thought, recalling his past struggles, remembering every painstaking time he'd faced firewalls. Through endless manual labor and sheer brute force effort, Suho, noticing his gloomy expression, gently reminded him that he was the only one capable of allowing them entry. In the first place, still carrying the emotional weight, Ji-won was led by Suho through the newly opened portal. Inside the messages, they uncovered crucial information. The trio immediately honed in on one specific detail, realizing they had absolutely located the right place. Before them, a room clearly labeled drugs materialized. Inside that room, two avatars sat, facing each other. Ji-won quickly identified them as Ham, Daeho, and the notorious drug dealer. Fortunately, neither of them had left the chat room yet. The avatars, it turned out, represented actual chat logs. Suho placed a hand on a box resting on the table and immediately determined from its contents that the avatar right in front of them was unequivocally the dealer. Now, they needed to trace the information back up the chain. Ji-won confirmed that the door, directly behind the dealer's avatar, led straight into the dealer's own Telegram account. Once they stepped through, they found themselves confronted by multiple doors, each one representing a different transaction the dealer had completed. Ji-won was utterly astounded that the chat rooms, visualized now as an entire towering building, clearly showed just how many people had communicated with the dealer. Suho studied it, then declared it was time to send every last one back to prison. Their next target, the top of the chain. Suho ordered them to scour every chat, gathering phone numbers and call records. Eventually, Suho and Ji-won pinpointed a specific number. Ji-won knew it. This was the supplier. Follow this lead, and they'd reach the source. The trio repeated this grueling process for a while, hunting for more intel. After what felt like endless searching, they emerged from yet another digital doorway. Feeling utterly drained, Suho mused aloud just how many layers of subcontracting existed. Young men, equally drained, figured they were just being extra cautious, considering their line of work. Suho was convinced that after peeling back so many layers, they should finally hit something concrete. Just then, Hyungmin opened another digital door to reveal Kim Gung-won's personal phone. Inside this digital room, the man's photographs plastered every wall, the ceiling, and every single corner, top, bottom, literally everywhere. Hyungmin was utterly floored by the sheer number of images. Ji-won stared at the photos, utterly baffled, pondering why this man's ego had swelled so dramatically and why he'd taken so many selfies. Suho clarified these were likely arbitrary, self-photographs used for verification or identity tracking purposes. He then added that with the GPS still active, they could pinpoint the location and head there soon enough. Ji-won cross-referenced the data, and pinpointed Kim Gung-won's home address. Suho then asked for the location, and Ji-won revealed it was in Gangnam, Seoul, at the prestigious Acro Tower. Meanwhile, inside one of the tower's rooms, a burly man, a nasty scar marring his face, leaned back casually, radiating a smugness only dirty money could buy, boasting that profits were absolutely soaring, all thanks to their beloved Mr. Gung. This was Baek Ji-hyun, the ruthless boss of the Platinum Gang, and across from him sat Kim Gung-won himself. Feigning humility, he just soaked in all the praise. He'd always bragged about his stellar results, claiming it was all thanks to Baek. He then coolly inquired if the police situation was fully handled. Baek confirmed it without a second thought, stating that every level of law enforcement, from cops to prosecutors, even the Hunter Association, was already deep in their pockets. None of them could ever be touched. Just then, the lights flickered and went out, plunging the entire room into total darkness. All eyes instinctively shot upwards. Gung-won grumbled, "Power outage?" While Baek Ji-young silently made the same assumption. Gung-won then griped that this wasn't some cheap, shoddy building, and no gate rupture was happening. So the power failure made absolutely no sense. Baek's irritation bubbled up as he followed, mulling over the exorbitant maintenance fees they paid. This nonsense was simply unacceptable, he inwardly vowed, to give the management a serious piece of his mind. Baek Ji-young then turned to his bald bodyguard, ordering him to go deal with it. The bodyguard moved towards the door. Without question, but before he could touch it, the door violently exploded inward with a crash. The deafening noise ripped through the room, instantly snapping both men out of their irritation. Their eyes locked onto the chaos, trying to process what the hell had just happened. The answer then strode in himself. Suho emerged through the shattered entrance, clutching the bald bodyguard's head like it was a piece of trash, then slammed it into the floor so hard the skull cracked. A cold smirk played on his lips, aimed straight at Gung-won, letting the bastard know he'd been found. Gung-won froze the moment he saw Suho, demanding to know who he was. Meanwhile, Baek stood beside him, coolly puffing on a cigar, remarking that Suho looked familiar. Suho then rose to his feet and introduced himself. Holding up his ID, he identified himself as An Suho, a record updater from the Awakening Department of the Korean Hunter Association. He then declared that Kim Gung-won had deliberately refused record updates for years. That alone was enough justification for an immediate arrest. Kim Gung-won, utterly terrified and shaken, recognized him instantly as the legendary sword god, Suho. Suho simply confirmed his identity. He casually scratched his neck, telling them to cooperate willingly. Instead, the men foolishly took their fighting stances. Suho merely scoffed at their sheer audacity. He warned them, if they didn't want to end up dead, they'd better surrender now. Moments later, the two criminals knelt defeated on the ground, their faces bruised and utterly bewildered, while Suho stood triumphantly before them. He sarcastically thanked them for their cooperation. In their minds, the criminals fumed, thinking he'd utterly pummeled them one-sidedly. How did that count as cooperation? Suho then turned to Yunho and thanked her for her invaluable EMP ability, which allowed them to easily infiltrate the building. Yunho blushed, shyly playing with her hair. She admitted the job had felt almost too easy, anticlimactic, even practically a waste of her precious training time. Hyungmin, standing nearby, then shamelessly exposed that she'd actually skipped training and excitedly rushed over to participate. But before he could finish, Yunho sharply elbowed him and reminded him that when the team leader called, she always had to come running happily. Meanwhile, Suho took a seat opposite the criminals and coolly suggested they continue their conversation. He first focused his gaze on Kim Gung-won, taking out his stat measuring device. He remarked on its impressive capability. System rules. Prevent people from seeing each other's status windows directly. However, the association can check stats through reaction results based on various input values. Officially, this innovation boasts an accuracy above 70%. But in practice, Suho had extracted 100% accuracy from it. Kim Gung-won instantly panicked. thinking to himself that Suho had beaten him, until the results did reach 100%. Suho simply smiled at him and reminded him that he'd even healed him. So, there was no reason to look so upset. He reiterated that if the measured stats later failed to match what they recorded now, he would die. Faced with that chilling statement, Kim Gungwon desperately, frantically agreed. Then, Suho's attention locked onto Baek Ji-hoon, a man who'd recently become a major player in Gangnam, all thanks to Kim Gungwon. Suho knew this man was destined for arrest one day, but with today being merely an on-site assessment, it would still prove challenging. Yet, he couldn't simply pretend not to see him, standing right there. Suho met his gaze and addressed him, Baek Ji-hoon, noting that the man had said something unclear earlier. Baek Ji-hoon asked what he meant. Suho continued, stating that Baek Ji-hoon had bribed the police, prosecutors, and the Korean Hunter Association. The sudden accusation left Baek Ji-hoon trembling, as Suho pressed for more details, specifically demanding to know who, inside the Korean Hunter Association, was involved. Suho placed a hand on Baek Ji-hoon's shoulder and warned him to refrain from actions that caused misunderstandings, or he would die. The cold tone terrified Baek Ji-hoon, who promised his full compliance. From the sidelines, Yeonhwa and Hyungmin watched the scene unfold. Yeonhwa commented that it brought back memories, and that it had been very scary back then. Meanwhile, Hyungmin admitted he never expected Suho to earn his respect to this extent. Baek Ji-hoon then confessed he had bribed Park Hyo-man, the vice president of the Korean Hunter Association. Suho asked if it was just one person. Baek Ji-hoon cried, insisting it was only him, and begged Suho to believe him. Suho looked at him, sensing he wasn't lying. He then wondered whether Park Hyo-man knew nothing about the awakening and non-awakening assessments. If Park Hyo-man had known, he would have removed anyone connected to him from the list, or given special instructions to protect them. This meant someone had targeted Park Hyo-man. It couldn't have been Section Chief Lee Mun-ho, the one who had provided the list. But the mere fact that Lee Mun-ho assigned the evaluation task meant someone higher had pressured him, someone above Park Hyo-man or on equal footing. The prime suspects were Chairman John Kyung-won and Special Unit Chief Pai Sung-yeol. As for Chairman John Kyung-won, Park Hyo-man was essentially his right-hand man, so he had no conceivable reason to harm him. Pai Sung-yeol's official rank was lower than Park's, Hyo-man's, but most believed his internal power was far greater. Suho concluded the most likely suspect was Pai Sung-yeol, according to his memories. He couldn't recall Vice President and Chief Pai being on bad terms, and decided he'd have to watch carefully. If Kim Gungwon were caught, either Pai Sung-yeol or Park Hyo-man would react. Suho grabbed Kim Gungwon by the collar and told him, "You're coming with me," while telling Baek Ji-hoon that he'd be seeing him again soon, and intentionally chose not to arrest him. That statement utterly confused Baek Ji-hoon. Suho warned him to take care, as he would return. With that, Suho and the Banshee team left the opulent room, leaving behind a busted-up Baek Ji-hoon in utter confusion. After some time, when Suho returned to the association, he found Senior Ho-zong dozing on a sofa. As soon as he noticed Suho, he yawned and asked if Suho had found Kim Gongwon, clearly assuming Suho had failed miserably. But when Suho confirmed he had, Ho-zong was utterly confused. He struggled to believe it. So, Suho repeated the update, saying he'd located Kim Gongwon, updated his status window information, and placed him in the interrogation room. Ho-zong was still rattled as Suho told him to follow, so they could check on him later. Ho-zong and Suho stood behind a window, watching Kim Gangwon sit inside the interrogation room while someone questioned him. Ho-zong thought about how this vicious S-class problem case had evaded capture for years, yet Suho had caught him in just one day, or rather, in just a few hours. The criminal was even cooperating peacefully. Ho-zong's gaze shifted to the stat measuring device, and he thought about how the machine, usually it only hit 70% accuracy, yet this time the results came out nearly identical to the real stats. He stared at Suho, absolutely marveling that something so notoriously difficult had been handled so effortlessly. It was as if Suho had simply taken a stroll. Suho then stated the charges were proven and that they could hand Kim Gung-won over to the Special Forces Department immediately. Hozung nodded, still utterly confused. He asked how Suho had managed to catch him. Suho, wearing a straight expression and not even looking at him, simply said he asked around here and there and just got lucky. He then asked if he could bring in the remaining non-updaters, too. Hozung agreed and suggested they go together, but Suho suddenly turned, declaring he wanted to catch all of them himself and earn the highest evaluation. This sudden declaration completely caught Hozung off guard. Suho bowed slightly and said he'd ask for help if needed, but asked Hozung to focus on transferring Kim Gung-won to the Special Forces Department. As Suho walked away, the sloppy 7th grade officer remained standing alone and just responded with a confused okay. A few days later, chatter filled the office. Someone mentioned intern Suho, saying stories about him catching all the vicious. Non-updaters were spreading everywhere. People wondered how he managed to complete in 2 days what even pro-awakeners couldn't. They exclaimed, the real Sword God was also the real Squad God, and the work-class difference was overwhelming. But they also wondered if the Awakening Department would now receive all the blame. Someone even said the department might start hating in turn Suho for this. Inside the Awakening Department, everyone cheered Suho's name loudly, calling him Sword God over and over. These workers had been endlessly scolded because of those S-class problem cases. But hearing praise even once felt 1,000 times better than constant criticism. They clamored, professing their undying love for Suho. A woman from the office implored him, begging him not to leave. She pleaded with him to work there forevermore. She confessed she'd never uttered such word before, but had also never witnessed talent quite like his. A senior employee, eyes gleaming with admiration, proudly declared he had even joined Suho's fan club, instructing others to now call him Suho Priest. He said this all while clutching a poster bearing Suho's face. As Suho made his exit, documents clutched in his hands. His colleagues cried out, desperately begging him not to leave. Suho thanked them, but gently reminded them he first needed to complete his work with the Awakening Department. Soon after, his phone buzzed with an incoming call. The name displayed on the screen was Pai Sung-yeol. Chief Pai, glancing over some documents, casually asked Suho if he was busy, then told him to come see him when he had a moment. Suho instantly realized that the bite he had been patiently waiting for had finally arrived. Inside Chief Pai's office, Chief Pai offered Suho a can of Coke, then commented that Suho's performance in the Awakening Department had been nothing short of impressive. Suho responded modestly, simply stating it was nothing special. Chief Pai sat back, questioning him, wondering how Suho could possibly call it nothing when he consistently produced results far beyond all expectations. Suho thanked him. Chief Pai then asked, was the first person you caught Kim Gung-won? Suho confirmed it, taking a slow sip of Coke, a smirk playing on his lips. Chief Pai then pointed out that if Suho had only seen Kim Gung-won, Suho immediately understood that events were unfolding exactly as he had expected, and that Chief Pai already knew everything. This, in turn, made everything simpler. Suho revealed he had also encountered Baek Gyo-um. Chief Pai then inquired why he had let him go. Suho explained that he believed the man was too high profile for him to handle. Chief Pai asked why Suho spoke, as if he already understood what Chief Pai was implying. Suho clarified that he assumed Chief Pai was referring to Baek Gyo-um's powerful connections. Chief Pai confirmed it. He then asked Suho to explain why he hadn't reported back immediately. Suho explained his weight, saying he had no justification to report yet. Chief Pai then pressed him on what kind of justification. Suho quickly clarified that he planned to join the Special Forces unit, but since Chief Pai's name hadn't been mentioned yet, reporting prematurely would have looked like overstepping his bounds. Suho gambled that if he waited, either Chief Pai himself or the vice president of the association would summon him. Chief Pai approved of his decision, instructing him to report everything directly to him. From now on, he promised in return he'd tell Suho everything he wanted to know. Suho agreed. Chief Pai then asked If Soho wasn't curious why he had to report to him, Soho replied there was no need to be curious, since Chief Pai surely had his own reasons. Laughing, Chief Pai called him a crazy kid. He then pulled out a credit card and handed it to Soho, telling him he did a good job and should treat his friends to something expensive. After work, he insisted Soho not settle for cheap food, like pork belly, but enjoy anything he wanted. Soho tried to decline, but Chief Pai reminded him that when an adult gives you something, you should accept it with thanks. Soho left the office, walking down the hall, thinking he had just walked past the vice president earlier, without saying a word. It was clear something was going on between the vice president and Chief Pai. Pulling out his phone, Soho called Jaiwan. He told him he'd send a few numbers and instructed him to gather all possible information. Jaiwan agreed without asking any questions. Soho asked why he didn't question him about the details, and Jaiwan replied that if Soho told him to do something, he would simply do it. Soho realized this must have been the same feeling Chief Pai experienced earlier. Soho encouraged Jaiwan to work hard, promising to buy him some expensive food and telling him to decide what he wanted to eat. Jaiwan celebrated wildly on the other end of the call. After ending the call, Suho thought of reporter Joe Jinwei, so he gave him a call, checking if he was free that evening. Later that evening, Suho and Jinwei clinked their beer glasses. Jinwei congratulated him on officially starting his work as a hunter. Suho thanked him, asking if he'd been busy with articles. Jinwei said it hadn't been difficult at all, since all he really had to do was add a little flavor to the solid foundation Suho provided. He then asked about the Banshee team and the others, and Suho explained that he'd set aside a separate table so they could bond better with he one and the others. Suho then told Jinwei that he wouldn't want to greet him too, so they'd invite him properly next time. Suho added he'd prepared this small repayment for last time. Jinwei quickly said he should be the one repaying Suho. He explained that Hammer Guild had also helped save victims, and that Nexus Guild had soared into a nationally favored guild. This caused his related feature articles to perform extremely well. Then, raising his glass, he said he looked forward to their continued work together. Suho raised his glass as well and agreed they should absolutely keep working together. The next day, at the Hunter Association, the manager of the non-awakened division, Lee Se-hyun, greeted Suho with cheerful energy. She told him she'd heard all about his impressive achievements and was thrilled to welcome him to the non-awakened division. Seeing his modest expression, she immediately reminded him not to be too modest, because it simply didn't look good. She then asked if he knew what exactly the division handled. Suho replied that they searched for unregistered hunters. She confirmed it, telling him that it would be as difficult as finding a needle in a vast desert. She clarified he shouldn't aim for more or less, but just find exactly one person to complete his field evaluation. Suho confidently said he'd find one quickly. She then handed him a blue file labeled unregistered. She even said she admired his confidence. Officer Yom, she explained, would be his guide, detailing everything. She simply told him to do his best. A little later, as Suho sifted through the reports she'd provided, he opted to review the documents he'd gotten earlier from Item Jun Sung himself. He found them to be nothing but scattered reports. He pondered the crucial fact. There was no sure way to identify an unregistered hunter unless they confessed or their level had drastically increased. Otherwise, they were indistinguishable from normal folks. Hunter registration existed, of course, to prevent any unforeseen incidents, but some still chose to avoid it, disliking the very fact they had awakened, especially when certain careers could only be pursued by non-awakened individuals. Athletes, for instance, were a prime example. Just then, someone called out to Suho. It was Jo Song-gil, an investigator specializing in unregistered hunters. He mentioned hearing about Suho's record-breaking achievements in the Awakening Division. He added that his colleague, Han Hozong, had praised Suho nonstop, so he was truly eager to meet him. Suho responded politely. The officer then asked if Suho intended to tackle this assignment solo. Suho replied he'd try it solo first. Turning to leave, the officer told him to contact him if he ever got stuck, and Suho quickly realized The man had simply come to dump all the work on him. Suho decided to meet the first person he'd marked for evaluation somewhere else instead. A dartboard was absolutely bristling with perfectly centered arrows. A blonde boy named Park Gun had shot every single one. People behind him showered him with praise for his skill, exclaiming his abilities never disappointed. Another person chimed in that he'd probably win the upcoming tournament yet again. Someone else then noted how massive the first-place prize money would be and how incredibly jealous they felt. Two other students then approached Park Gun. A girl invited him to go to karaoke with them after such a long time, but Park Gun mentioned he had to help his mother at the shop, telling them to just go on without him. The black-haired boy grumbled that, even the day before the big tournament, when practice wrapped up early, he still had responsibilities to handle. Park Gun apologized, promising they'd go next time. Later that day, he burst into the restaurant, announcing he was home. Inside, he spotted an officer dining. It was Suho, casually enjoying some gourmet dishes. The boy instantly recognized him as the legendary sword god, but his mother quickly shushed him, quietly reminding him not to disturb the customers. The boy nodded in agreement, and his mother asked why he was home so early when it was still supposed to be training time. He explained that practice had finished early, since the tournament was just tomorrow. She then asked why he wasn't hanging out with his friends, but he simply tied on an apron, saying he couldn't leave her to work all by herself. He then inquired if he could handle the sword god's bill, assuming it hadn't been paid yet. She agreed, and when Suho asked for the bill, the boy stated it was 10,001 won and asked if he wanted a receipt. Suho declined, then addressed him by name. The boy froze, utterly shocked. Suho knew who he was. Suho revealed he was from the Korean Hunter Association's non-awakening department. The mere mention of the non-awakening department made the boy's face drain of all color. He immediately started backing away, profusely apologizing, claiming he was busy and had no time. Suho assured him it would only take a moment, but the boy bolted out of the restaurant, still apologizing as he ran. His mother watched him leave, wondering why he was acting so strangely. In a nearby alley, the boy slumped to the ground. A system window ominously hovered before him, asking if he wanted to pursue his hidden power. The boy stared at it miserably, wondering why this had to happen now of all times. Still visibly shaken, Gun remained crouched on the ground. He told no one about the mysterious status window that had appeared days ago. Yet somehow, the association already seemed to know. If people discovered he was an awakener, even at level 1, his archery career would be completely toast. An awakener was still an awakener, after all, and revealing that now was absolutely not an option. He forced himself to stay low, convincing himself to just endure a little longer. His phone suddenly rang, and he quickly answered it. He slowly stood up, steadying himself carefully, and told her he was nearby. She mentioned Hunter and Suho had already left, and Gun immediately pressed her for more details, desperate to know if he had truly left. Without a word, his mother explained that she had only spoken briefly with the legendary sword god, and that absolutely nothing else had happened. Hearing this news, Gun felt his tension finally ease for the first time. He told her he was perfectly fine, that he'd return to the dorm to rest up for the tournament tomorrow, and that she should eat dinner without worrying about him at all. She agreed, though. She cautiously double-checked if everything was really all right. That question snapped something inside him, and he suddenly raised his voice, insisting that absolutely nothing was going on. The call ended abruptly shortly after. Gun exhaled slowly. His mother hadn't sounded anxious or suspicious at all, and that alone brought him immense relief. It seemed the sword god had chosen not to tell her a single thing. The reason behind that decision, however, truly bothered him. Clutching his phone even tighter, he wondered if that man intended to expose him later, though clearly not yet. No matter what was coming his way, he absolutely could not abandon tomorrow. This tournament mattered more than anything else in the world. It was the biggest high school archery competition in the entire country, and the first place prize was a staggering 50 million won. That money was his grandmother's only chance at surgery. He had lived his entire life for this single moment. Once the tournament was finally over, he would report everything properly. All he needed was just one more day. The next day, the scene shifted to the training center, where Park Gung sat, all alone, in the waiting area. A wave of unease washed over him, his thoughts growing heavy, as he pondered if the legendary sword god hadn't actually shown up to school properly before. Tension was etched clearly across his face. Then, his dark-haired friend suddenly hailed him from behind. Startled slightly, Goon reacted instinctively, brushing it off by claiming he felt a bit under the weather. His friend, however, didn't miss the reaction, and quickly pointed out that Goon seemed visibly nervous. Though the blonde boy was quick to vehemently deny it, his friend reminded Park Gun that, even if he wasn't feeling 100%, first place would still naturally belong to him. His friend added with conviction that no one could deny it, a smile spreading, as he noted that Gun had never lost first place. Since first setting foot in this school, he had effortlessly outranked all the upperclassmen and secured the top spot without fail every single time, which was quite simply the very definition of true talent. This praise only deepened Gun's unease, as he countered by pointing out that his friend also consistently beat upperclassmen every single day as well. The response was a nonchalant shrug, as he admitted that despite all that, he was still eternally relegated to second place, because in the end, the world only ever remembered the one who stood first. With a knowing smirk, his friend then added that, considering the sheer fortune his family poured into him, failing to even secure second place would land him in some serious hot water back home, especially with the kind of father he was cursed with. His friend clenched his fist lightly, then brushed it aside, firmly telling Gun that regardless, he had a reason to win, and he had to make sure he did. He vowed to watch, rooting for him until the very end. Gun thanked him, admitting that the friendly encouragement had actually helped him relax a little. Just then, Gun's attention snapped away as the coach called out for him. Meanwhile, Onsuyu watched him from the shadows, a dark smile playing on his lips. The moment Gun stepped into an office, he immediately noticed the coach, speaking intently with a man dressed entirely in black. One glance was all it took for him to recognize that face. The man standing right, there was none, other than Onsuho himself. Gun immediately questioned what Onsuho was doing here. Fear crept in fast, cold sweat quickly beading on his skin. The realization hit him that the officer might be here to take him away. The coach quickly excused himself, saying he'd leave them to allow them to speak freely. Once alone, Suho turned to Park Gun and brought up his whereabouts from the previous day. The question made Gun stumble over his words, unable to respond coherently. Suho then asked him flat out if he was an awakened, and the words hit Gun like a hammer blow. His fear intensified, his thoughts spiraling wildly, as he desperately wondered if he should tell the truth or lie. The tournament was just around the corner, and simply participating meant victory for him. He desperately needed the prize money for his grandmother's surgery. There was no other way he could earn such a massive amount. Outside of archery, just this one time, he wanted to hold on to this chance. Suho placed a firm hand on Gun's shoulder, emphasizing the gravity of the situation and urging him to be honest. Still trembling, Gun finally confessed the truth and admitted he was indeed awakened. Suho's expression softened into a warm smile as he thanked him for his honesty. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he firmly stated they would report the awakening immediately, and that Gun would have to withdraw from the tournament immediately. He assured him that he'd ensure the coach, and others wouldn't hear about it. The words left Gun utterly stunned. Desperation instantly overtook him as he pleaded, explaining how he hadn't even chosen a class yet, and was still only level 1. However, Suho's response was chillingly cold and firm. He acknowledged Gun's predicament and understood his desperation, but the law was absolute and unyielding. Even if Gun entered the tournament and reported afterward, any results within a 2-month window would be completely nullified. The grim realization shocked Gun even further. Suho calmly explained that reporting now was the only viable option and instructed him to come with him to the association. With no real choice left, Gun reluctantly agreed. Suho then led him toward his car, watching the boy follow quietly, utterly without resistance. Seeing this, Suho felt a profound sense of relief. In his previous life, Park Gung had emerged victorious in this very tournament. But later, he'd tragically lost that title in disgrace after his so-called best friend, Hong Won-suk, had reported him to the authorities. That devastating incident twisted his very soul, eventually pushing him down a dark path into villainy and transforming him into the notorious criminal known as Gangwei, a truly agonizing twist of fate. But thanks to Suho's timely interference, the boy is now saved from that hellish fate. Meanwhile, as they continued their drive, Suho casually brought up the topic of why the boy was acting like some sort of hardened criminal, even though absolutely nothing about him fit that grim label. The boy shifted in his seat, clearly uncomfortable, and admitted it was because he had deliberately hidden the fact that he had awakened his powers. Suho immediately shot that idea down cold, saying he hadn't actually done anything wrong at all. In that precise moment, the boy's head snapped towards Suho with lightning speed. It was an almost reflexive, startled movement. Clearly caught entirely off guard and utterly confused, Suho calmly instructed him to stop his worrying, because he wasn't a criminal to begin with. Still visibly unsettled, Goon struggled to comprehend and tried desperately to grasp Suho's meaning. Suho laid it out for him, simply and clearly. He asked whether anyone had suffered any actual damage, because he had delayed reporting his awakening. The boy admitted that no one had. Hearing that, Suho firmly concluded there was no real problem. Without a victim, there simply was no crime, and absolutely no reason for him to carry such guilt. He then instructed Gung that once they reached their destination, he should report his awakening at the first floor's registration desk. Suho then continued, warning him that he would likely not be able to practice archery for quite some time, and perhaps, tragically, not ever again. Still, he acknowledged Gung's exceptional talent, reminding him that he was a truly excellent archer, and that another, equally promising, great future would surely open up for him eventually. Not long after, the car finally reached their destination. At the association's main registration center, Suho dropped the boy off and prepared to make his exit. Just as he turned to leave, a voice suddenly called out to him. Investigator Joe was right there, a cigar casually held in his hand. In a laid-back tone, Joe commented that handling everything solo must be quite a challenge. Suho calmly replied that it wasn't too difficult. A faint smile played on his lips. As he added, "I've only just begun." Joe echoed his words, remarking that if Suho was only getting started, then there was no need for his assistance. Suho offered a polite bow in response, assuring him he was perfectly fine, then took his leave. As Suho walked away, he made a call to Jin Woo, asking if he had some time to chat. Behind him, Investigator Joe let out a quiet sigh. Watching Suho's retreating back, he muttered that the man was clearly struggling, though his pride kept it expertly hidden. Soon after, Suho reached the reception desk. The woman there informed him that his player registration card was ready. He thanked her as he accepted it, staring down at the card in his hand. A weighty realization settled in. He realized he could never return to being an ordinary person again. Closing his eyes, he reflected on the past few days and felt an unexpected sense of relief. Despite having lied during that time, he decided the first thing he needed to do was tell his mother the truth. He tried calling her repeatedly, but even after 8 attempts, there was no answer. Volley crept in fast, and the fear that something might have happened to her. He rushed toward their small restaurant, his heart pounding, only to be met by a large crowd gathered outside. As he stepped inside, he saw people packed in nearly every corner. In awe, he wondered what on earth was going on. A dark-haired girl noticed him and complained her group had been first in line. Another man looked at him closely and asked if he was Park Gung. The moment the crowd realized who he was, excitement erupted. People began cheering, recognizing him as Ansung, a high school archery phenom, and several fans instantly swarmed him for photos. Completely overwhelmed, he struggled to grasp how they even recognized him. He wondered if this sudden customer surge was all thanks to them coming to see him. But the girl quickly cleared up his confusion, explaining they weren't actually there for him, but because their restaurant had been recommended by none other than the sword god. The explanation only left him even more bewildered. She excitedly gushed that the sword god had posted about their food on Instagram. The post had already racked up over 87,000 likes and a staggering 47,000 comments. Some customers chuckled amongst themselves, finding it endearingly cute that Sword God's very first post was simply a humble food recommendation. Still utterly flummoxed, the boy struggled to understand how they recognized him. One of the more studious-looking customers casually chimed in that doing research before a pilgrimage was basic behavior, while others pressed him with curiosity, asking if he had really met the sword god. With a proud smirk, he admitted that he had indeed, even confessing that he'd personally handled the sword god's payment himself. The girl, openly jealous, reacted instantly, but pointed out his mother looked completely overwhelmed and suggested he really should go help her. He immediately dashed into the bustling kitchen and told his mother he'd help out however he could. She questioned him about the archery competition, asking why he was here instead of training. Tying on an apron, he brushed her concerns aside, saying they could talk about it later, and that he needed to start cleaning now. Meanwhile, outside, eager customers excitedly poured over the special Sword God menu, commenting on how surprisingly humble and utterly cute it felt to see the Sword God eating such simple, comforting snack food. The entire day flew by, with him serving customers nonstop from open to close. By evening, exhaustion finally caught up to him. He leaned against the counter, utterly drained, and remarked that since the restaurant first opened, this had been the absolute busiest day they'd ever experienced. His mother, still utterly bewildered, commented on the sudden chaos, and then asked again why he was there, instead of at the competition. Before he could answer, someone outside called out, asking if the restaurant was open. His mother turned and apologized, explaining that they were closed for the day because they had run out of ingredients. The man replied that he was not a customer. He introduced himself as Joe Jinwei, a reporter from PBS, and said he would like to interview Park Gun. If he had a moment, the boy stood there confused, wondering if the man truly wanted to meet him. The reporter confirmed it, explaining that they had received a tip. According to that information, Park Gung had withdrawn from a major competition after honestly reporting that he had become an awakened person. The words hit hard. His mother froze in shock, struggling to understand what an awakened person's honesty report even meant, and questions what was really going on. The scene shifted to the archery training ground, where Coach Patting Wan Suk, offering a few words of encouragement. The boy responded confidently, stating that he would do his best for the competition. Once the coach walked away, his thoughts immediately turned sharp and bitter. He had not expected Park Gun to make the first move. Originally, Wonsak had planned to report Gun's awakening right after winning the competition, intending to crush his future. He thinks the higher someone climbed, the harder they were meant to fall. But now that Gun had withdrawn from the match entirely, everything changed. This unexpected move made Wonsak debut much earlier than planned. A few days earlier, he had overheard Gun muttering to himself about awakening, and that memory burned deeply. Jealousy had always lingered inside him. It finally made sense why that beggar kid had been shooting so unnaturally well. The thought that Gun had deceived him and tried to block his future, it filled him with burning resentment. But now his biggest eyesore was gone. This was his moment. He would win the competition and finally prove himself to everyone. As he began training, whispers spread quickly around the field. People quietly murmured, remarking on his perfect, flawless bow releases, even claiming it looked better than Gun's technique. The praise fed directly into his growing confidence, twisting it swiftly into pure greed. He began thinking himself the true bow god. His intense focus suddenly broke when he overheard talk about new official who had just arrived. That official was none other than Oh Suho. Confusion quickly spread through the crowd as they wondered why the sword god was here. Suho approached Wan Zayok directly and addressed him by his full name, asking him to come along to the association. Wan Zayok was completely caught off guard and immediately demanded an explanation. Suho simply replied, that it wasn't something to be discussed publicly, and then explained that Won-sok was scheduled for an investigation. That would take about a day. Anger surged through Won-sok as he snapped, refusing outright, questioning why an investigation was suddenly happening now. Suho remained utterly calm, stating that everything would be explained on the way. Won-sok's frustration exploded as he flatly refused again insisting that he absolutely could not go, and asking whether Suho himself would agree if he were in the exact same position. That was when Suho finally revealed the true reason. He mentioned Won-ok's older brother, Hong Jong-suk. Just hearing that name drained all the color from Won-ok's face. Suho explained that Dong-suk was currently under investigation for draft dodging involving a fake awakening report. Because of that, all family members were required to undergo awakening verification as well. The case involved many people and was being treated as an extremely serious matter. Suho looked directly into Won-sok's eyes and calmly asked for his cooperation. Fear crept in, fast and cold, as Won-sok struggled to process the words draft dodging and corruption. Other students whispered behind him, remarking that the sword god himself was personally escorting him. A girl murmured, "It looks like his family committed a crime." At the association, a dark-haired boy shouted loudly, demanding to know who had reported him. Sitting across from an officer at a desk, he accused him of hypocrisy, pointing out that the very same officer had issued his player license. The officer warned him that his continued refusal to cooperate would only make things worse. At that moment, Suho arrived, bringing Won-suk along. Watching the chaos unfold, Suho reflected that he had caught everyone he could remember, tied to the draft fraud, and now everything was exploding at once. The moment Won-suk saw his brother, his restraint shattered. He struck him instantly, knocking him to the ground, unleashing his rage, as he blamed him for ruining his competition, and spat insults. Observing the scene, Suho thought about how distorted they all seemed. Investigator Joe rushed over to Suho, asking for help. Suho replied calmly that interns were not allowed to perform official duties and that he was currently busy undergoing a field evaluation. Yo protested, but was suddenly called away by his superior and had to leave. Watching him go, Suho mused that he had already spoon-fed them more than enough, wondering how much more they expected from him. Not long after, he arrived at a PC cafe. Looking around, he noted how ancient it felt. The place still allowed indoor smoking, had no customers, and carried an atmosphere frozen in time. After the cataclysm and the rise of virtual reality, the online gaming industry had collapsed rapidly. PC games that relied solely on monitors had no chance against VR games. It surprised Suho that this place was even still running. His attention then snagged on a gray-haired man seated nearby. Instantly, Suho realized he'd finally found his target. He took the seat beside him and launched the game, Ops. The gray-haired man noticed and commented on seeing someone actually play Ops after such a long time. Suho admitted that returning to the game after all this time wasn't easy. The man found it amusing and remarked that Ops was practically a dead game, so having even one more player felt good. He suggested playing together and asked Suho to add him as a friend. Under the name Railgun, Suho recognized the name immediately and realized he was sitting next to the one ranked Ops player. The man confirmed it casually. Suho expressed his respect and appreciation. Feeling generous, the man stood up and offered to buy Suho something to eat, explaining that he worked there and could get him plenty. As he browsed the shelves, he asked what Suho wanted. Before he could pick anything, Suho asked him if his name was Kim Kyu. The reaction was instant. The gray-haired man froze in shock, fear flashing across his face. As he turned to face Suho and confirmed his name, Suho calmly removed his identification card and revealed his affiliation with the Korean Hunter Association's Non-Awakening Inspection Division. Fixing his gaze on the man, Suho asked him to show his ID. The gray-haired boy trembled as he stepped backward, finally confirming that he was Kim Gwon. His fear was obvious the moment his identity was exposed. Suho stared straight into his eyes, with unshaken firmness, already aware of the truth, and demanded identification without hesitation. The boy tried to stay composed, claiming his ID was locked inside the staff room, and insisting he would return shortly. As he moved toward the stairway, Suho followed closely, already anticipating what would happen next. The moment they hit the stairs, the boy suddenly bolted without a word, sprinting away exactly as Suho had predicted. Outside the building, the exhausted boy slumped against a wall, gasping for breath, his thoughts spiraling, as he wondered how the association had managed to track him down. He didn't realize that Suho was already standing behind him, like a silent shadow. Before the boy could react, Suho casually remarked on his escape attempt, and in that same instant, struck him with a powerful flick to the forehead. The impact alone sent pain shooting through the boy's body, instantly dazing him. He dropped to his knees, trembling as the pain overwhelmed his senses. Suho reminded him coldly that any refusal to cooperate or another attempt to flee would result in immediate arrest. Kneeling beside him, Suho listened as the frightened boy protested, insisting he had done nothing wrong. Suho then called him by his real name, Kim John, shattering the boy's composure. He asked whether the person inside the building was his older brother, Kim John. The boy denied it instantly, but Suho remained unmoved, already seeing through the lie. He told him they would go back inside first, as he needed to confirm Kim John's real body. Anger suddenly overtook the boy, and he rushed forward with a clenched fist. The attack was effortlessly stopped with one hand, shocking the boy as Suho twisted his arm without strain. Suho made it clear that he had come to help them, but their actions were only creating unnecessary trouble for him. Moments later, the boy gave in, tapping out under the pressure. Suho smiled calmly, warning him that one more attack would end with him being tied up, and he ordered the boy to show the way to his place. Inside the room, the twin of the gray-haired boy lay motionless on the bed. Suho stood over him, quietly observing, and it didn't take long for him to realize that the boy was in a possessed state. Sprawled on the bed were identical IDs belonging to twin brothers, each bearing the very same name, Kim Gwon. Suho then focused back on the gray-haired boy, demanding to know when his brother had woken up. He then revealed that Kim John's unique possession trait could only activate on him, the player. This news made the boy visibly tense. Suho sternly warned him not to lie, stating that their work schedule at the PC cafe could easily be checked and verified. Realizing there was no escaping the truth, the boy crumbled, frantically asking what Suho planned to do next. I squeezed shut. He hastily explained everything in a rush, revealing he was paralyzed from the waist down due to a terrible accident, while his brother had been left in a vegetative state. They had no parents, no money, and absolutely no support. This was the only way they could possibly survive. Suho calmly responded that he wouldn't do a thing, a statement that completely baffled the boy. For clarity, the hooded boy was Kim Gwon, the younger brother, while the disabled one was Kim John, currently possessing his own younger brother. Because of his vegetative state, with that understood, the situation continued. Suho gazed calmly at the boy and explained that he was there to help them, instructing him to sit down and listen carefully. The boy, irritated and unwilling to trust him, resisted until Suho finally introduced himself as On. Suho. The name struck a nerve, sounding familiar enough to spark pure panic. The boy quickly pulled out his phone to search the name, only to realize that the sword god himself was standing right there in front of him. At that very moment, the original John returned to his own body, confusion washing over his face as he tried to process what was happening. Pulling himself towards his wheelchair, John focused on Suho, asking him to explain in detail how he intended to help them. There's a saying, truly helping the helpless means giving them work, instead of simply handing out money. Suho wasted no time putting that principle into practice. He declared his intention to find Kim John a job. Then he cut straight to the chase, asking, if John wanted to become a hunter. Once again, the boy's face twisted in confusion, unable to fathom how Suho could suggest such a thing, especially when he could clearly see John's legs. He then made it crystal clear, if Suho's plan involved entering gates by possessing his younger brother's body, then that was absolutely out of the question. Suho calmly replied, making it clear it wouldn't involve possession whatsoever. The job was for Kim, John himself. Zan Shabao Fudao deeply, irritation rising as he snapped at Suho to stop joking. If something like that was really possible, it would have happened ages ago. He stressed that his level was already above 50, and he couldn't even enter the lowest level gates anymore just to make a living. Suho then changed the subject, asking if John was familiar with partner items. These were special pieces of equipment that synchronized perfectly with a player's innate traits, amplifying their abilities in unique ways. John knew about them, but he also knew how incredibly unrealistic they were to obtain. Partner items were like winning the lottery, with only a handful of players across the entire world ever finding one that truly matched them. Suho acknowledged the difficulty, knowing better than anyone else that finding an item perfectly suited to a person was nearly impossible. Still, he knew that in his previous life, Kim John had become infamous because of a specific partner item. Suho assured the boy he knew exactly which item resonated with John's possession trait, and through that item, he intended to give both brothers a completely new life. Hearing this, the boy clenched his fist tightly, his emotions boiling over. He demanded to know why Suho was doing all of this after they had been ignored by everyone for so long. He questioned whether Suho wanted something from them. In return, all this time, Kim John desperately knocked on the doors of welfare centers, district offices, and countless organizations, yet not a single hand ever reached back to help him. He had plummeted from being a successful hunter to someone society quietly labeled as weak and utterly disposable. This slow, painful abandonment carved deep scars into his soul. Because of that profound neglect, Kim John eventually found himself walking the dark path of a villain. In the present moment, Suho declared that John had never truly been abandoned, but the young man clearly didn't believe those words. What followed next left him completely shaken to his core. Suho stepped forward and knelt directly in front of him, lowering himself without a moment's hesitation, and apologized for arriving so late. He admitted he should have come to help much, much earlier. Deep inside, Suho genuinely wanted to help Kim John, even though he hadn't created the system and wasn't the state itself. Still, he understood his responsibility as a public servant and intended to fulfill that duty sincerely, without any excuses. With a calm smile, Suho explained his delay wasn't due to neglect or indifference, but because he hadn't found a viable solution before. This time, however, was different, and this time, he promised to help. Kim John stared at him in silence for a long, quiet moment, before finally apologizing in return. He admitted he had never experienced anyone truly trying to help them, which had made him overly sensitive and defensive. Suho then stood back up and told him he would have reacted the exact same way in that difficult position. He then assured him that his brother's awakening report would not interfere with their disability pension, making it abundantly clear that he had already considered those consequences. Suho even went as far as stating that he would personally deal with the PC cafe owner if Jaehyun wasn't paid properly, though the man was spared when Jaehyun explained that the owner had treated him kindly. Shifting the focus forward, he declared he'd soon introduce John to a guild for all sorts of hunter activities. The boy wondered, perplexed, how any guild could possibly accept someone like him. But Suho brushed off that worry completely. All John needed to do was wait patiently until Suho returned, bringing the partner item that would utterly change everything for them. Sometime later, Suho returned to the Hunter Association. As he stepped out of his car, his thoughts lingered on why Chief Pai and the vice president had contacted him so suddenly. But before he could ponder it further, Park Gun suddenly grabbed his attention, running full speed straight toward him. Suho questioned why the boy was there, and Park Gun eagerly explained that his mother had packed a meal for him. This was all thanks to Suho's Instagram post and the recent news coverage, both of which had been receiving an incredible response. The boy expressed his sincere gratitude openly, clearly thrilled by how things were unfolding. Suho, ever calm, brushed it off, stating that he hadn't done anything special. He mentioned he only posted the food because it genuinely tasted delicious. And regarding the news coverage, he casually denied having reported it himself. Gung awkwardly agreed. Suho then asked if the boy had changed his class. Gung's face immediately lit up and explained he had chosen the archer class. He was still very serious about becoming a hunter and went on to ask if Suho had any guild recommendations for him. As we can all predict by now, Suho brought his new sidekicks to the Nexus Guild. The guild leader, upon seeing an applicant personally vouched for by Suho, approved him instantly with a wide grin. Sometime later, Suho was seen knocking outside the vice president's office, calmly announcing his arrival. From inside, he was told to come in. As he stepped through the doorway, Suho bowed respectfully and asked if he had been summoned. The vice president confirmed it, saying he wanted to check on how Suho had been doing. Recently, after Suho had taken his seat, the vice president smiled. He then brought up how he'd heard Suho's recent achievements were quite impressive. Suho brushed it off casually, attributing everything to nothing but pure luck. Vice President Kumin responded with a wide smile, pointing out just how modest Suho was. 107090 700 05:42:00 866, especially considering he'd been tackling nothing but tough assignments in the Awakening Department. He even mentioned Suho had handled a military service corruption case that wasn't technically part of his evaluation. Then, looking straight at Suho, the vice president asked where he'd managed to obtain that kind of information. At that moment, Suho clearly understood what was happening. The vice president was probing for his sources. Judging by how quickly the vice president reacted to issues tied to the Awakening Department, Suho's suspicion deepened. There was a strong chance that Director Lee Wanek and the vice president were connected to the corruption case. Realizing this, Suho decided to toss out some bait. Closing his eyes briefly, Suho explained that he'd conducted field inquiries based on tips. The vice president immediately countered, saying those tips didn't seem related to draft dodgers at all, and asked how Suho had actually investigated the case. That was when Suho realized the vice president had already reviewed all the tip-off documents in detail. Suho then added that he also obtained information through acquaintances, relying on informants he'd built connections with during his time working as a hunter. That response visibly shocked the vice president, who pressed him on what kind of people would go so far as to help him. Suho calmly replied that the information came from connections. When the vice president demanded to know exactly what kind of connections, Suho brushed it off, saying they were just from here and there. That vague, elusive answer completely shattered the vice president's composure. He immediately raised his voice, demanding to know what here and there actually meant. Suho politely apologized, but firmly stated that, since these connections involved government agencies, he simply couldn't disclose them. The vice president then pressed, asking if those agencies also had ties to their organization. Suho responded honestly, he wasn't sure. The vice president pressed again, a mix of accusation and pleading in his tone, asking if Suho was truly going to treat him like this, even claiming he felt hurt by it. Suho listened in silence, completely unreactive. The vice president, undeterred, then argued that crucial information like this should be shared with influential figures like himself, claiming it was essential for spreading influence and growing associations. He questioned how such information could even be misused. With a faint smirk, Suho casually mentioned he'd heard about internal connections within the Day One Association itself. Since his source was reliable, it was likely an insider. The vice president immediately latched onto that, expressing keen interest in meeting those informants. Suho replied cautiously, explaining that they were extremely wary of exposure which would make such a meeting difficult. The vice president suggested meeting them, under the guise of being a client, but Suho insisted that even then, it wouldn't be possible. Stepping closer, the vice president desperately asked if Suho was truly going to do this to him. After a brief, calculated pause, Suho finally said he would ask them once. That answer instantly delighted the vice president, who told Suho to give him a response by today. Suho agreed, simply saying he understood. With the conversation concluded, Suho stated he would take his leave. He thought to himself, he had hooked the vice president perfectly, exactly as he'd planned. The scene then shifted to the non-awakened department, where Suho ran right into Young-sung, standing directly in front of him. Suho coolly checked if his evaluation had finally been completed. However, was visibly sweating, frantically juggling a stack of files. He awkwardly explained that the awakening department was completely swamped at the moment, and asked Suho to just wait a little longer. The staff handling evaluations were totally buried in work, and it would likely take several more days to finish everything up. Hearing that, Suho was genuinely taken aback, wondering what this sudden delay was even supposed to mean. Around them, chaos filled the department. Other officers were shouting behind his back, clutching their heads and complaining about how an absurd number of draft dodgers had appeared all at once. Just compiling the list alone was taking forever. Another officer muttered miserably about his mother, apologizing in his heart for being unable to go home from work. Suho then calmly asked where he was supposed to wait. In the meantime, hesitated before realizing that Suho hadn't even been assigned a seat yet. Suho simply stood there blankly, waiting for an answer. Not long after, the scene cut to him outside the building, holding a cup of coffee in his hand. Standing beside him was Chulman, laughing openly and pointing out that Suho had basically been kicked out. Suho admitted it with a frustrated tone. Chulman took a sip of his drink and casually mentioned that he'd heard Suho caught a massive number of draft dodgers. Suho asked how that news had already spread. Chulman explained that even when people asked the awakening department, no one responded. So everyone just ended up watching the situation unfold. From the sidelines, Suho thought to himself that this wasn't exactly good news. The department was clearly busy, dealing with something ugly, and there was no reason to air its dirty laundry in front of others. He then asked Chulman if he knew much about internal politics. Chulman was surprised by the sudden question and puzzled over why Suho would ask such a thing. Out of nowhere, Suho then explained that he believed it would be better to understand these complex dynamics. He wasn't planning on picking sides. He was only trying to avoid danger by knowing what was coming in advance. Chulman immediately grasped why Suho was asking. Watching him, Suho reflected that Chulman's expressions revealed so much. Even though he appeared dull on the surface, beneath that, he was actually sharp and cautious, someone who had clearly suffered through internal power struggles before. In contrast, Suho realized that all he had ever done was swing his sword, staying so laser-focused on survival that he never had time to look around. Chulman then began to explain the association structure involving Vice President Simon and Chief Pai Sung-yeol. On the surface, there were two major factions within the association, the Vice President's line and the Special Unit Chief's line. Suho recalled that before the regression, those two hadn't appeared as faction leaders and even seemed to be on the same side. Looking at it now, that clearly wasn't the case. They were never allies to begin with. Suho suspected that cases like the Sunbae Gayam incident were likely handled by slowly gathering information and tightening a leash from behind the scenes. Chulman continued, explaining that the factions themselves were easy to distinguish. The Awakening Department and the Management Department belonged to the Vice President's line, while the Gate Department and the Resource Department fell under Chief Pai's line. He then asked Suho why the President didn't seem to have a faction of his own. Suho answered simply that the President was the highest-ranking person in the association. Chulman agreed, adding that the President only needed to survive his term. So his focus leaned more toward external relations. Schulman asked if there was anything. Still, Suho's curiosity was piqued. Suho politely declined, assuring him he'd keep everything he'd heard firmly in mind. Schulman then offered to arrange a temporary spot for him within the gate department. Suho expressed his gratitude, but worried it might stir up some unnecessary misunderstandings. Instead, he proposed studying for other department theory exams at a cafe. Schulman readily agreed and said he'd provide all the necessary study materials. Suho thanked him once more, thinking to himself that taking the rest of the day off might not be such a bad idea. After all, sometime later, Suho arrived at the Nexus Guild Villa in Payu. The moment he stepped inside, the Banshee team and Jaiwan's faces visibly lit up, genuinely thrilled to see him after such a long absence. Suho calmly ushered everyone to their seats, setting the mood before anything else. Jaiwan found it rather odd that Suho was here during work hours, but Suho simply brushed it off, explaining it was a legal skip. What mattered more, he added, was that the timing was finally right. The group didn't immediately grasp what he meant, so Suho reminded them of a promise he'd made. Long ago, in the past, he'd acknowledged that the Banshee team all carried a deep grudge against the special unit. The revenge they wanted was something he intended to help them achieve in a concrete and irreversible way. And for that, preparation was absolutely necessary. That was the real reason he'd gathered them here, because he needed people who could move in secret, acting as his hands and feet without drawing attention. Manhwa pointed out that they were still officially in a training period and reminded him he'd once said the revenge would come after he entered the Special Forces unit. Suho admitted that had been the original plan. However, he'd recently come across something rather interesting. If all went smoothly, they could ignite absolute chaos within the very heart of the organization, even before Suho officially joined the Elite Special Forces Unit. He laid out the plan. It hinged on exploiting existing internal faction conflicts. With a faint, confident smirk, Suho revealed their first target to take down, none other than Vice President Park Hyuman. Just as he promised earlier, Suho brought the vice president to a secluded location. That evening, after stepping out of the car, the vice president glanced around and clearly found the meeting place unimpressive, even shabby. Suho calmly explained that the people involved were extremely sensitive about security and asked for his understanding. As the vice president opened the door, he assumed private rooms awaited them inside, reasoning that choosing such a place meant the informants were cautious and cunning. Inside the building, the Banshee members stood waiting, white masks obscuring their faces. The vice president began to sweat, his mind racing as he noticed no other signs of life. He wondered if something had gone wrong, or if someone had overheard them. Still, he reassured himself that Sword God Suho was right there, meaning nothing serious could possibly happen. Suho then turned slightly away from him and stated, "This is indeed the right place." The vice president grew uneasy, sensing something was off about Suho's tone. Suho continued, "The timing is perfect. I'm perfect for getting things done." In that instant, the Banshee members surged forward with overwhelming speed, subduing the vice president before he could even react. They pinned him to the ground in one smooth motion, completely cutting off any chance of resistance. Standing tall over him now, Suho coldly stated the reality of the situation. The vice president had been kidnapped. Suho had no intention of explaining every detail. At his signal, Guat Duho stepped in and delivered a precise blow to the back of the vice president's neck. The man instantly went limp, plunging into unconsciousness. This truly kicked off Suho's master plan.